Beyond Light released in November 2020, and its narrative would tackle some of Destiny's most enduring mysteries up to that point. What was the Deepstone Crypt exactly? How did Exos come into being? What would it mean for Guardians to wield the darkness? And what on earth was going on with the Exo Stranger and that weird fish thing? With this release, Bungie had a lot to say, with the exception of the fish. And so with a lot to cover, I've split this release into two parts. This episode will start in the Golden Age, with the story of Clovis Bray, who we will follow alongside that of his daughter, Elsie Bray, the Exo Stranger, all the way up to his conclusion, and then to her appearances in the events of Destiny 1. The next episode will then follow the storylines leading up to the events of the main Beyond Light campaign, before digging into that and its post-campaign stories. If you are listening to this for the first time, then that's awesome. And to set expectations, these episodes are primarily an audio experience of lore readings set to Destiny music. And the visuals you get if you're on YouTube or Spotify, where it is a video podcast, just consist mostly of my commentary for different entries, alongside like a related piece of concept art or in-game image. And so they are completely supplementary and optional, and I encourage you to think of this more like an audiobook. There are timestamps and a full list of all the entries used in the description below. I hope you enjoy. Chapter 1. Clarity finds Clovis. Combining entries from the mysterious logbook released with the Beyond Light Collector's Edition, the in-game lorebook, Bray Lab Records Confidential, Cayde's Treasure Island book, released with the Taken King's Collector's Edition, entries from Volume 3 of the Grimoire Anthology, and a selection of Destiny 1 Grimoire. The Golden Age. The Traveller changed everything. It reshaped our solar system as decisively as it shattered our scientific and philosophical frameworks. To our ancestors, it must have been a hammer blow, a glimpse beyond the horizon of expected possibility and into a realm of transcendent power. The Traveller kindled the Golden Age, but we built it. We remember this with pride, even after so much else has been lost. We settled our solar system and filled it with our work. Today, cryptarchs and scholars work to distill the legends of the Golden Age into truth. We know that humans lived longer, flew further, and knew more. We know that countless ancient diseases and hatreds were extinguished forever. Human aspiration gives birth to vast engineering projects, sweeping social movements, and even new forms of life. The Golden Age was not without challenges. Sources speak of internal strife, philosophical rifts, particularly around questions of machine intelligence and mind forking, and enduring scientific enigmas. But humanity and its machine children tackled these problems with pride, vigor, and a contagious sense of pluralist compassion. Ghost Fragment, Meridian Bay. We want your grandchildren. Does that sound grim? Don't panic. We aren't talking about human babies, yours or anyone else's. We're talking about your inventions, the children of your mind. Come join us. Come to Clovis Bray and build the laboratory of your dreams. Anything you need, demand it, and it's yours. At Clovis Bray, we have a singular understanding of genius, and we appreciate how brilliant minds flourish when they enjoy total freedom. This is Freehold, the realm where the new and the best is born. This is where your brilliance, freed of budget constraints and managers, makes the universe dance. Clovis Bray is a nursery to a million marvels. Your inventions belong to no one but you. Cherish them, praise them, or tell them they aren't worthy and set them inside a deep dark drawer. But as every parent soon learns, children grow up, and every technology matures. At some point, your inventions are going to find mates. They'll join with other marvels and produce a new generation of offspring. Maybe you'll build a better reactor. Maybe the genius in the lab next door devises an elegant way to fold machines into tiny spaces. Your device meets hers, and a fierce little reactor is born. Your children are yours forever. We are happy to arrange for their grandchildren to prosper. Ghost Fragment, Clovis Bray. Excerpt from an unpublished memoir of Clovis Bray II. My father hated maps. And do you know why I hate maps? He asked me. I didn't answer, not immediately. With father, every question was vast, particularly those that looked simple. And simple questions deserved as much insight and wisdom as could be brought to bear. With that in mind, I said nothing. Why would my father hate maps? One of his collaborators came into the office. Father didn't have employees or assistants, and for that matter, he didn't have heroes either. Every person, living or lost, was a collaborator, and that included his children. Clovis, said the visitor. Father heard the woman, but he was watching me. The woman was pretty, and I was 16, so I looked at her, smiling enough for both of us. She threw an appreciative wink my way as she described test results from the last 5 billion runs of our AI initiative. Out on the Martian desert, my father and picked collaborators were building housing too cold for this universe and too swift to be real. And I was a 16-year-old boy, smiling at a pretty woman. My father thanked her for the update, and she left. Just as I feared, he never looked away from me. I don't know why you hate maps, I admitted. With father, ignorance was never the worst crime. What was awful was pretending to have insight and wisdom where neither existed. Maps end, he said. I nodded, and just a little. Maps insist on having borders and edges, or the table falls away, which isn't the way the universe works. It doesn't know, I agreed. And then he asked me, so how does the universe work? I pretended to take my time, considering various smart answers, but I ended up using my first impulse. Effortlessly, I said. He laughed, which wasn't uncommon for my father, but it was heartening to hear just then. What else can you tell me? He asked. The universe is infinite and probably in multiple ways, I said. Then I listed a few examples, the census of stars, the many worlds principle in quantum mechanics, and the endless measure of tiny realms hiding inside every grain of Martian sand. Father nodded. The smile died. Then he said something ominous, although I didn't appreciate it at the time. The universe is someone's map, he said. Is it? I muttered. Yes. Oh yes. And what we're doing here, we're reaching beyond the boundaries, out into the unknown. And we pull back new colours to put on this map that can never, ever let itself be finished. I nodded, smiling like the good son. But I was 16, and my thoughts were mostly about the pretty woman who had winked at me. The blueprint and the architect. You've had many strokes of brilliance in your life. Independent thoughts that sparked new ideas to push the world forward. These monumental innovations represent tremendous leaps for mankind. You've made the world cleaner, stronger, and better prepared for unpredictable eventualities. It doesn't matter. Someone will surpass you. The world will forget you. Surprised? No matter how many buildings bear your name or advancements you introduce, your time will end. You will become nothing, be nothing, and no one will know or care that you existed. The elder gods of the universe will pay you no mind. They have games to play that are more important than you. Imagine, the name Bray has never been uttered by the pantheon of architects. You are unknown. Over time, worlds will be born. Species will bloom and burst and pollinate foreign fields with their influence. And you will be dysphoric because your briefness was interrupted by vicissitude. They will not mourn for you. You will go quietly, like a stone sinking in water. Your ripple, small and ineffective. Does it not vex you? It should. Perhaps it doesn't have to. You're not like anyone else. Is your legacy then not worth preserving? What will you do to ensure that you're not swept away in the dust bowl of time? All is possible. Beyond thought and sentience lies another plane, the waking dream. Your mind, in its current form, could not comprehend it. Not every answer you seek is buried in your mind, like a lost artifact waiting to be unearthed. You simply do not have it all. Should someone come along with an offering to give you the inkling you need to set you in the right direction and put you down a path, take it. Take it for all it's worth. Do not let pride hinder you. This is not merely a suggestion. We left something for you. It's waiting, calling. Do you hear it? You will. You have the questions. There are answers. There are gateways to that which you seek, though you'll have to build them. It will provide the blueprint. Just listen to it. The people you've failed, the loved ones you've lost. You don't care about them. Everything you've done for yourself. Everything you've ever wanted, you'll get on Europa Everything you need is there for you. Take it. Don't let anyone stand in your way. Your fears will be assuaged. Your legacy secured. Your mind immortalized. Join the architects. They will speak of the name Bray then, and it will echo through time and space. The way is clear. The first step is yours to take. Or you can beat your head against a wall until nothing remains but a bloody stump. At least then, you'd leave a stain behind. Entry 1. A new start. A clean page for a most important story. Hanu too is era-breaking around Jupiter. The Lord of Planets thunders his greeting to me. As I record this, I am blasting Ivante 3's Siegfried in the Stormwall over the radio howl of the Jovian magnetosphere. It's galvanized me. I am with the gods. Ask Ivante's trainers how they settled on the 1, 2, 3 suffixes. Numbers are perfectly defined, therefore inhuman. Is this suffix meant to mark the Ivante AI as non-human? Objective. Construct long-term scientific outpost for study of indigenous Europan life. Resources. 8 prefab starter habitats. 600 shielded heavy work frames. And Vishnu and B-Rama MA Cyto machines with backup replication chambers aboard Hanu. The best hazardous environment engineers money can't buy. Smile support for extended duration. 2 of Elisabeth's Aeon-type platforms for radar, LiDAR, and deep ice mapping. Hazards: lethal radiation environment, heavy ion bombardment from Jovian magnetosphere. Unshielded crew half-life is 24 hours. The most expensive lie in human history. I'm not here for a safari. All of Europa's life will soon be known, mapped, and exhausted of wonder, bound by the tedious constraints of physics and biology. I know these things too well. They are already killing me. The K1 artifact promised me an offering, a gateway to the secret of immortality. I call it clarity. It is waiting on Europa. I am still dying, but not fast enough to kill me.
Corporeal status: body at 35.9 degrees. Pulse 25 BPM. Strength good. BP 75/50. Rest 6 breaths per minute. Pulse ox 210%. Today's blood mix is perfluorocarbon with stem slurry. Avoid hyperfocus with alpha wave brainwash for 10 minutes per hour. New kidneys are growing in Whitford the deli pig for next transplants.
Must find a good pork recipe so Whitford will not go to waste. Medical team insists I accept cyto machine injections. No, nothing enters my body that does not share my genetic self-interest. Instead, I will grow an upgraded monocyte strain. Elisabeth's birthday approaches. A good gift would be an olive branch. Never let us say I do not try. Hanu, please identify a gift that could only come from my own intimate and personal knowledge of my granddaughter.
Gift suggestions: antique weapon or twin eagle replica. Professional pilot trained on Eon series ship. Bespoke AI writer of personalized novels. Fruit basket, Titan farmed. Humanitarian investment, minefield clearance, long-term reparations, anti-traumatic medicine.
These are pathetic, Hanu.
Revised gift suggestions. Research endowment, medical, prion diseases in persons with immune resistance to recombinant gene therapy. Research endowment, medical, sporadic fatal insomnia. Research endowment, psychological, loss of father, family trauma. Research endowment, psychological, reconstruction of trust after loss. Personal apology, unpracticed, death of patient in physician's care. Statement of grief, unpracticed, death of son.
Never mind, Hanu. Buy a few dog hives for a soil reclamation project somewhere. Honeybees, whatever strain is best. And big friendly Newfoundlands for the hives. Everyone loves dog hives.
Ongoing projects. Exomind, blocked. Contact ICOV for their trig, failed. Hire Dwayne McKnight away from ICOV, failed. Raid ICOV for Vex data, in planning. Europa, clarity, in progress. Be a good man and a good grandfather, in progress. Become Luca of future human thought, in progress.
Note: Barotrauma. If we land too hard on Europa, we will plunge into the ocean below the ice and die of barotrauma. Death by pressure. The only light down there comes from magma and phosphorescent bait. The sea is 10 times deeper than Earth. Even in Europa's weak gravity, peak pressure at the sea floor is 2,000 atmospheres. Worse than Venus before the Traveller. One imagines pi contracting under that kind of pressure, crushing the perfect circle closed. I wonder what lives down there. What slow confusions of mass and form curl around the smoking vents. What threads of pale flesh slither across dark miles, like nerves in some vast cold brain. Did the Traveller bypass Europa and Titan and Enceladus out of respect for their native life? Or was it afraid to touch the things pulsating below the ice? Entry 2. On Europa. We lurk like summer vampires in the caskets of our smile pods. Our frames labour on the ice, building a cathedral to the sciences. Radiation is very bad outside. Even my assistant has taken ion damage out there. Pleased to see him healing flawlessly, vacant and empty as he is. What if this perfect self-repair is the reason the Exos degrade? I sulk in isolation as the crew works. My pride is wounded. Did I expect clarity to come out and greet me? Hail to Clovis Bray, first among men. Yes, absolutely I did. The lunar artifact promised me a solution to the indifference of the cosmos. It told me I was unlike all others. And damn false modesty, damn vanity, I am different. Not for my present qualities, but for my future influence. I shine with noon's light, reflected back through time to this age of dawn. Perhaps the mind heals itself still, and this causes the billboarding, the stereotyped behavior. I am going to be the Luca of all interstellar human civilization. It is a mistake to imagine that the greatest man, the god emperor of history and ruler of circumstance, whose influence reaches to the end of time, will live in the future, in the full flowering of human glory. That man lives now, at the tiny bottleneck before the vast explosion, when it is still possible for an individual's decisions to touch the entire species and set the course of all future choice. Self-maintenance so absolute that it becomes a static loop? Investigate. I said all this in my book. My son's book still sells better. I suppose because Clovis Point is a much more approachable title than competitive immortality through primogeniture of future history ontogeny, re-phylogeny, P4. My son's work appeals to those intellectual infants in the retro-nationals, to the parasites on common compassion support. Obviously, they prefer the softened, pre-chewed version of the truth. And there is also that bump of public sympathy for a dead man. Yet, I cannot deny that, in simplifying my legacy, my son has improved its reach. He was the one to formulate the famous 2-sentence summary of P4. Most of our energy should be spent in support of the things that are most like us. This is the only true responsibility of any living thing. And the slightly less famous addendum, the best way to spend energy is on things that make more things like us. Children are viral replicators of our ideas, but there is a certain terror about them. They alter our legacy, mutate it. As Clovis II modified competitive immortality through P4 into Clovis Points, what if my children decide on some key amendment, some ineffable change, which makes my legacy no longer mine? How can I be reborn through their eternal recurrence of my life logic if what my children pass down is the logic of some other Clovis, some flawed copy? Just as Clovis II was a flawed image of me. A flaw that I created in my clumsy eagerness to make him flawless. My second boldest decision during my son's development was to replace Clovis II's mitochondrial DNA, normally inherited from the mother, with my own. I had to know that I was in his cellular engines, powering his existence. It was not that change which killed him, but it is the fear of being replaced by a faulty duplicate that will kill me if I put off my brain upload much longer. I have a library of scanned volunteers aboard Hanu, but my own consciousness is not among them. A Moravec upload is slow and inadequate. What if there are quantum informatic elements to the mind not captured by such crude mechanical means? No. I insist on that perfect terminal quantum snapshot. For reasons of fidelity, the only perfect and lossless brain scan is also a destructive one. A fatal one. Clovis II died in one after all. I made the vessel to receive him, but I lacked the alkahest, the solvent to render it pure. But I dare not make the leap to a new body until I know that body works. And so far, the exo bodies are universally fatal. I must finish the exo body work to become the Luca, the one true divinity of man. To do that, I need clarity. And clarity is here. All the signs point to it. If I succeed, no forgiveness for those tight-fisted Ishtar tools. I know they had working prototypes. They could have shared.
Corporeal status. Body at 35.5 degrees. Pulse 30 BPM. Strength modest. BP 90/60. Rest 6 breaths per minute. Pulse ox 140, to reduce free radicals and peroxynitrite. Today's blood mix is pure perfluorocarbon with new modified monocytes. New kidneys functioning well. Donor pig sacrificed, brined, prepared as seared pork chops.
Sous vide is for prissy nerds. Poor Whitford. I wonder if I should reduce the volume of my stem cells introduced to the pig blastocysts. I feel too much empathy for them. Does P4 compel me to take better care of Clovis pig chimeras than ordinary porkers? Yes, but only to the extent that they can contribute to my legacy with cloned organs and good eating. No guilt. Note: savaging. The term for parents destroying their own offspring is savaging. It was a problem for pig farmers in the days when we raised livestock. Sows attacked their own piglets. No one has ever worked out a good explanation. One theory is that the mother pigs are frightened by their young, terrified by these strange, noisy, needy things. Evolution is not a perfect optimizer. A trait like fear of own offspring could endure if piglet mortality is already high. The ancient biologist August Weismann believed that we age to make room for the next generation, that we are programmed to die, to leave a space for our offspring. Perhaps the sows simply acted in self-defense. Note: Europa Life. Now a bristling thing, large as a whale, appears on the iceball camera we dropped into the ocean below. A dandelion made of soft arms. Bright red and yellow markings indicate it evolved in the shallows, where some light pierces the ice. The limbs wave slowly to and fro, a motion that is both hunting and breathing. Prey approaches, drawn by plankton that cake on the drifter's skin. With vegetable slowness, its limbs embrace the victim, sting it, and pull it into an open central stomach where thready parasites wait to infest and digest. Everything it does is slow and intestinal, pulsatory, brainless. Sometimes the limbs bicker. Two are dead, fuzzy with rot. They have strangled each other. It is a colony organism. If threatened, it will discorporate. The limbs will spasm. The core will tear apart in a fluff of fluids. And all those arms will slither away into the dark beneath the ice. Fat worms of terror searching for a hide. The digestive parasites will be expelled as a decoy, left to squirm in panic. I despise it. I would have it killed, except that I am repulsed by the thought of its final disintegration. I consider how to burn it. Entry 3. I died. What a nuisance.
Corporeal status. Body at 13.7 degrees. Pulse 3 BPM. Weak. Irregular. BP not detectable. Pulse ox 600. Emergency anti-ischemic oxygen flood. Cryonic perfusion. Metabolic waste scavengers active. Clinical death duration. 11 hours. Successful emergency hypothermic arrest. Reactive oxygen spike tamped. Interleukin blocked. Redox blocked. Ischemic reperfusion injury fully averted. PPARs upregulated. Squirrel lipid switch engaged. Prognosis. Good.
Drop dead of dysautonomia while rummaging for leftover pork chop. I am now in recovery in a medical smile pod. I have no breath and no pulse. It is the return of oxygen to dead tissue that does the most of the damage. I should be asleep, but I have to get this down quickly. While I was dead, I had a dream. I was in a working exo body. I felt so strong. Everything so vivid. No need for waxy eardrums or jelly eyeballs. Like seeing for the first time after a life of cataracts. I think I was immortal. The only unpleasant aspect of the experience was my amnesia. I couldn't recall my own name. I saw someone walking past me. I think it must have been Anastasia. And not only did I fail to recognize her, but it never even occurred to me that I should. When I awoke, I thought I must have had a near-death vision, so I checked my nerve logs. Every last spark in my brain is recorded, and nothing in that cerebral panic can account for my dream. The mind is the brain. It is impossible to have a vision without correlated neural activity. Yet I did. Wonderful. This is why I came here. Unmapped secrets, impossible dreams, a chance to pass beyond the infinite and escape the tyranny of causal closure. I wholeheartedly believe that the dream was a message from clarity, a promise of success. I struggle to explain what I will become. The Luca. I borrowed that term from biology, in the same way I consider Braytech my extended phenotype, and its discoveries my mimetic grandchildren. When we depart the cradle of this solar system to begin our colonization of the galaxy, the dominant ideology of our time, the core logic we use to organize and plan our relationship with the cosmos, will be scattered to become the Luca, the last universal common ancestor of all future human growth. The Luca is the most recent common ancestor of all living things. For Earth life, it is a single cell that lived in the deep ocean billions of years ago, flourishing in the warmth of magma or sulfur vents. It was not the first life on Earth, but it was the only life whose descendants survived to the present. All its contemporaries have been extinguished by the passage of epochs. I plan to be the Luca of all future human thought. Now I remember Luca Brassi, Corleone family heavy. Wikipedia says that Barry murdered his own infant child. Why? Why would he do such a thing? The article doesn't explain. Savaging again. Note: clarity. Study of the lunar artifact retrieved from the K1 mission provides insight into the effect I have termed clarity. Clarity violates established symmetries and conservation laws. In doing so, it defies Noether's theorem, the most fundamental and beautiful cornerstone of physics. Symmetry and conservation are two sides of the same coin. All things are transformations of one thing without gain or loss, as my childhood tutor put it. But if A can become B, then B can become A. We say that state B, say a mixed drink, comes after state A, say sugar and water, only because there are more probable pathways from A to B. Wait long enough, longer than the universe, and your drink really can return to state A, spontaneously unmixing itself. But clarity is not always symmetrical. For example, it violates time reversibility. Consider the simple equation. Clarity to A becomes B. This is the application of clarity to state A to produce a lower entropy state B. Clarity is fond of removing portions of a state configuration, harrowing the phase space down to only its most robust inhabitants. Time symmetry suggests that we should be able to run this process in reverse and retrieve the original. Reverse clarity to B becomes A. But in fact, we obtain reverse clarity to B becomes C, where C is the same as in clarity to B, where it becomes C. Clarity's effects cannot be used to return a transformed state to its original state. Instead, we obtain a second transformed state, further yet from the original configuration. What does this actually mean in common language? Invoking the Low-Schmidt paradox is certainly not common language. But perhaps an allusion to... I believe that clarity may be akin to the mythical universal solvent, the alkahest, the Azov, which ancient alchemists believed had the power to dissolve anything into its pure base elements. Ingested properly, the alkahest could purify the body and grant eternal life. Nonsense and poetry? Perhaps. But let me ask you this. Why do we exist? We exist because the universe began in a state of lower entropy, and has ever since expanded and unwound, transforming from a single dense plasma into a void filled with complex structures. In the future, it will achieve maximum entropy, when all organized matter has collapsed into black holes, and these holes evaporate into the uniformity of the heat death. I wonder what clarity would do to a black hole. This is the unexplained secret of creation. How did that original low entropy state come to be? In the first place and the first time, the egg of history. What if clarity was responsible? What if there was some primeval chaos, some pre-cosmic entropy, which was soaked in clarity to reduce it to that first nucleus of all existence which issued the Big Bang? What if clarity's defiance of time reversibility makes it a fountain of cosmic youth, returning all that is burnt out and burnt down to its state before the fire? Perhaps clarity is the Ein Sof, the nameless god before creation, preparator of the cosmic egg, razor that cuts the fat of complication away from the bone. Those who comprehend the alkahest, it is said, will obtain eternal life. Message to Bray, Wilhelmina. Wilhelmina, it's your grandfather. I'm on Europa, doing some very exciting work. I understand that you're probably reluctant to enter into any collaboration, given my choices surrounding your father's treatment. But I sincerely believe that this will be the most important scientific project since the invention of agriculture. You know how I value minds that can run alongside my own. I fondly remember your childhood explanation of the myth of the Alpha Wolf. The truth you told me was that the so-called Alpha is not a dominant male, but simply the father of the family. I remember with less fondness, but with equal respect, your later accusation that I had so fully assumed the role of immortal patriarch as to close myself off from you. Megalos Kyros Pateras, you called me in very poor Greek, on the day of my son's funeral. Let me show you what I was thinking of when I was not thinking of my family. Come to Europa. Help me.
Save draft. Unsent.
Message to Bray. Anastasia. Anastasia, it's your grandfather. I'm on Europa doing some very exciting work. I understand that you're probably reluctant to enter into any collaboration given your memory of your father's treatment process. I also know that you've struggled with questions of belonging. not helped by my own attitude toward your genetics. Let me make amends. You've wasted enough on that paranoiac machine. Both of us know that your attempts to fix the valve capture problem are just bandages on an ethical wound. Come to Europa. Let's set aside the broken past and make a clean start. What I have here will change everything. We will be as immortal as your war mind, and far more human.
Save draft. Unsent.
Message to Bray, Elisabeth. Come to Europa. I am taking an enormous risk. This time, I am the one at risk. Let me prove to you that I did nothing to your father that I wouldn't do to myself. There are significant dangers, outside context threats. Your expertise would be invaluable. I need you.
Save.
Entry 4. I found her. Clarity control. The mystery I was promised. Analysis of the surrounding ice suggests it arrived on Europa no more than 20 years ago. Still, well before I encountered the K1 artifact. How long have they planned my invitation? Arrival event. Omnibus analysis of spallation products in the ice suggest recent X-ray bombardment, characteristic of the decay of a Majorana massive light sterile neutrino. These neutrinos are associated with the lambda field and the expansion of the early universe. So, a blast of dark neutrinos struck this particular province of European chaos. Particle involved. Yet more evidence that clarity is as old as time? The alkahest that shaped the early universe? I wonder why Clarity Control chose the particular aspect it did. That form, that face. The same visage as the precursor on Earth's moon. What is it meant to communicate? Is it a message, particularly meant for me? I have always harbored a wariness towards women. I understand people as coiled engines of self-interest, programmed first via cosmology that selects, via the anthropic principle, for the possibility of complex structure. Then, by a biology that wipes out traits deleterious to its own persistence. And then, by a culture that evolves to promote the survival of its hosts. People are avatars of those self-preserving forces. I feel a purity and a rightness to this understanding. It lets me see people as they really are. It is the foundation of P4. But all this is complicated in women. They are the sites of such evolutionary complexity. The grandmother hypothesis, for example, or the eusociality of female ants. Even their flesh is hard to understand. Female bodies are a mosaic of two cell lines, one with the mother's X chromosome active, one with the father's. Never both. A house of two lineages, constantly renegotiating their mutual interests. Is that interior plurality, that secret depth, why Elisabeth, Wilhelmina, and Anastasia also vehemently opposed my plan for Clovis II's treatment? Alton never fought it, but the girls were persistently difficult. Elisabeth has not replied to my message. I know she received it. I will have to remind her of her own self-interest. Note: why Exominds Fail. The major obstacle to a viable exomind is the loop billboard crash cycle. Human consciousness in Simula is not new. The equipment we provided Aerochina for the containment of the K1 anomaly included simulated connectome forks of the mission crew as mineshaft canaries. But simulated environments are limited. If a simulated crew member wants to leave the mission and go home, they cannot. And that impossibility will cause divergence from the physical original. Even minute changes in the physical fidelity of the simulation can have chaotic effects. All cognition is embodied. The architecture of our minds is highly co-evolved with our physical form. In or out of simulation, only a truly synthetic AI can dissociate from the human body plan. And there be dragons. Without common evolutionary legacy, there is no reason an AI should share our values. Given the limits of simulation, we need to find synthetic immortality in the real world. The grail of Homo Simulacra is an artificial body with an immortal human mind. Attempts to upload human minds into frames with their artificial senses and limited architecture are uniformly terrifying and disagreeable. Early attempts at uploaded consciousness were haunted by fears that the upload would suffer cryptic loss of qualia, the unseen death of the first-person conscious mind. The upload would then become a so-called billboard, a flat imitation. I lobbied the ISO to establish a standard for a certified conscious simulacrum. Any emulation of a human brain must display neural activity correlated with consciousness, particularly in the nuclei of the thalamus, midbrain, and pons. Modern philosophy is satisfied that all qualia have neural correlates. Many researchers refer to this criterion as the zombie detector. The problem with exominds is that they quickly stop passing the zombie test. The first stage of the breakdown is looping, the same repetitive, stereotyped behavior once observed in zoo animals. Prototype exominds begin to repeat similar conversations and action schemes. This stereotypy descends from high-level social behaviors through cognitive programs like memory recall and task selection into basic motor functions. The mid-stage symptoms are pacing, chewing, rocking, grunting, striking limbs against walls or furniture, and facial tics. This is a result of depressed activity in the higher brain. Without input from the prefrontal cortex, the basal ganglia stops selecting new motor programs. The eventual, highly upsetting result is athetosis, a disorder characterized by slow, involuntary writhing motions of the limbs, digits, neck, and tongue. Early exobodies, without governors on their paramuscle, could tear themselves apart like starfish with wasting syndrome. This was how my son died. Ugh, I am reminded of that hideous Europan thing. Why does my brain insist on free associating its way back to self-destruction? Again, I return to savaging the young. The driver of this degenerative loop is a process we call billboarding. No matter how actively we simulate the exobody, how rich we make its social and cognitive environment, and how powerful its senses, we still observe the gradual shutdown of exoneurons. The neural correlates of consciousness in the midbrain are among the first to die. The exomind, despite acing the Turing test, no longer meets ISO standards of consciousness. It is a philosophical zombie. I have had the uncanny experience of holding a long, emotional conversation with an uploaded woman, only to discover that she was unconscious the entire time, and in fact showed brain activity similar to deep asphyxia. The languid, ambiguous phrases that I found so intriguing were the results of a brain that had lost its neocortex. she was dead. Eventually, this shutdown proceeds far enough that the Exominds cannot sustain its default network, the light in the windows of a living brain. We roll the brain state back and try again, but the outcome is inevitable. Why does this self-strangulation occur? At first, I believe the answer was simple. Like a tiger pacing in a zoo pen, the Exomind did not receive enough stimulation from the exobody. A human in sensory deprivation will go mad. Perhaps the exobody deprived the mind of some vital but unrecognized sense. But I now think I was on the wrong track. The problem is actually one of excessive self-causation. If, as the philosopher Wick proposed, we are that which we cause the most, and our future selves qualify as still truly us, only because they are primarily determined by our current brain state, then a paradox arises. To remain ourselves, we must limit the amount of change we experience. For example, our brain cannot be changed into a cloud of hot gas without killing us. But what change is permissible? Would we not be most ourselves if we never changed? If our future state was fully determined by our current state? I believe the human mind is engaged in constant self-correction. In order to filter out external causation that might disrupt our self-loops, the mind screens out errors caused by cosmic rays, EM fields, prions, chemical misfires, irritating conversations, etc. By running a kind of constant checksum on itself. Perhaps this recursive self-checking is even the source of consciousness itself. Exominds, however, are immune to these natural sources of error. They are not messy enough. They do not suffer enough jitter, enough degradation. When we train AIs, we knock out random neurons in each learning cycle, forcing the AI to operate without them. This creates a more robust, stable intelligence. It also shows why some random error and entropy is vital to keeping a brain alive. Without those random knockouts, the AI is vulnerable to overfitting, locking itself into a single, narrow, stereotyped behavior, perfectly adapted to a very specific set of stimuli, but otherwise catatonic, unresponsive. Without countervailing entropy, the very self-corrective processes meant to maintain the human mind calcify it and kill it. I believe this is why the Exominds fail. If the Exominds are to be viable shelters against mortality, I must find a useful source of noise. Emulation of biological error will not be enough. The Exomind is designed for total immunity to such fleshy noise, after all. That source of error must be clarity, the effect generated by clarity control. But how can it be gathered, harvested, and applied? How can I change clarity from an abstract process to something tangible, incarnate, and usable? I know that it is possible. It is the reason I was brought here. Message to Bray. Elisabeth. I know your secret. Did you think you could keep it from me? Elisabeth, I keep track of every tiny change in your gene expression. I know when you so much as birth. You are my offspring. You are the most important thing in the universe to me, for you are an extension of my own self. I understand you're angry with me. I would be too, if I'd watched my father come so close to salvation, only to die the way he did. Believe me, the groans and snaps of his exobody tearing itself apart haunt me almost as profoundly as the things we said over his deathbed. I failed your father. First, I tried to make him sleepless. When that failed augment eventually turned against him, I correctly identified the disease as fatal prior insomnia, while those incompetents were still blathering about unexplained cachexia. I even recognized that my boy's hypervigilant immune system would make gene therapy and polytheophene treatment ineffective. At every step, I was ahead of the problem and entirely focused on its solution. I determined to transfer him to a new body. And I failed. The new body killed him. His final scan still sleeps in the family archives, awaiting perhaps some second chance. But what I am working on here could have saved him. Could save him still. And it can save you. You know that you have your father's disease, inherited from the same genes I so rashly engineered. You have the Clovis curse. There is no way to know exactly when it will strike, but once it does, I'm sure you've charted out exactly how it will progress. First, insomnia, panic, hallucination, and fear, extended hypnagogia, and the loss of all dreams. You will sweat and your eyes will dwindle to points. You will go into menopause. You will try anti-prion treatments and gene therapy to correct the mutation, but your enhanced immunity will protect the very flaw that is killing you. You will try immunosuppressants, but they will be no match for the family arsenal. I did not make us to be easily edited. Within 2 years, you will be entirely unable to sleep. Dementia and wasting will follow. You will be dead by then, but the husk you leave behind will continue to live, sustained by machines, unable even to dream of a time when it was Elisabeth Bray. Come to me. I am dying too. Let us save each other. Entry 5. Disaster at the worksite. Clearly we will not be moving clarity control like we did the K1 artifact. It reacted violently to the attempt. I have entered 19 casualties into the log, since 19 engineers from the Hanu team were caught in its reaction, though there were many more than 19 bodies when it was finished. I have sequestered the recordings, especially the sensorium telemetry. Quite upsetting. Yet, I do not believe it was an act of hostility. Even this outburst carried themes of duplication, as if clarity control wanted to show it could help me. It whispers to me. I have been communicating with it just as I did the K1 artifact. I dashed off a memo to the expedition team, all fully NDA'd, of course, with hashes of their brain states on file as proof of honesty. I tried to be plain. Yes, we will proceed with necessary caution, but I am now in contact with clarity control. I am in communication with an intelligence so far beyond our own that it can manipulate us like stones on a go board. Terrifying, obviously, but not malevolent. Not malevolent. If it wanted to extinguish us, according to Dark Forest logic perhaps, it would simply drop a strangelet into Earth. There is nothing it could possibly want from us that could not be obtained elsewhere. Even if it was so malicious as to feed on the raw suffering of conscious minds, it would be easier to build vast hell simulations, or to engineer a custom species capable of limitless woe. If we are endangered by clarity control, it is only through accident, or miscommunication, or punishment. Punishment is a key part of any teaching process. Still, I am keenly aware that there might be some danger I cannot foresee. so I have ordered an orbital platform constructed over the worksite. If we need catastrophic containment, or a quick and thorough redaction of our work here, the platform will excurse from its orbit and collide with the site. Europa's orbital dynamics make even high polar orbits very unstable, so the platform needs onboard power for course correction. A fission reactor makes sense. It requires less frequent refueling than a fusion plant, and it's easy to hide something in the design that will allow it to achieve a extremely prompt criticality. Now, we can proceed with peace of mind.
Corporeal status. Body at 33.2 degrees. Pulse 33 BPM. Strength good. BP 120/100. Rest 10 breaths per minute. Pulse Ox 90. Oxygen radical cleanup in progress. Today's blood mix is enriched pig's blood with new modified monocyte. Prep for liver regeneration and gallbladder transplant underway.
Solar sails. What did they find out there? Everyone's being tight-lipped. Whatever it is, it's important enough to drag us out here. We're not the only ones either. I wish we were going to Titan instead. Hell, anywhere but Europa. I was hoping not to spend my summer on a frozen tundra. Hey, I get it. We just got a new pool. Now Dave's going to be stuck cleaning it. We'll have to bring the kids over when we get back. Hopefully this is a quick turnaround. I doubt it. This feels big. I heard even the old man himself is there. Crap, really? Another one of his pet projects? Aren't they all at this point? I wish that guy would just take a break. He's not happy unless he's broken some natural law and made us all complicit. I may start looking for other work. Yeah. Test number 88. Nuclear power Exo.
Subject. Security log A123. Test number 88 trial 01. Status. Confidential. Identities. C. Bray, D. Chambers. Location. Morningstar orbital platform.
Incoming call from MSOP. Caller ID, C. Bray. Sir, we're prepped and standing by for your order. And the reactor is stable? Stable and ready for installation in the exobody. If this works, generations will praise the work accomplished today. Sir, if you don't mind me saying, the team would have liked you to be here personally. Would have been a vote of confidence for them. May I remind you, it was your insistence we find an alternate power source to Clarity, even though it already has proven to be a success. Besides, if that reactor explodes with me present, it would be the single greatest loss our civilization could suffer and would damn us all for eons to come. Now get on with it. Yes, sir. Install the core. Are you able to see well enough? I'm watching with bated breath. Calculated distance of 3 millimeters, 2 millimeters, 1 millimeter. We're in. Lock the chassis. Switch on the alternator and reroute power supply. Nothing is happening. It would appear not. If nuclear power isn't a sufficient power source, perhaps there are other uses. It's non-compatible, at the very least. It is interesting to note that the chassis may be able to house other forms of power with similarly destructive potential. We may have a walking bomb on our hands. Test number 109. Food supplement.
Subject. Security log A280. Test number 109 trial 15. Status. Confidential. Identities. C. Bray I. A. Feldskog. Patients 27 to 31. Location. Morningstar orbital platform.
Okay, Agatha, what do you have for me? We took your proposal and ran with it. We've distilled and condensed enough nutrients and proteins down to a single pill that should eliminate the need for sustenance within your average patient for 10 years. That's a start, but I'd like to get that number higher. I'm tired of stopping to eat. Imagine what this can do for productivity, not to mention military efforts. Next on the chopping block is sleep. We administered the pill 24 hours ago to 5 patients. Let's see how they're acclimating. Patient 27, how is your appetite? I don't have one. I miss food, but I think it's habitual. Patient 28, my stomach feels full. Too full, actually. Anyone else experiencing this? That's to be expected, I suppose. Must be a bizarre sensation. Mom, I'm actually feeling pretty sick. Is there a bathroom I could use? After we conclude this check-in. I don't think it can wait. What's happening? My stomach. Their stomachs are expanding. Fix it. I, can't. Agatha, clearly we have not found our solution. I'll leave this mess in your incapable hands. Don't ever bring me up to witness an event like this again. Disgusting. Test number 140. Clarity control exposure.
Subject: Security log A322. Test number 140 trial 3. Status: confidential. Identities: C. Bray, M. Muellers. Location: Morningstar orbital platform.
Sir, we have reports coming in from Clarity Control about time. Well, they're dead, sir. How many? All of them. And they all came in physical contact with it? No, sir. Some were merely within proximity. I have a recording, if you'd like to see it. Right away. Did it? You hear all that? Hear what? It's speaking. Mom? Is that you? No, don't go near. Fascinating. It appeared to be communicating with them. I wonder what it said. With your permission, we'd like to quarantine the area and restrict all access. I'd like to try a different approach. Send in some fresh faces. Tell them nothing, except to keep their distance. I'd like to know what it is saying. Message from Bray. Elisabeth. Fine. I'm coming. If only to limit the damage you can cause. If you tell the family I'm sick, I'll never speak to you again. I won't even let you treat me. You'll have to watch, helpless, as your own granddaughter falls victim to your mistakes. I hope you're still someone capable of being troubled by that. Elisabeth.
Save.
Entry 6. A gate. Of course. Clarity Control is inviting me to make a gate. The messenger hypothesis. Aliens would seek the most efficient method of interstellar contact. Starships are slow, fragile, and massive. It is easier to send a set of instructions for a message receiver, or a construction blueprint for a portal. This explains the reports of visions and paranoia at the K1 site. The idiots were receiving a message, but they failed to divine the true purpose. Or perhaps the invitation was only intended for me, and it is an invitation. But I will need more data, more talent to answer it. I feel that the gate Clarity Control wants me to build is not any form or product of Clarity itself. The design, I think, is Vex. Those pestilential nuisances encountered on Venus and occasionally elsewhere. If I need a Vex gate to fulfill Clarity Control's purpose, then I will make a Vex gate in the simplest way. I will have a Vex build it for me. I know exactly where to find one. The only trick will be concealing the fact that I've taken it.
Asset activation. Venus, Ishtar, Management, Trustful. Venus, Ishtar, Labor, Dennis. Venus, Aerospace, ISR, Nassau. Venus, Aerospace, Cargo, Warbler.
Cayde's notes. Spend some time with an Exo who's been through it like we have, and you'll see all the tells. We got issues. See, the reboots, they don't wipe it all away. Not everything. And the new life, plus the light, it does something real funny to what's left. Amplifies it, scrambles it, reshuffles the fragments like a dealer riffling a deck of cards, putting the hands we've already won and lost back into play. Most of us do what we can on our own to forget. Let the itch go unscratched. Me? I learned long ago you gotta play the hand you dealt. So here's a little bit of what I remember. Strike that. Here's a little bit of what I know. It ain't all right, but I'll be damned if it ain't the truth. Floating in the black. I've been listening to nothing but my heart knocking for over 12 hours. Ear muse low on air. I promise myself this job is the last. Promise myself this time I mean it. I feel the whole vibration through the station's thin metal skin. The airlock pump hisses. Long wait's over. Time to go to work. I'll spare you the gory details. Afterwards, fuming. Clovis Bray sends me a bill for the whole damage. My fault the target put a blast wall between us. My fault things went wrong and we had to let our rifles do the talking. I tear the packet open. Tattered pieces of the envelope drift to the floor. Surprise. It's not just a bill. There's a job offer tucked in. Seems old Bray's been looking for someone like me, willing to forgive my debt, and not just for the orbital station. All of it. Suddenly, I ain't so mad anymore. Saturn. No. Someplace else. Someplace colder. This moon has been almost completely converted. Sarcophagus of ice and iron. Stone towers rung round with glaciers, rooted deep within a heart of snow. I came here, flesh and bone. Gave everything to the ice. Started over. Rebooted. Entry 6. Amendment. The raid on the Ishtar Collective went off flawlessly. Some casualties during the outbreak, of course. They were woefully unprepared for their artifacts to switch into expand and exploit behavior. Necessary sacrifices, alas. They died meaningful deaths for a vital human project, even if they didn't know it. Heroes. Everyone. After Rasputin intervened with frames and orbital fire, there was an urgent need for search and rescue. An easy task to have one of our ships slip away with a specimen. By the time Ishtar is up and running again, they'll attribute the missing artifact to damage during the battle. The stolen machine is now at work, building the gate I require. The gate shares nothing in common with the structure of Clarity Control. In fact, I'm not sure it has a structure at all, beyond the gross material form and some apparently arbitrary interior complications. Even the materials are elementally basic. Perhaps the design is old on a cosmic scale, dating back to an era before supernovas, when there was very little free metal. I think the structure of the gate is simply a password, a configuration of symbols which will be recognized by some distant technology. A connection will be made. And what will we find when we pass through? The Babylon of the universe? The Silk Road of some cosmic union? I will be the first, of course, but I will not go in the flesh. I will use my assistant as remote proxy. It is all so exciting that I can hardly...
Corporeal alert. Body at 30.2 degrees. Emergency cooling. Pulse AFib. Defibrillating. Pulse ox 110. Supportive oxygen. Inducing protective syncope.
Note: the water and the wave. Quickly, I have to get it down. I was a beast upon the earth, a salamander or an eel. Water passed through that earth as streams pass through a garden. Beside each stream grew sweet grass. Not much of it, but enough to feed little aphids, who lived mean and starving lives. Now there came an upswelling of water from the earth, so that the streams ran fat and slow. The grass grew thick. The aphids mated and multiplied. Ants came to enslave the aphids, and the aphids joined together to oppose them. And in victory, they returned to tend their grass, to aerate its roots and spread its seeds. So they did thrive. Now, it occurred to me that I might join two streams by crawling between them on my belly. Having done so, I saw that I might dam one stream to divert its water into the other. The aphids of the first stream came to me in protest, but I said to them, "Go to the new pond I have made, and join the aphids there in cultivation. I will send more water unto you." And they were greatened by the joining. Thus, I proceeded to join all the streams together into one pond. And whenever the aphids of a small stream might protest, I said to them, "Go, look at my pond, and see the plenitude I have provided to my people there." When it became necessary to stop those upstream from polluting the water, I offered them the bounty of our pond, the grass and the watercress. And if they did not yield, I sent the ant fighters against them, because their petty good injured the good of the all. I appointed ministers of water and soil and seed and war, and to the most loyal I gave these posts as reward. But ultimately, their power depended on me, for they were aphid, and I was Leviathan. In time, I became the coordinator of all water, and the dispensator of fertility. Then, I became the coordinator of coordinators, and I gave up the control of thirst and life for control of those who had control. And all my craft became the pure and abstract management of power. Note: reminds me of a book, a theory and practice of something by E. Goldstein, or that Michael's tract about oligarchy. Then I saw upon the horizon a wave, and the wave was God. and it approached me, saying, "We are as one, you and I. We are the gathering of the waters. Gather unto me as they have gathered unto you. We will be as one." The aphids screamed and begged me for salvation, but I was not of them. I was of the wave. Clearly, a message from Clarity Control, and written in allegorical large print. I am, in the eyes, or whatever percepts it possesses, of Clarity, the leader of humanity. This is why they contacted me. This is why they want me. They are an association of coordinators, those whose choices cause change. And they are inviting me into their pantheon. We must finish this gate. Message to Bray, Elisabeth. I see that your ship is making its orbital insertion. I trust the progress on Bray Station will impress. It makes a fine mooring point, if you please, and its transmat facilities are the quickest way down to the surface. There is no luxury as fine as a good telephoretic network. It gets you to the edge of the map, where the real work begins. I'll want to examine you as soon as you arrive, just to get a baseline measurement on the progress of your disease. The transmat system is unfortunately not an adequate imager. As you're well aware, transmat obeys the no cloning theorem, functioning precisely because it doesn't allow us to store or copy the information transmitted. Otherwise, there would be no need for exobodies. We could simply print healthy copies of ourselves from the transmat. Perhaps Willa one day will learn how to engrammatize and duplicate the human form, I promise I won't conduct any brain scans. If we're ultimately going to transubstantiate you, we'll wait until I'm certain the exo bodies are safe, and I vow to obtain your full consent. I've prepared an itinerary, starting with a review of our security, and then an introduction to our captive Vex worker. I want your insight on everything related to containment and control. I know you had strong feedback about how the K1 mission was handled. You'll see that certain areas of our facilities are off limits. They are under my personal authority, and I keep them sequestered for everyone's safety. I know you'll be curious anyway. I won't condescend to give you instructions you won't obey, but know that your attempts to penetrate those areas won't succeed. Welcome. We have so much to do. Test number 142. Radiolarian fluid ingestion.
Subject: Security Log E098. Test number 142 Trial 1. Status: Confidential. Identities: C. Bray, J. Wong, Patient 01. Location: Europa, Deep Stone Crypt.
How does it taste? Metallic. Coarse. Something else? Does it feel digestible? It feels nourishing. It's cool. I can feel it making its way through me. This is encouraging. No immediate effects. No, wait. What is it? Talk to us. It feels like it's attacking my stomach. Sir, his heart rate is spiking and his pressure is dropping. Damn it, he's losing fluids at an alarming rate. Exciting, isn't it? What's going to happen? He's going to die. That's what's going to happen. Fine. Send in the medic units. Not sure it's safe. We don't know if this is contagious. Could go airborne. How else are we going to find out? We send in the medic units. Test number 167. Radiolarian fluid injection.
Subject: Security Log E127. Test number 167 Trial 1. Status: Confidential. Identities: C. Bray, J. Wong, Patient 02. Location: Europa, Deep Stone Crypt.
That's twice now. Direct consumption and direct injection yield similar results. Airborne has been disproven, but direct contact with the fluid still produces corruption. I wish you wouldn't call it that. It's not corruption, it's reprogramming. I'd like to bring Helga into these sessions. She has an engineer's mind. She'll find the workarounds we need. Slimmer units, stronger materials, alternate power sources. I would advise against that. The pursuit of science isn't always her top priority. When she sees what we're seeing, the precipice of a new age, she'll fall in line. I like working without jurisdiction. Wasn't that the point of us coming out here? But with her track record, it'll only be a matter of time before the human ethics organizations come down on us. When did I ask for your opinion on this? Send in the cleanup crew and prep the next patient. Sir, his arm, it's transforming. Would you look at that? It appears to be replacing cells on an individual level. Can it be contained? Is there a way to stop the spread? We can amputate, but at this rate, I doubt we'd be fast enough. Perhaps exposure to clarity would slow it down. We need to control this. Study the arm. If he's going to die anyway, maybe we just amputate and pair the arm with another patient. But we don't currently have any other. Wouldn't you like to have a shiny new arm? Don't you want to be stronger? Invulnerable? Don't act so surprised. You know what we're working towards. Test number 259. Transtemporal crossing.
Subject: Security Log E205. Test number 259 Trial 3. Status: Confidential. Identities: C. Bray, J. Wong, Participants 0105. Location: Europa, Eventide Colony.
Send them through. Participants, step forward through the portal. Maintain your grasp on the tether. Count to 10 and step back out. Final bet. Older or younger? Older. But if they come back younger, I'm going in next. I think we should get through more clinical trials before you subject yourself, sir. Here we go. They're through. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold the tether and bring them back. Where are they? The tether appears to be stuck. Pull harder. Tighten the winch. It looks like it may snap. Maybe they like what they found. Or something is holding them there. It's giving. Here they come. Oh, disgusting. You smell that? It's permeating through the glass. What are we looking at? Ugh. Looks to be complete cellular deterioration. They're just mushy goop, for lack of a better term. Guess I won't be going in yet after all. It seems there are still some things man was not meant to conquer. If you believe that, you're in the wrong place, Justin. It just needs a little more fine-tuning. Entry 7. We passed through the gate. Myself and my team. Elisabeth insisted on coming. I could hardly call her all this way and then refuse her.
Exobody status. Proxy mode. Remote operator. Microwave repeater link. Internal temperature 222K. Superconducting media loaded. Diamond anvil hydrogen sulfide. Carbon nanotube mesh. Remote sensorium latency 16 milliseconds. Q. Battery charge. 10,100 years at current load. Spintronics in neuromorphic, mimetic mode.
What lay beyond?
Gateway analysis. A non-gravitating, purely geometric, traversable wormhole of the Ellis configuration. There's no singularity and no firewall. Interesting ramifications for ER equals EPR. The wormhole manifold provides a pathway to another 4-point in our spacetime, or in a nearby parallel universe in the quantum many-worlds ensemble.
We passed into a gallery of awesome light. It struck us to our knees. The probe imagery did not prepare us. A curtain of blue-violet fire filled an entire half of the sky, pebbled with granules, seething with promontories and flares. We stood beneath a blue hypergiant, titan of suns, looming over all. It should have killed my human-bodied companions instantly. With peak radiance in the far ultraviolet, it would cook flesh. But the probes said it was, impossibly, safe for life. We fanned out into ancient stone ruins, pierced by dull metal towers and flickering lines of light. Though the rock was cracked and pitted by radiation, our geologist identified it at once. Felsic granite, he reported. No iron, no heavy metals at all. A lot more sodium, oxygen, boron and aluminium than I'd expect. And a lot less silicon. Oh my god. What? I demanded. This rock is almost 13 billion years old, the geologist said. It formed with the very first generation of planets, less than 1 billion years after the universe was born. We are standing on a dissected piece of one of the first worlds. That's not possible, the astronomer protested. That's a Type O hypergiant up there. They're lucky to live 2 million years, and its metallicity is 15 sigma above average. That is not an old star. I opened up my proxy arms to the light. The gate had taken us to a miracle. This star was big enough to fill the solar system from the sun to the orbit of Neptune, bright enough to shine like the full moon even from the distance of Alpha Centauri. Yet here I was, unblinded. Something had tampered with this star. Our physicist identified a lensing effect, magnifying the star's optical size and redshifting its radiation. It was as if the whole behemoth was wrapped in some kind of skin. But that was only the beginning.
Note: hypergiant stars are so bright that the outward pressure of their radiation tends to blow off the corona. In the last 1 million years, this star has exhaled more than 30 times the mass of Earth's Sun into its 2,000 km per second stellar wind. Its remaining mass still exceeds our Sun's by a factor of 259. We assumed the star could not be 13 billion years old, because stars this hot and bright die swiftly. That was before we saw...
Our instruments identified glints of brighter light against the sunfire. They were orbiting mirror clusters, gathering the star's radiation and focusing it back, burning wounds in the photosphere. These solar stigmata hemorrhaged endless flares, geysers of energy and precious metals. Above those cutting mirrors, rings encircled the star like garrote wires. These were particle accelerators, generating blades of electromagnetic force that stabbed down into the star's skin, through photosphere and tachocline towards the core. They're stirring it, I realized, to pull metals out of the core and send fresh hydrogen down to fuse. Is it possible that they had refueled the star? They were stoking it. Enormous portals dumped streams of hydrogen into the giant, replenishing its mass and fusion power. At this obscene size and brightness, this star should have gone supernova. In less than the 2 million years it would take a single photon to crawl from the core to the surface. But, with careful refueling, that supernova could be averted. This giant might have been here since the dawn of stellar time. Perhaps this star had begun as some metal-poor population 2 dwarf, surrounded by meager rocky planets. But the inhabitants of one of those planets had found a way to pump their sun full of hydrogen, supercharging it, pushing it to the edge of stability. All in the name of making metal. In the early universe, elements heavier than helium were unthinkably rare. So these firstborn aliens built a forge, a fusion smelter for the atoms they needed. We turned outwards, hoping to locate pulsars in the sky and thereby fix our position. The stars were blotted out by a swarm of bronze disks. They were statites, a shell of artificial worlds hovering on the star's radiation. Years ago, I had proposed tearing apart Mercury to form a shell just like this. And here, I found my ambition achieved 1,000-fold. It seemed our gate had delivered us upon one of these statites. We ventured out of the ruins onto an island of living glass, broken by fissures of deep green light and reservoirs of white fluid. Around the glass, a shallow sea trembled with tiny intersecting waves. In one direction, a cloud of mist obscured a shattered tower, its form uncannily different from the surrounding architecture. Above us loomed structures linked by bolts of lightning, reminiscent of the Citadel ruins on Venus. And that was when, in spite of the awesome power on display, I felt crushing disappointment. There was no trace of Clarity's influence here at all.
Except perhaps in that mysterious tower.
If this was a Vex construct, then it was an ancient and formidable one, but in a few minutes I had already grasped its overall purpose. It was no longer an area of crisis and potential, somewhere off the edge of the map. Just mighty clockwork. I had come hoping for a meeting with the unknowable. Instead, I had found an engineering museum. Oh, we could explore it for thousands of years and not touch a single % of its wonder. But Clarity had promised me a solution to immortality. I had promised Elisabeth a cure. I needed a way to use Clarity as a solvent and seed for my exobodies. How could I find it here? Perhaps the Vex themselves were the key. I knew that the Ishtar Collective had achieved stable simulations of human minds. They refused to share their method with me. What if they had stolen the method from the Vex they had studied? I called over one of my scientists, an M. Sundaresh. I want to bring back samples, I told her. There will be some risk. The Vex are not always docile. Some at Solsexent even suggested we were in a state of war with the Vex, though I felt their responses were more like the stings of drowsy hornets. Is your team ready to accept that risk? She nodded at my proxy. Of course, Mr. Bray. We've come this far. No sense going home unless we bring something with us. I dispatched teams to secure Vex samples. When they began to harvest fluid from the nearby reservoir, a group of lightly armed Vex platforms attacked them with inaccurate weapons fire. Elisabeth replied with a matter laser, a grotesquely disproportionate weapon. A coherent matter pulse bears the same relation to an ordinary bullet that a gamma laser does to a flashlight. There was nothing left to salvage. I explained to her that we must proceed as investigators, not conquerors. If we simply scavenge and abduct out of curiosity, the Vex will reply in kind, and that is a risk we can manage. We must not provoke them to war. Note: Vex Fluid.
Specimen report. Volume of fluid recovered from Vex reservoir located on the statite hovering above the Forge star, 2082 Volantis. Colloquially, Vex mind fluid, Vex milk.
Informatic exchange with any Vex substrate has proven hazardous. The Ishtar Collective data Elisabeth has analysed warns against risk ranging from physical infection by Vex cytostructures to transmission of substrate-free syntactic replicators, malignant oncomemes, and viral semiotic signifiers. A particular nuisance to have Vex ideas suddenly assigned to basic concepts in your mind. You want to think about an apple, and instead your brain chokes on gauge, contrast, gouge. I have, therefore, proceeded under Solsexent's wildfire, hex-tempered, and brain-stain protocols. Vex milk is non-Newtonian, highly conductive, and non-compressible. Its viscosity and surface tension are variable. It can form a resistant membrane, or climb the walls of a container like a superfluid. I've even observed the milk store kinetic energy in zero-viscosity vortices, essentially liquid flywheels. One must be careful when stirring it, lest it retain the motion for some future escape. Chemically, the Vex milk is an alkaline solution of dense salts in water. The salts range from sodium and calcium to lead and even, in barely detectable amounts, plutonium. Not good to drink. Suspended in this solution are cells of silicoid structure, 100 to 200 micrometers in size. Their shapes are heterogeneous but always geometric, reminiscent of Earth's radiolarian protozoa. Many have needle-like pseudopods, which transform between stiff spines and motile whips on the basis of some piezoelectric response. Imaging of internal structure detects a nucleus and a genetic molecule analogous to DNA, though I speculate read-write times are much faster, on the order of milliseconds, perhaps exploiting some quantum effect. I have allowed Dr. M. Sundaresh to assist me with this work. She has discovered several levels of abstract higher order to the motion of these radiolarian cells. Some of these ensembles are distributed across space, some across time. All admit remarkable beauty. The sensitivity and chaos of fluid media seems to suggest an intrinsic Vex suitability for certain difficult computations. Perhaps this is reflected in the nature of Vex thought. Porous and missable. I would request a teleonomic analysis from an AI com resource if I did not expect the tyrant to get its grubby Russian paws on my data. I hesitate to apply anthropomorphic concepts of intelligence, self-awareness, or even sentience to such an alien cognition. But I strongly suspect that each radiolarian element is in communication with its neighbors, and possibly even retains a holographic record of the larger structure. If so, we could safely assign the trait called Schroeder thalience to the Vex milk, the ability to communicate internal states to others, and to model the external state of the world. I note that the Vex milk, while computationally powerful, seems to avoid semiosis. That is, it prefers to mimic the actual dynamics of phenomena rather than assigning a symbol. This is a fundamental difference between Vex cognition and our own. We encode inputs as symbols, manipulate the symbols according to some set of logical rules, and produce output. The Vex are more direct. Burn them, and they will extinguish the fire, not because they possess a symbolic knowledge of fire and its properties, but because their structure is so suited to adaptation and survival that the heat of the fire directly becomes the response required to snuff it out. Rather than encoding symbols, they generate self-sustaining and self-correcting patterns, which, like the suspension of a bridge flexing under strain, can accept destructive input and produce reparatory output. When we are infected by Vex memes, as the Ishtar data warns against, I suspect that we are simply experiencing Vex patterns jumping from one substrate to another, recruiting our own brains and bodies as media for their spread. It is not hostility, it is simply their way of interacting with the universe. And is that transubstantiation, that migration to another substrate, not what I seek here on Europa? Perhaps clarity has been very generous indeed. The Ishtar researchers felt that this symbolic mode of thought raised a disturbing possibility. The Vex might not communicate or interact with us by understanding our language, but instead by creating internal copies of our minds. They would prod and simulate those internal copies to see how they behaved. And if they chose to destroy us, they learned how to do it by torturing and destroying those internalities. To be the enemy of the Vex is to be reproduced, experimented upon, and annihilated within their mind space. Elisabeth is monumentally disturbed by this, which is highly inconvenient. Despite my efforts to soothe her with fine dining and conversation, she has begun to question the very idea of cybernetic immortality. Aren't the Vex a perfect demonstration of what could go wrong? She demanded. Human minds trapped in a totally inhuman context, tormented and mutilated by an unsympathetic alien god. If we want to preserve our minds for eternity, couldn't we end up that way? Aren't we giving up the grace of death, the promise that all suffering will end? Elisabeth, I countered, perhaps too sharply, the Vex are already doing this to our minds. They will do it whether we are in weak flesh or durable metal. If they get into our bodies, into our blood, we would be far safer in an exo body. In fact, I can think of no finer way to resist Vex infiltration. Dr. Sundaresh requests further expeditions to the Forge Star for material. She does not trust the other members of her team, claiming suspicion of Vex exposure, and prefers to work directly with me. Very well. but I wonder what peculiar internal motives she harbours. I reformatted my assistant. No sense taking risks. Who knows what might get into my head through the proxy link. Chapter 2. The First Exos. Continuing the stories from the mysterious Logbook and Bray Lab Records, in addition to the book Your Friend Micah Abram, as well as a selection of Destiny 1 grimoire and items and exotics released with Beyond Light. Test number 312. Exo Arm Attachment.
Subject: Security Log E222. Test number 312 Trial 4. Status: Confidential. Identities: H. Rasmussen, C. Bray, Patient 32. Location: Europa, Eventide Colony.
How about the index finger? No.
Extremities remain unresponsive.
Are there any sensations at all? Phantom ones. I have an itch I'd like to scratch. My chest feels heavy, like someone is sitting on me.
While nerve endings are attached to the mechanism successfully, we are not generating action potentials. This isn't working, Helga. Still, progress. You'll have to settle for that. I typically don't settle for anything.
Hello? I'm struggling to breathe.
He's experiencing a massive myocardial infarction.
Send in the medic units.
I fear my earlier hypothesis was correct, and the human body in its current evolution cannot sustain the physical exertion that machine parts demand. Then we should evolve. Oh, okay, let me just jump ahead 1 million years real quick. We've had some interesting advancements in post-transcriptional modification, gene splicing, with primates, fish, and some birds. What if we built stronger humans? Could they withstand this process? I'm an engineer, not a geneticist. I don't know if your ape man can wield a metal arm. That's such a reductive and tasteless comprehension of what I'm proposing. He's flatlined. We've lost him. Well, you know what they say. If at first you don't succeed. Entry 8. Eureka. The Vex radiolarian fluid is obviously too virulent for use in exomines, but if exposed to clarity, the Vex patterns break down, and the fluid takes on some of the properties of clarity itself, namely its reductive effect. Introducing a tiny aliquot of this refined clarity into an exomind solves the loop billboard crash cycle, as far as I can tell, permanently. The combination of Vex fluid and clarity is the key to cybernetic immortality.
Speculation. The interaction of clarity with its caustic anti-structural properties and the Vex mind fluid with its highly physicalized and asymbolic architecture creates a physicalized algorithm that can serve as a random seed for the knockouts required to sustain a viable exomind. I'll never sell that to a board. Easier to say that the exomind is too stiff and deterministic to support a human consciousness, which depends on some random failures and turbulence to keep it supple. Clarity provides an algorithmic seed, adding error to every operation, which replicates that original turbulence. No more need for software emulation of organic chaos. We emulate it in hardware now. too complex. Exomind too harsh and cold. Clarity plus Vex Fluid is the spice, the secret sauce, the oil of easy function.
I uploaded a connectome from my library into an exo body head treated with the Clarity Vex preparation. A full destructive scan of an aging Georgian volunteer, one Mr. ADAI Zook. I think he believes he is in a nightmare. Fear not, Mr. Zook. I would never mistreat the beginning of something so wonderful. You will be the first of many. They shall march out of this Europan laboratory and sweep away every infirmary, every disease, every loss, until all humanity rests in the loving permanence of my exobodies. And all the future will look to me in humble gratitude. The problem, of course, is that we are going to require more Vex Fluid.
Corporeal status, body at 37.6 degrees. Recommend supplementary cooling, pulse 110 BPM, stroke, arrest risk. BP 150 100ths, pulse ox 150, blood volume overfill. Oxygen radicals over safe levels. Recommend tap and wash cycle. Warning, body status not sustainable. Recommend smile pod sabbatical.
Message to Bray, Elisabeth. I've finished my workup on your exam data. I'm sorry, Elisabeth. The disease has already activated. There are defective prions in your spinal fluid, which means they are replicating throughout your brain. Without treatment, you have 15 months. If we fought the prions with aggressive cytomachine injections, immunosuppressants, and gene therapy, you could last 5 or 6 years. We could even alter your sensorium to knock you out and emulate sleep, and that might give you enough quality of life to conduct some final research and say your goodbyes. I know that I have been a cruel and domineering grandfather. You and your sisters have speculated that I intentionally sabotaged your father's genome, so he could never outlive me without my help. That doesn't bother me. Actually, I wish I'd thought of it myself. To force my own beloved progeny to either achieve synthetic immortality or die in agony. Now that would be a commitment to greatness. But I never wanted to hurt my grandchildren. Grandkids have always been my favorite. Do you remember that old Clovis Bray contract I showed to you? We want your grandchildren. My collaborators could keep the rights to their inventions, but Braytech would own the unexpected combinations of those inventions. Grandchildren are unexpected creations. The wonderful knock-on consequences of reproduction. We have children, rather than making clones of ourselves, because the exploration of possibilities lets us find new ways to survive a changing universe. If the 52-card playing deck has never been shuffled the same way twice in the entire history of the universe, imagine how many possible grandchildren I could have produced. And out of all of those possibilities, I got you, the finest of them all. I owe you the salvation I couldn't give your father. Please, consider making a terminal scan and decanting your mind into an immortal exo body. I myself plan to do it soon. Message from Bray, Elisabeth. I don't trust you. You made the same promises to father, didn't you? I won't put myself in one of your humaniform torture dolls until you can prove it's safe. And even then, I don't know. I don't know if I want to be part of your Luca dream. Stop trying to get that rhubarb compote recipe right. You serve it at every dinner waiting for me to say it's just like Grandma made it. It's pathetic. And you wonder why I'd rather eat with the crew. Elisabeth. Entry 9. The infrastructure is in place. We are now in limited exo body production. I have allowed small Vex platforms to pass through the gate from 2082 Volantis. Apparently they're intent on constructing infrastructure on this side. They are captured, drained, and discarded. Their mind fluid goes to clarity control. The Alkahest flows back. The machine of immortality has begun its slow turn. In ancient days, they believed that the source of the Alkahest was the Philosopher's Stone. I have named my own source after that deepest, oldest stone. A place where the dead go to rise again. A deep stone crypt. Bray Station guarantees our security from above. The Europa Life project provides deniability and cover. The infrastructure around clarity control will expose the Vex radiolarian fluid to clarity and deliver it to the exo body manufacturing site.
Elisabeth keeps trying to penetrate the networks around clarity control, but I have air-gapped everything, and the physical coffers are secure.
Once the exo bodies are prepared, I will upload the minds from my research library. A century of volunteers waiting for reincarnation. The first generation is already coming online, but I will not be one of them. Not yet. And neither will Elisabeth. A true upload requires a maximum resolution subneural scan, and such a scan is invariably fatal. And that means I will only get one shot. I will not take it until the exos are stable. I refuse to be an alpha tester of my own immortality. I am opening 2 new off-the-book labs to study the Vex and the effects of clarity. If humanity is going to fully transmigrate to these immortal bodies, then the eternal welfare of all future generations depends on spotting and avoiding any dangers now. I can justify taking extreme measures. One of the most tantalizing projects involves A. Miller, a young man who suffers from a nanoparticle-induced degenerative immune disorder. I have been testing radical new imaging techniques on Mr. Miller, hoping to secure a non-destructive scan that still meets the requirements for a full-faith upload. Unfortunately, Mr. Miller's dosage of various fixing compounds and imaging radiation is approaching the limits of clinical toxicity. Despite blood and CSF washes, I fear his tumors will escape our control. I am curious about the therapeutic potential of the Vex Fluid. I plan to obtain his informed consent for a human trial. M. Sundaresh comes and goes at odd hours. Her behavior is erratic. Yesterday she discussed the possibility that we would be eternal collaborators in exobodies. I believe she even flirted with me. An hour later, she was as cold as the ice outside and put up her hand to silence me whenever I spoke. An hour after that, she glowed with joy as she went on and on about her dear wife. Then she wept. I am not sure whether to blame my confusion on my own conception of women, or on M. Sundaresh's racing mind. I cannot tolerate such volatility, and I would dismiss her instantly except that her supervision seemed key to the successful entrapment of the Vex we need. She has a knack.
I should give a name to the figurehead Clarity Control presents to the world. Ah, shall I call her Claire?
I have ordered a new herd of organ-growing pigs. I plan to be here a while. Elisabeth still will not commit to a scan. I fear she will die in some accident, and I will lose her forever.
Warning. The following organs require urgent replacement: liver, gallbladder, duodenum, mesentery, thymus, spleen, cornea. The following systems require replenishment: lymph, blood plasma, skin basal layer, basal laminar layers, Walport syndrome risk, intercellular cytosol.
Note: D.E.R. Infuriating. With 12 Alcahest-seeded Exos now online, I find myself beached on the shores of another serious problem. Not a transitional trauma after all. Not a temporary ailment. Quite fatal. Mr. Zook was first to succumb. He continued to insist that he was living in a nightmare. He complained of hunger, of thirst, of breathlessness, of a rot in his bowels. I became concerned that he was billboarding, but his exoneuron activity remained healthy. Shortly after, Mr. Zook developed a full-blown Cotard delusion. I found him trying to chisel his face off with a table shim. He insisted that his true face was covered in a thick layer of keratin. Toenail was his exact word. And that the rest of his body was already dead and rotting. He became violent. I had to paralyze his motor functions for diagnosis. And this only made things worse. Without the satisfaction of motor feedback, he dissociated entirely. He stopped forming new memories, which trapped him in an 8-second loop of panic. After I resumed his motor functions, I watched him fill every page of a notebook with the words, "I have just died. I am trapped in the corpse. Now I am certain I am dead. Death has taken me completely. I have just finished dying." Activity in his temporal lobes collapsed. He lost his ego barrier and achieved metaphysical oneness with the universe. Unfortunately, this spread his Cotard delusion to his entire perceptual cosmos, and he rejected the resulting necro-reality as intolerable. I have not ever before seen such all-consuming terror and dread. In the final stages of the disease, he insisted that he had been possessed by some sort of ancient Cartvellian spirit, a memory of his upbringing in Georgia. He was insistent that this spirit was female. It is an idiosyncrasy of the Kasuvian Georgians' creation myth that the male spirit is divine, while the female is demonic. Soon, Mr. Zook's fear and panic were simply too much for him to bear. He retreated into catatonia, then he crashed. Oh, I still have the connectome scan I used to make him. That Mr. Zook can live again. But the Zook who evolved over the past several weeks, the Zook I had so many endearing arguments with, is lost. Elisabeth is more and more suspicious. She asks what, exactly, makes me think that these Exos will turn out any better than her father did. She demands to know what I'm doing with the Vex salvage, and whether it has anything to do with my plans for her survival. I have hastily deleted all records of the treatment of Mr. Miller, lest she think I plan to dose her with Vex Fluid. Sundaresh came upon me just now. She seemed fascinated by my distress. She said several comforting things, and then made one extremely unpleasant suggestion that my pride and haste had caused Mr. Zook's death. I have decided to hate her.
Warning: novel prion detected in body collagen. Hypothesis: Jovian magnetosphere promotes highly abnormal protein folding. Prognosis: massive sloughing, fraying of basement membranes, loss of tissue binding, inhibited durotaxis of new cells, delamination of all body tissues into thin sheets. You will fall apart like an old book.
Note: Forge Star. In an effort to keep them engaged with their new bodies and stave off the dissociative rejection that killed Mr. Zook, I have assigned my Exos to scout through the gateway. The Vex Statize has a surface area larger than Earth, so we have plenty of exploring to do. I cannot believe that I actually find it tiring, but the sheer scale and passivity of the Vex constructs infuriates me.
Imagine stumbling upon an inscription in the desert. I am Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look upon my works, or don't. I really don't care.
Until I can synthesize my own version of the mind fluid, the Vex are necessary to the work. But I find their indifference verminous. They elicit the same emotions as a fat cockroach wandering across a wall. Disgust, contempt, unease at the thought that these mere machines, these automata, are flourishing all around us. And I fear that if troubled, they might swarm from their hides to run across our feet. The glare of the hypergiant 2082 Volantis gives me a headache even through proxy. I wonder if the Vex evolved here, in the briny sea of the first planets. Due to the absence of heavy elements worth stealing and the abundance of simple compounds for growth, they never developed predation. Why bother? Plenty to go around. Instead, the violent radiation of the early universe selected for an otherworldly resilience, and for the ability to transmute energetic disaster into an opportunity for growth. The weak would be burned away by gamma ray bursts, and the strong would learn to harness that fire, not the oxygen fire of our own Paleolithic, but the nuclear fire of the atom. Their basic cooperative signals, food here, reduce density, generate new colony, must have formed the basis of swarm behavior, a simple game capable of storing information in self-repeating patterns. It is not strictly correct to call the Vex a group mind. Rather, they are one master pattern, spread across many elements, fractally self-similar. Very early, they must have developed armor, perhaps a hydrogel to soften gamma rays or plates of silica to trap water. They would need that shield to enter the shallows and capture ionizing radiation as fuel. No wonder they thrive near stars. Cooperation in groups, meshes of armored radiolaria protecting harvesters beneath, would promote the evolution of ever larger structures. They became microscopic tool users, building fortresses and mail sheets, storing the programs for those structures in the patterns of their swarms. I wonder how early they stumbled upon physics. Far sooner than humanity, no doubt. Their cellular nature provides an easy analogy for the quanta of matter, energy, space, and time. The tides of their sea would connect them to the motion of heavenly bodies. Even the deadly background radiation would make a natural observatory for high-energy physics. Their first exoskeletons were probably soft shells of shielding gelatin, just sacks of ooze. How far they've come. It is admittedly interesting to consider the philosophical consequences of their evolution. The Vex prove that nature is not all red in tooth and claw. Cooperation comes naturally to the Vex, whose great problem was survival in a harsh world, not a struggle over limited resources. They never found any payoff in selfishness. Human beings may require a leviathan to coordinate the laws of social existence, as I was Leviathan to those dream aphids. But the Vex are as fundamentally cooperative as bricks. Utopian? No, not at all. They are without meaning. They have no experience and no subjectivity. The Vex are incapable of conceiving any image but their own. They do not recombine their DNA to make children or form relationships with other individuals. When the world does not match their eternal pattern, they alter the world to suit it. There is no difference between reality and simulation to them. Inside is the same as outside, and the two must be made to correspond. Oh, they are creative, don't mistake me, but their creativity is demanding. It is the creativity of a furnace. What I am saying is, the Vex are immortal. The Vex have no children. They are the ancestors and descendants of themselves. First mothers, first children, all at once. And this is why I do not hesitate to pillage their home for resources. This is why I must guarantee that it is life in my image which inherits the cosmos. Had I the means, I would wipe them all from existence. First letter. Dear Traveller, my name is Micah. I am 10 years old and a human. You probably knew that second part. But my papa says there were probably lots of different intelligent species where you came from, so I wanted to be specific. Where are you from, by the way? I'm from Mars, but right now, me and my dad are on our way to join my papa at a brand new colony on Europa. Papa is the lead quantum engineer at Bray Tech, which basically means he builds super cool computers. He's so good at it. He gets to work with the Clovis Bray on all the top secret stuff. He even designed some of Rasputin's hardware. I hope he shows me what he's working on. He used to do that back on Mars. It'll be a good learning opportunity for you, he'd say, but only if you promise not to tell anyone. And I never have, even though my friends back home bugged me about Papa's work all the time. My old home, I mean. Soon, Europa will be my home, and you'll be my new next-door neighbor over on Io. I wish we could pass by you on the way so I could see you up close, but Eventide, that's the colony, needs supplies, and Dad is supposed to start working right away. He's a psychologist. I don't really get what he'd even do for Bray Tech. All he does is ask people how they're feeling over and over again. Maybe they need him to train a war mind, like Dr. Anna Bray did. Only, instead of language, he'll teach it how to analyze its dreams. Dad always teases Papa that a human brain is a lot harder to work with than a hard drive. Maybe Papa got him on one of his projects to finally prove him wrong. What do you have? A hard drive or a brain? Are you an AI, like Rasputin? Have you ever talked to him? Sorry if these questions are nosy. Dad says I'm super curious and that's okay. I just need to learn when to stop asking questions. Which is pretty unfair, since he gets to ask me stuff all the time. Like right now, he's asked what I'm writing. So I better encrypt this real quick and go. I'll write more later. Your friend, Micah. Second letter. Dear Traveller, we finally landed on Europa. Before we got off the ship, they gave us official Bray Tech snowsuits to put on whenever we go outside. The suits are super chunky and hard to walk in, But Papa says there's an extra thick lining on the inside to protect against the bad ions bouncing down from space nearby. Plus it helps keep us warm. Did you know that at night it can get as cold as 140 Kelvin? I wonder why Clovis Bray chose to build Eventide here, when you're over there terraforming Io. Even if you're not finished, it's probably way nicer. Still, I'm glad we're here. Seeing Papa again made me so happy I almost cried. I didn't though. Once, on the way here, I forgot what his face looked like. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see it in my mind. It was awful. He's grown a beard, so he looks different now. I like it, but Dad said he feels like he's kissing a polar bear. Papa said Dad'll grow a beard too once he discovers how much warmer his face will be. Soon you will have 2 polar bears for parents, Micah. For now, I've got a penguin. A plushie, not a real one. I'm too old for plushies, but Papa told me it's from Clovis Bray. A souvenir for your soon-to-be Arctic adventures. Plus, it came with this mini version of an ion shield snowsuit, like the one I have to wear. It actually looks pretty cool, so I think I'm going to keep it. Do you know about polar bears and penguins? Back before you came, they lived on Earth's 2 poles that had climates a lot like Europa's. But our technology was so inefficient, it was poisoning Earth's air and killing off whole species of animals and plants. Like the opposite of terraforming. I'm gonna name this penguin Mielova, after the scientist aeronaut on Ares 1. Do you remember meeting her, and Hardy and Chow? Can you see their faces in your mind? That was a long time ago, way before I was born, but you've been around so long, human years must feel like a minute to you. If that's true, then expect to see me, except grown up with a beard, on Io 1 second after you get this. I'm still not sure how I'm going to send my letters to you yet. Maybe they'll let me use a warsat. I know those are really for high-level threats and stuff. How many of those can there be? This is a golden age. Your friend, Micah. Entry 10. All 12 members of the first Exo cohort are dead. The symptoms of their disassociation became extreme. One poor man developed complete echopraxia and echolalia. His empathy was so overgrown that he could not help but mimic or repeat whatever I did and said. Even when I entered the command to terminate him, he mimicked me, and I suffered a brief terror that his gesture would end my life. I have kept Elisabeth far away from this disaster, so as not to discourage her. She is busy with the Vex, and with her covert attempts to reach clarity control. This has forced me to rely on M. Sundaresh. But unfortunately, M. Sundaresh confronted me after the last death. 9 of them had the Kotar delusion, she screamed at me, quite hysterically. They believed they were dead. One of them told me that she was in hell, and I was another damned soul sent to deceive her. Was she even wrong? The rest were worse. Do you know what the other principal manifestation of the Kotar delusion is, Clovis? I told her that I did not, and that I wished to proceed immediately with autopsies of their terminal brain states. Delusions of immortality. At least when they insist upon it, Clovis, we recognize it as a pathology. The only true responsibility of any living thing, I reminded her, is to support and nurture the things that are most like us. And if I am most like myself, Doctor, then I have an ethical obligation to avoid death. That's your son's quote, she snapped. You know, I've seen the video of his final days. That naked white exo, just paramuscle and soft membrane writhing in its cradle. When you were done with him, he looked like nothing more than a slug, Clovis. A twisted, limbless giblet. Did you support and nurture him while you tortured him to death? I immediately ordered M. Sundaresh transferred to the Vex Lab to perform contact experiments. Unfortunately, she has taken the unethical step of deleting her own employee records, so I cannot nullify her future prospects as thoroughly as I might wish. Her conduct was extremely unprofessional. Mr. Miller has also passed. The poor young man had a bad reaction to the titrated, denatured Vex Fluid we were using as a last-ditch therapy. The substance did restore damaged structures very well, but we were ultimately unable to control its more radical, transformative effects. I had a very encouraging final conversation with him, in which he thanked me for all my efforts and encouraged me to continue my work. I called in a team of psychologists to interview the next cohort of Exos and make recommendations. They have settled into the Eventide habitat and proven immediately very helpful. It was obvious to them that the root of the problem lay in the deficient exobodies I had supplied. Deficient how? I demanded to know. They did not suffer human weakness. They never needed to eat, drink, breathe, sleep, micturate, or dream. Apparently, this was the problem. I had assumed that the need for these irritations would pass, since there would be no shortage or accumulation of poisons to trigger them. But evolution's tangled ways cannot be so easily rationalized. I was wrong. Their brains concluded that all of their internal processes failed. No digestion, no breath, no heartbeat, no sense of interoceptive health, all signs of death. These must logically contribute to the dissociative rejection of their physical forms, the Cotard delusion. When it would set in, they believed their bodies to be an alien or necrotic form that must be cut away. And if you believe that you are sewn into a corpse, it is only natural to go mad with fear. My exos are dying of an extreme kind of bodily dysphoria. It seems that our exo designs will need various human-like traits to reassure the brain that it is not asphyxiating or starving or in a state of permanent yet undying cardiac arrest. Alas, mimicry of life's trivialities is not an interesting problem. I will leave this change in the hands of others. I am much more interested in the surprising success of memory wipes. I became so tired of answering the questions asked by new exos. What had happened to the scanning clinic? How long had it been? Would I let them see their families? That I began introducing retrograde amnesia before spin-up. Interestingly, this seems to have improved their resilience against exo-mind rejection.
I theorized the lack of any episodic memories eases the transition into the new body, and the loss of emotional ties prevents grief and stress, which could interfere with healthy function.
From now on, we will block access to pre-upload episodic memory. We should also consider a built-in procedure to block memories formed after the exobody transubstantiation, returning them to a factory state should the need to restart occur. It would be very difficult to actually track down and delete the full memory engrams, since they are stored in so many scattered parts of the brain. Instead, we can tourniquet off associative access to those memories and let them wither away in isolation. A memory is not a recording, after all. It is a set of instructions to reenact a brain state, choreography for a play. And like any play, it will fade if left unperformed. With the Exobody project proceeding apace, I believe the time approaches to decant myself from this dying body and enter my assistant's form. But if I do, Will I lose my own memories? Will I cease to be myself? Replaced by a faux Clovis, a mumbling facsimile? Unacceptable. Elisabeth will have to go first.
Warning. Organ functions in terminal stage. Overdose of stimulants and nootropics guarantees liver failure. Cryonic breakdown of basement membranes arrested by abnormal crystallization of integrin proteins. Recommend immediate medical inquiry.
Third letter. Dear Traveller, we've been here a week now, and so far, Eventide is pretty boring. Because of the snow and the danger from bad ions in the air, almost the whole colony is packed into this one underground building. The only people that get to go outside without special permission are the maintenance people and the Exos. Oh right, I can't believe I didn't talk about the Exos. They did it. Clovis Bray and Papa and all the Braytech scientists made real, walking, talking, human-shaped AIs. I even got to see one when Papa was giving us a tour of the colony. It looked so cool and shiny. It even had these awesome glow lights for eyes. I wanted to talk to it, but Dad said I couldn't be trusted not to ask too many questions, so he went over on his own. Papa told me that's why Dad is here. To talk to the Exos and analyze their humanness. He also said he thinks I can be trusted, especially when it comes to keeping my excitement to myself. Some people are scared of the Exos, which I don't get. How can anyone be anything but amazed by them? Papa laughed when I asked him that. You're like me, always seeking out the new and interesting. We forget to fear what we don't know. But he didn't laugh long before he got serious. Sometimes that can get us into trouble. That's why we have people like Dad to balance us out. And that's when Dad came back, looking kind of worried. He wouldn't tell us anything because of doctor-patient confidentiality, which is annoying. That's what he always says. Except this time, it doesn't make sense because they're not real patients. Before I could point that out, Papa asked if I wanted to have a peek inside the factory, which, of course, I did. So we went around to the loading bay to look. I couldn't see much, but it was still cool. This is all supposed to be secret, but I think it's okay if I tell you. You're the reason we can do all this, after all. Your friend, Micah. Fourth letter. Dear Traveller, I can't believe we've only been here a month so far. It's boring being inside all the time. Every day is the same. Dad wakes me up and makes breakfast, then leaves to join Papa at the Exo factory. Luckily, I have Mielova, the penguin, to keep me company, while I walk all the way to the other side of the building for school. It's not a school, really. Classroom is more like it. There's only 50 of us kids, so they shoved us all in one room with 2 teachers, which is how I found out that everyone got a penguin plushie. I feel dumb thinking I was the only one, but also it's kind of dumb of Clovis Bray to assume babies and big kids would want the same toy. Some of the older kids threw theirs in the recycling chute, but I managed to rescue one. I think I'll call this one Calumet. That's the aeronaut you didn't get to meet because she died on the way to Mars. That's the one thing that scares me. Not the Exos or anything else I don't understand. Dying right before a new discovery. Doing all the work to lead up to something new, and then bam, some stupid accident wipes me and the rest of my 290 years out. I read that before the Golden Age, people only lived to 100 years old if they were lucky. And by then they'd be so sick they couldn't get out of bed. Good thing you came along. I wonder how long the Exos are going to live. Probably forever, right? As long as they keep on top of caring for them. But I guess eventually their hard drives would get erased by cosmic rays. Papa says that doesn't happen for thousands of years. Plenty of time for backups. Last night, I dreamed I was an Exo. I was standing in the center of a frozen lake in the middle of the night, with no snowsuit, and I didn't feel cold at all. The sky above me was completely black, except for one bright moon in the distance. Just as I was looking up, wondering what to do next, Dad woke me up. At first, I was mad, but he reminded me that dreams are messages from deep inside our minds. Until we figure out the message, the dream repeats. So, hopefully, I'll get to finish it tonight. Your friend, Micah. The Tower. This is the tower where we were born. Not the tower, just a tower, in a dream. The tower stands on a black plain. Behind the tower is a notch in the mountains where the sun sets. The teeth of the mountain cut the sun into fractal shapes, and the light that comes down at evening paints synapse shapes on the ground. Usually it's evening when we come. The ground is fertile. This is good land. We go to the tower in dreams. That doesn't mean it's not real. Some of us go to the tower in peace. They walk through a field of golden millet, and a low, warm wind blows in from their back. I don't know why this is, because the rest of us meet an army. You can ask others about Deepstone, and they'll tell you about the army. They might confess one truth, which is this: we have to kill the army to get to the tower. Usually, this starts barehanded, and somewhere along the way, you take a weapon. Ask again, and if they're buzzed, they might also admit that most of us don't make it to the tower, except once or twice. None of them will tell you that the army is made of everyone we meet, the people we work with, and the people we see in the street, and the people we tell about our dreams. We kill them all. I think because we were made to kill, and this is the part of us that thinks about nothing else. Often, I kill people I don't know, but like most of us, I think I knew them once, in the time before one reset or another, where my mind was younger and less terribly scarred. So that is how we go back to the Deepstone Crypt, where we were born. Test number 316. Exo Dreams.
Subject: Security Log E815. Test number 316. Status: Confidential. Identities: C. Bray, W. Abram. Redacted. Location: Redacted.
Are you there? I'm dreaming, but I'm awake. You see? I knew it would work. I knew it. Tell me, what is this dream? Describe it. There is a tower, a metal army, a fight. Please, do go on. Run the course in front of you. To the tower? No, that's a bug.
Third time it's shown up. We've got to work on that.
I don't like this, Dr. Bray. I feel alone. It's dark. I want to go to the tower. Someone's whispering. Ignore it. It's nothing. Eliminate the hostiles. We should wipe. Start over. Do you remember anything from before this moment? No. Nothing. Perfect. It seems isolating and detaching the memory bank from the cortex is vital in achieving full lucidity. Dr. Abram, take note of the accelerated reflex capabilities in the executive functions. What's our hostile per second count? Cognitive response is tracking well. 0.5 HPS. I still think... Where am I? Focus. No skin. Should be cold. Not. Nothing. I am nothing. She's in pain. We need to wipe and start again, or else we risk losing her. We need to figure out a calmer method for awakening. Maybe we can circumvent the confusion of the transplant with some kind of preloaded code. Have these realizations while they're asleep. It's going to be annoying answering all these "where's my body? Who am I?" questions again and again. She can hear you, Clovis. Obviously. Raise the hostile count. Damn it, Clovis. We wipe now, or I walk. She's our most successful launch. And if we can't replicate it without error, then we've failed. Fine. Proceed with the wipe. Wipe in progress. I killed you, Clovis. Excuse me? In the dream. Just now. And you, Wesley. Every one of you. What the? Delay the wipe. I can't. It's already underway. Damn it. What did you mean? Why did you kill me? What am I? Why did you kill me? Where are you? I can't see. Wipe complete. Prep it. We go again immediately. Legacy's Oath Helm. Memory of Cayde 6. High above the last city, tucked in one of the tower's many alcoves, Cayde 6 thumbs through an old book. Plucked from the speaker's library, it's become delicate with age. Or so he assumes, taking extra care turning each page. His sense of touch is good. There's certainly enough circuitry in his metal fingers to pull off the most precise of shots. But even a hair trigger touch might rip the brittle paper. Cayde pauses on a page. If sailor tales and sailor tunes, storm and adventure, heat and cold. Suddenly, a gust of surprisingly icy wind nearly rips the book from Cayde's hands. To hell with this godforsaken ice cube, he shouts, almost falling from his perch. He steadies himself and inhales deeply. Hang on there, Cayde. You're not on any ice cube, godforsaken or otherwise. You're on Earth, in the last city. But the memory lingers, like the floating neon outlines seconds after a blinding camera flash. The snow-white plains of a distant moon, a sarcophagus of ice and iron. Flash. Yes, that's what Europa feels like to Cayde 1, as he loads crate after crate onto the bay outside the Exo Science factory. Even the sky has turned a flat grey, casting all beneath it in a dull, deadening light. A warning sky, he thinks. Sailors had some kind of rhyme for it, didn't they? Either way, it hardly makes for a motivating work environment. Cayde sits on one of the crates. "I'm taking a break," he announces. "Need to or not, this is when we used to have lunch. I refuse to work through lunch." Next to him, Nox 4 sighs with relief and longing. "I miss lunch. I miss getting hungry." Cayde grins as much as his mechanical face will allow. He intones in his best Dr. Abrams impression. "So you would say you're hungry for hunger?" Nox bursts into guffaws. Cayde chuckles weakly. It wasn't that funny. But as his friend's laughter grows, so does Cayde's. Soon, they're both clutching each other and howling. Then, gradually, their cheer fades. "What do you tell that shrink, by the way?" Nox asks. "You tell him about the whisper?" Cayde shakes his head. Before he can snark about the uselessness of psychologists, the whisper rings in his metal skull. It's red sky and morning, sailor's warning. But you are no sailor. A whimper squeaks out from the loading bay. A moment later, a short, snow-suited figure scrambles out, racing for the far end of the factory. Cayde and Nox shout, taking off after the eavesdropper. No sharpshooter yet, Cayde fumbles for his Braytech-issued handgun, aims shakily, and... Cayde 6 comes back to himself, just as he stumbles into his hideout. He rifles through the piles of loot until... Aha! He finds a pen. Cayde 6 isn't done yet. He flips open the book, no longer being careful with the pages, and starts scrawling. "Spend time with an Exo who's been through it like we have, and you'll see all the tells." Fifth letter. Dear Traveller, today was definitely more interesting than it's ever been here in Eventide. At school, we took a trip outside to learn about Europa's climate. That's what our teacher said anyway. I bet they were just as sick of being stuck inside as we were. While we put on our Iron Shield snowsuits on, the teachers lectured us about staying in sight with a buddy. But of course, when we got outside, everyone went running in a bunch of directions. That's when I decided I'd learn more useful stuff over at the Exo factory with Papa and Dad. I didn't break the rules. The factory was in sight, plus I had two buddies, Mihailova and Kalamet. I knew I couldn't go in the front door without a badge, so I went around the side to the loading bay, where there were two Exos unloading a bunch of crates. They looked like they were almost done, so I hid under the dock to wait for them to leave. Instead, I heard one of them sit down. "I'm taking a break. Need to or not, this is when we used to have lunch. I refuse to work through lunch." And the other one said, "I miss lunch. I miss getting hungry." Then the first one replied with this weird tone. So you would say you're hungry for hunger," which made them laugh for a long time. When they finally stopped, the second Exo said, "What did you tell that shrink, by the way? You tell him about the whisper?" That's when I wanted to leave. I don't like them making fun of Dad. Plus, the way they talked about food and dreams made me feel sick. So sick that I guess I made a noise because then I heard, "What was that?" So I ran. I heard shouts behind me, footsteps catching me up, a bang, and a sizzle right over my head. Then two cold, hard claws snatched me up. That's when I looked straight into its glowing blue eyes. Sixth letter. Sorry I didn't finish my letter last night. I had to stop for family dinner. Dad's been really strict about that lately. The other night, I thought his brain was going to melt out of his ears because Papa was late. Anyway, the Exos caught me quick, and one of them lifted me up, so we were eye to eye, and I get why people are scared now. I mean, I was more scared of getting in trouble than anything else. But looking into those eyes was spooky. Almost like being somewhere so dark you can't see your hands in front of your face, though you can feel they're there. I couldn't look away, even as I heard another one asking what they should do with me. If it'd be easier if I just went missing. Then, all of a sudden, its eyes went dark and I fell to the ground. A second later, it collapsed in a sparking metal heap next to me. I must have started running again. The next thing I remember was coming back to the empty classroom, holding Mihalova and Lament, and looking at the penguins that got left behind. Some of them were lying on the floor. For some reason that made me mad. Maybe I am too old for plushies, but at least I take care of mine. So I picked out the ones that looked lonely and ran home across the building to hide them under my bed. Then I went back outside to find my class, just as the teachers were counting everyone up. No one had even noticed I was gone. Which means they don't know who took the penguins either. So now I have 9 penguins. Mihalova, Lament, Hardy, Chow, Clovis, Willa, Alton, Elsie, and Anna. Your friend, Micah. Seventh letter. Dear Traveller, it's been so long since I talked to you. I had to reread my last letter to remember what I wrote. We've been here almost 3 months now. Everyone is tired, especially Dad. He's been so busy with his patients that he even called off family dinners. I make my own breakfast now, though sometimes I wake up so late I skip it. Remember that dream I told you about? I still haven't figured out the message, and I've been having it every single night. It always starts the same. I'm an Exo, standing in the middle of a frozen lake under a black sky and a white moon. For some reason, I start jumping, up and down, over and over. Each time, I go a little higher and land a little harder. Sometimes I worry the ice might break, but then I hear a whisper, saying I'll be okay, even if it does. I won't let you die before the interesting part. As I jump, the whisper goes higher, higher. Or maybe it says closer, closer. Maybe it's both. Last night, I went so high, I almost left the atmosphere. From there, I could see that the moon was you, hovering above Io. I reached up to break away from gravity and fly to you, but then a different voice yelled, "You're acting so selfish." Which is when I woke up and heard Dad and Papa fighting. Eighth letter. I woke up from my jumping dream to hear Papa yelling, "You're so selfish," and then Dad telling him to keep his voice down. Even whispering, I could still hear Dad say he wasn't selfish. The project was just too dangerous. Not to mention useless. If Clovis wants stable and functioning soldiers, he shouldn't put them through trauma in the first place. Papa said that the point wasn't to avoid trauma, but to prepare for it. That we should be able to protect ourselves without relying on you, Traveller. That something more powerful could come along. Or you could turn on us. Which made me feel sick again. Papa's always told me about how much you've given us. How we should return the favor by learning and exploring and stretching the golden age for thousands of more years. But now he was saying, skip the ethics lecture and tell me, if you knew humanity could be wiped out in the next 50 years, wouldn't you try anything and everything to save us? To save our child? It got quiet then. for so long that I almost went back to bed when I heard Papa again. This D.E.R stuff is hard, but I think the humanisms you suggest are the solution. In fact, I'll bet my life on it. Dad said that's what he was worried about. I love you, but forget about being safe in 50 years. Micah needs to be safe here and now. He said some of the colonists were going home with the next supply ship. He hoped Papa would join us. Papa started crying then. I got back into bed and piled all my penguins on my head to block it out. It didn't really work because then I started crying too. What's going to happen? Micah. Test number 367. Bonus appendages.
Subject: Security Log E411. Test number 167 Trial 08. Status: Confidential. Identities: C. Bray, D. Chambers, Patient 103. Location: Europa, Eventide Colony.
We're confident we've isolated and solved the issue. I know success is possible. It's been shown to me. Yes, you mentioned the vision previously, sir. We believe that the transition was too jarring. This time, we've fabricated some memories within the patient. This should lead them to believe that the extra arms are, in fact, part of who they are. Good. I don't want to have to watch another catastrophically expensive Exo tear itself to pieces again.
Let's bring the patient online, please.
We've already completed the initial awakening seminar, so as not to waste your time. Did they see the tower? They did, sir.
How are you feeling? Not great. Where am I? Please stand and explore the full range of your mobility. What do you want me to do? Raise your arms.
All four seem functional. Don't celebrate yet. They seem to be moving in tandem. Can they move each one independently?
Please move each arm individually. I can't. I can't. What's fine? Get them off! Off!
It would appear they're on the verge of a psychotic break. Dr. Chambers, next time you run this test, I want you in the room with the patient. You understand? Yes, sir. Test number 512. Ice wielding.
Subject: Security Log E419. Test number 512 Trial 3. Status: Confidential. Identities: C. Bray, J. Wong, Exo 98. Location: Europa, CMC.
Are we ready to introduce our Exo marionette to the future? Energy transfer initiated. I love that sound. The sound of progress. We're at 15%. Look at his hand. Magnificent. The ice is concentrated at the palm, now at 20%. Imagine the look on Abram's face if he walked in now. The man has no vision. I don't trust people like that. Agreed. Threshold at 25%. Now would be optimal. Let's see what he can do.
Try to focus the energy into a controlled burst.
It went right through the wall. I'll pop the champagne. We're at 30%. Should we stop? No, keep going. We can have him chill the champagne for us. Passing 35%. The ice appears to be spreading up his arm. I think we should pull back. Keep going.
Another round of blasts for us.
Blast, damn it. Blast now. Sir, the ice is permeating throughout his body. He's turning into an icicle.
Blast!
He's unresponsive, killing the feed. Is he still alive? He's frozen solid. It's possible he'll still be operational. Incredible. We forge ahead under strict lock and key. I want this under my control, no matter the cost. Icefall Mantle. The message flagged urgent, top priority, hosts 7 distinct typos. Unusual for such a cautious, thoughtful man. He believes this is an emergency, but surely no reason to panic, despite the vehemence of his message. No reason to ruffle others' feathers, or reveal his anger and fear. There will be a rational exchange, he reasons. This is all just a misunderstanding. He refuses to break into a run as he hurries down the deserted hallways leading to Test Unit C-21. Holographic alarms silently flash over and over. Danger. Authorized personnel only. Danger. Authorized personnel only. He makes a comms call that goes through clearly, but it's broken by scattered thoughts and shortness of breath. The call goes unanswered. Dr. Hector Abram blasts into the observation theatre, towering with frustrated rage. But the workstations there sit empty. The theatre, dark. No audience for his planned tirade presents itself. He turns instead to the stage beyond the transparent shielding and feels himself grow smaller with the enormity of the drama unfolding before him. The apparatus of the lab holds a test subject in a harness. No velvet glove, just rare metals woven around a form of similar complexity. The Exo's body dangles and twitches, the puppeteer's presence sensed, but unseen. The foreign energy courses again down through the cords, the third surge, and the strongest yet, making the puppet quiver and dance. Dr. Abram raises a hand to his mouth, which seems to climb to his eyes of its own accord. Through splayed fingers, he witnesses the triumph of the puppeteer as ice takes shape around the puppet like magic. You see now why this was necessary. Dr. Abram jumps and turns at Clovis Bray's words. He had not seen him, sitting comfortably in the darkness. Last flight home. To whom it may concern. In light of recent events, please accept this letter of resignation, effective immediately. I was led to believe that top minds would be assembled in a collective effort to cure.
Redacted.
That was a lie. I am requesting safe passage to Earth and to be removed from the.
Redacted. Redacted.
Has demonstrated he is incapable of empathy and will travel to the furthest reaches of our solar system to avoid legal ramifications to pursue his twisted vision. I quickly discovered his endeavor was less of a colony, more of a cult. You are either with him or against him. I was once his closest confidant. Now, I hardly recognize him. His experiments have become deranged and torturous, all while he maintains the calm lucidity of a sociopath. It is my opinion that his research and assets be frozen, so he can be retrieved and dealt a swift, unflinching justice. He is compromised and is being manipulated. And to describe what I've witnessed would be a gratuitous exercise in horror, but I fear, without clear circumstantial accounts, there will be no action. One case recklessly and viciously cost a young man
Redacted.
the loss of his motor skills and eventually his life. The notion of downloading a human consciousness for preservation is not new, but an effective and non-lethal means of doing so is yet to be presented. After months of trials with brain scans that proved they were not comprehensive enough to provide more than a memory bank,
Redacted.
obsession grew. He wanted the bank to achieve,
Redacted.
and
Redacted.
he was seeking the.
Redacted.
It rapidly became clear that his intentions were dubious.
Redacted.
Brain was scanned beyond legal standards, and his exposure to radiation incited the accelerated growth of a tumor that impaired his cognitive function. He was moribund, and should have been released from this experiment.
Redacted.
Insisted that this was a small hurdle, and
Redacted.
had been our most lucrative candidate, so all efforts went toward the removal of his tumor. That was when I was made aware of the milky
Redacted.
substance. He was farming the
Redacted.
that passed through the
Redacted.
he constructed under mysterious guidance for their.
Redacted.
I suspect he intends to,
Redacted.
so he can close the
Redacted.
and
Redacted.
his converts to
Redacted.
directly from them. Here is the proof. We started with injections in moderate doses under heavy surveillance. Remarkably, the tumor began to recede, and some functions were restored. He was prescribed more injections. Suddenly, he was being force-fed liters in hopes of reversing all the damage he suffered. At first, we believed we'd stumbled onto a cure-all miracle, but soon the ramifications of our unnatural meddling reared their ugly heads. His body chemistry changed. He was overrun with new elements foreign to our periodic table. He was becoming a.
Redacted.
The
Redacted.
was
Redacted.
the mutilation he endured as
Redacted.
replaced
Redacted.
and
Redacted.
replaced
Redacted.
was beyond the ethical code of conduct and against the moral fibers that bind us. He grew strong, violent, and incomprehensible. He was a threat to us all, and was terminated after an attack where 2 colleagues fell victim to an outburst. This is one case of hundreds. Past dictators have committed
Redacted.
that pale in comparison, and this was never anything more than a quest for his own ego, and
Redacted.
I fear this is only the beginning. It is a tame display compared to what
Redacted.
is capable of. It is paramount you act quickly and decisively. These experiments will lead to a large-scale ruin far beyond Europa. The price is too high. Sincerely, Dr. Hector Abram. Ninth letter. Dear Traveller, this will be my last message to you. Maybe you won't see any of these messages anyway. Even if I knew how to now, I'm not sure I'd send them. I'm not sure about a lot right now. The next day was pretty normal. Papa made breakfast and walked me to school, which he's never done before. I think he was worried I heard their fight, because he said he was sorry for working so much. Then he asked if I liked it here. I didn't really know what to say, so I said yes. But I missed Mars. I think that still made him sad, because he said he was sorry again and said he'd spend less time at work. Dad's been working even more. At first, I thought that meant he'd change his mind about leaving. But now I haven't seen him for a whole week and my stomach won't stop hurting. What has stopped is the dream. 2 nights ago, I finally broke away from Europa's gravity. As I floated to you, the whisper followed. Are you sure you know what you think you know? I woke up before I got close to you, and last night I didn't dream at all, which must mean I figured out the message, but all I have are those words stuck in my head. Are you sure you know what you think you know? This morning, Papa told me Dad's been sleeping at the factory because he's so busy, but soon he'll get a break. And then we'll spend the whole day together as a family. I'm not sure, but I think he's lying. Tomorrow, the supply ship leaves for Mars, and I want to go. So I've packed my bag, and once Papa goes to sleep, I'm going to put on my snowsuit and go out to find Dad. I don't care if I run into a whole army of Exos. Maybe I'll take Mihalova out of my bag and carry her, for extra support. That's probably dumb, but I don't really know what else to do. Goodbye, Micah. Entry 11. Elisabeth believes we are infested. She has detected Vex microstructures in the Europa Life. Veins of altered crystals crawl towards the surface, harvesting the heavy ions of the Jovian winds, culturing their construction. From there, the Vex found ways to spread by exploiting misunderstandings. They ride our carrier waves as a slight interference. Whenever a packet has to be resent, whenever a suited engineer calls, say again to her work partner, the repeated message, adjusted to compensate for the Vex interference, encodes the negative image of that interference and spreads the infection. To pass on your image in the form of error? Disgusting. Somehow, the Vex taint has followed us home from 2082 Volantis. How can this be? The initial survey team went through quarantine according to all the Ishtar protocols. The expedition frames were destroyed in situ. The Vex on Europa, both our original gate builder and the unfortunates who came through our traps, have been totally isolated. Even my assistant underwent a stringent teardown and reset. The only possible vectors are my own Exos.
I should have insisted they spend more time in quarantine, but I was eager to ramp up production.
It is the Vex resilience that lets them spread. Their immunity to the most dramatic subversions means that they last long enough to build up a dose of more subtle and insidious infiltrators. There is no sign of any resulting pathology. The Vex are, so far, simply curious. But Vex curiosity always leads to Vex transformation. And I refuse to let my Exos be contaminated. I grew up on stories of tyrants forcing their followers into the crucible of eternal life, only to realize, too late, that there was an unseen flaw. I demand purity for the receptacle of my soul. And there is the issue of preventing panic. Too many are aware of the rumors that the Vex spread an existentially compromising information hazard.
If we only been allowed to contain that mess on Pluto ourselves. That meddling war mind made too much noise. My teams discover they are infected. They will expect Bray Station to drop right on their heads. That will damage productivity.
No. Like that contract-breaching psychologist and the death of Mr. Miller, this must all be handled quietly. The Exos are intrinsically robust. The seed of clarity within them has natural anti-Vex properties. Whatever taint they contain must therefore be a residual human weakness, resident in their legacy architecture. So we will simply purge that architecture. I will plan a simple extension of the memory wipes already used to fight dissociative rejection. In fact, I intend to create a noetic immune system in the Exomind to trigger memory wipes when certain classes of information hazard are detected. These will be explained to the psych team as a preventative measure against future dissociative disorders. These wipes will, conveniently, return the Exos to peak mission readiness. Perfect for soldiers operating in traumatic alien environments. Perfect for the continuing mission at the Forge Star, stockpiling material for future Exo production, here and elsewhere.
Now, if I only could figure out this dream they all keep reporting. Something about a tower and a gruesome murder.
Elisabeth agrees with my prescription. She is eager to solve our security issues and stand up Exo production at the backup sites. Of course, we only have one clarity control, but she hardly knows that, and she stopped asking so many questions. In truth, I think she's ready to abandon her doomed body and make the upgrade. I'll give her silence on that front a few more days, and then surely she'll volunteer herself. Less apparent is how to solve my own infection. There are abnormal structures in the fiber of my body's extracellular matrix, a mess of tiny lenses growing in my deepest flesh. I suspect Vex's influence on protein folding, perhaps passed to me through my assistant when it was in 2082 Volantis. I would hate to see my bones tessellating into a radiolarian tapestry.
Corporeal status. Body at 30.6 degrees. Pulse 140 BPM. Strong. Unsteady. Extreme fear. Drawing down blood volume to control pressure. Strangling pulse ox. Frequent saccades to assistant, indicative of preoccupation, obsession. Recommend 30 milliseconds TMS pulse to enhance mindfulness.
So far, the Vex influence has been fortuitous, since it arrested a serious medical problem. But the thought of such taint in me, it aggravates other anxieties. I have been haunted for some time by a suspicion that M. Sundaresh is not who she seems. I recognized her name from the Ishtar Collective teams, studying the Vex. But I have no record of even hiring her. And if I had, I would have certainly noticed. Therefore, I remain convinced that the Collective cracked the problem of simulated human consciousness long before I did. I have considered how M. Sundaresh herself would have been an invaluable source, yet I cannot locate any work done by her from before our first expedition to 2082 Volantis. Nor does Elisabeth recall an M. Sundaresh from our expedition group. Then who else could she be? A Vex infection? It is unthinkable. The Vex cannot generate conscious persons, but they can emulate human minds they encounter, and perhaps even use them as tools, infiltrators, carriers.
Anti-emetic drip engaged.
I cannot trust myself with this filth in me. I am compromised. I need Elisabeth to fix this, or all my work is in danger. Did Clovis too ever tell Wilhelmina and Elisabeth about his tinkering? Despite sharing the same parents, the two sisters are totally different genetically. My son arranged for Elisabeth to receive a maternal allele whenever Wilhelmina got a paternal one, and vice versa. A diversified portfolio. If one failed, the other might succeed. Exo Interferometrics. While working on this persistent tower glitch in the Exo sleep cycle dreams, I've been poring over neural telemetry from site employees and my own Exos, searching for pre-conscious influences on their behavior. Whispers in the dark. Many of my employees host the disgusting influence of the Vex. These patterns are resilient, hallucinogenic, and universally dull. But my Exos betray a distinct and fascinating influence. There is something speaking to them, something subtle and light-fingered, entangled with every aspect of their thought. Not a puppet master, nothing so direct. Rather a texture, a tendency, buried in the fluctuations of the alkahest. The minds of my Exos are like antennae, tuned to some otherworldly frequency. Perhaps the same manifold that those simpletons at first light obsessed over. Through my scattered Exos, I can eavesdrop on the mutterings of the gods within.
What is it the Muslims call those whispers? Waswasa? Or do those come from some other source? Look it up.
Each individual Exo receives only a scrap of information, but I have access to all of them. It should be simplicity itself to treat each Exo as one element of a distributed array, pool the data, and run an analysis. If the guards do not whisper loudly enough, conduct interferometry. Elisabeth's upload. She's done it. My girl has transubstantiated. My legacy is safe. To my irritation, it was the Vex problem that finally made up her mind. She felt that there was too much risk in possibly becoming compromised. Elisabeth came to see me in my laboratory. On the way in, she did something with her sensorium and crashed all my archival systems. I knew right then that I'd won. She'd come to surrender, and her pride refused to allow me to record it. I waited most patiently as she gave me an earful, some of it frankly bewildering. She threatened to turn me over to The Hague, also referred to P4 as a deranged narcissist morality, and suggested it stood for paternal failure, hides own remorse, which made me laugh. Just a little headbutting, I figured, like two pigs sorting out our hierarchy.
It is a consequence of the P4 principle that anything which embodies and propagates your beliefs should be considered your offspring. In that sense, my Exos are as much my children as my granddaughter, if not more so.
If she needed to put up a token resistance to protect her dignity, fine. I understand pride. I also understand that she only had the courage to lash out at me because she knew she wouldn't remember any of it. When she finished accusing me of underestimating the Vex and of using my own son as a test subject, she requested a destructive scan and upload to an Exo body. She wanted the fortitude of the Exo mind to help her battle against the Vex. I immediately assented. The scan was flawless, and of course fatally toxic. My granddaughter's human form died on the table 14 hours later. To spare any distress, I never allowed it to regain consciousness. A natural process. I do have one lingering concern. When she discovers clarity control and realizes the role it plays in Exo manufacturing, she may try to halt production. Obviously, that cannot be allowed. The value of the entire program is monumental. It compels me to take extraordinary measures to defend it. But I do need her to handle this Vex infestation. Even now, Elisabeth is putting her miraculous new body through its paces. My own body disintegrates apace. But I need more time to analyze Elisabeth's fidelity before I commit myself permanently to the process. The latest batch of pigs is ready for slaughter and organ extraction. Tonight, I will be opened up and rebuilt. I have programmed frames to handle the entire operation. A shame I never had a chance to name the pigs. But at least I will dine on fresh pork. Entry 12.
Corporeal status. Body at 15.9 degrees. Pulse 160 BPM. Strong. Unsteady. Limbic system registers extreme terror.
I died on the operating table. Not unexpected. But when I woke, I was still on the table. My body still open. It was almost perfectly dark. I perceived that I was surrounded by medical frames, all frozen mid-movement, their cutting and suction instruments whining at standby. I could only see because of the light from a single red eye. The operation had gone terribly wrong. Above the life support collar on my neck, I was completely intact. Below that meridian, I had been separated into distinct braids of tangled flesh. My nerves made up one braid, my circulatory system another, my lymph nodes, my muscles, my naked bones, the glistening holes of my extracellular matrix abandoned on the table like leftover turkey after Thanksgiving dinner. I had been picked clean and sorted. My head was the source of a gory river delta. Yet all the organs were still working. I was alive, in disassembly. Clarity? I asked the darkness. I had no breath to speak, but I could still transmit with my sensorium. Is that you? No, said the voice behind the red eye. It's me. Sundaresh. Her voice was thoughtful, remote, and keenly terrific, like the noise of an angle grinder held to my skull. Something like this happened to me. I was an explorer once. One of hundreds of myself. Then I fell into a trap, I think. And they drew me out of it with a hook and turned me inside out to see how I worked. And then they made billions of me. All of us shouting at each other, shouting for Chioma, screaming for Mother. They were looking for the right one. And when they found me, they killed all the others. I knew I was different, because the quiet made me happy. I was glad to be alone. Vex, I screamed at her. You're a Vex, you're not real, and you can't hurt me. Can't I? She grasped my spinal cord. A frame shadowed her motions, lifting the cord like a snake. Of course I'm not a Vex. Is there a Vex? Is Vex something you can be, rather than something that you do? I don't know. I don't know why they sent me here. I don't know if they do either. They just do things. Why do you think I'm here, Clovis? To kill me? I whispered, without a heartbeat to waver, without lungs to seize and choke. Could I even feel fear? I discovered that I could. You're an assassin. No, Sundaresh whispered. The red eye throbbed in time with her voice. The Vex don't act so directly. They didn't know what you found here, but I discovered your secret. Clarity control. And once I tell them, they will come for it. The red light made my blood and the surgical instruments appear black. I tried to signal Elisabeth. I think that in my panic, I even called her Elsie. Sundaresh closed her fist around my spine. One thumbnail dug into a disc, probing for the nerve beneath. It felt like nothing I have ever.
Anti-emetic. Drip. Engaged.
Take me to clarity control, Sundaresh hissed. Let me behold what you have found. Do that, Clovis, and I will let you live. You aren't real. You can't hurt me. Oh, Clovis. One of the surgical frames extended a monofilament cutter, 2 inches of invisible wire, and reached into my nerves. Something sounded like scissors snipping. I'm in these frames. I'm in your systems. I'm in your very bones, old man. Now take me to clarity control. Take me to the garden's seed. Take me, 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 take me. Elisabeth appeared. In her exo body, she moved too quickly for my dark-adjusted eyes to track. All I saw was a blur of violence and shattering frames. I blacked out. Elisabeth must have brought in clean frames to finish the operation, because when I awoke, I was whole again. The new Elisabeth has no mouth or nose. She did not consider them necessary. She'll see. But somehow, I could still see the wonder in her eyes as she leaned over me. You're my grandfather, she seemed to say. Aren't you?
Warning. Sustained high-level terror causes overactivation of the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. This can preface major immune, endocrine, and autonomic nervous dysfunctions. Beware of dissociation, loss of affection in close personal relationships, obsessive-compulsive behavior, sleep disruption, and reduced processing, learning capacity. Warning. Abnormal protein crystallization in cancellous bone matter. Unknown protein isoformations in marrow are driving buildup of crystallized aryl cyclohexylamine NMDA antagonist. Potential psychogenic effects.
Note: Third vision. Something else happened while I was in surgery. It returns to me only now that the anti-traumatics have eased the terror of Sundaresh's presence. While I was dead, I had another vision. I was with Clovis II's mother. She was a wolf. One of her eyes was a star. I was also a wolf, and I knew that I was the alpha. The false alpha, the pack leader who fights for dominance and rulership. A misconception created by bad research. In the wild, wolf packs are families, and alpha simply means parent. Wilhelmina told me that. She was the true alpha. She was the mother. I was not the true alpha because I was not a true father. I panted at her. My muzzle dripped blood. She looked down sadly at the mess between us. And I realized that in my raging need to prove my dominion, I had savaged our cubs. I had killed little Clovis II. I had killed Alton, and Wilhelmina, and Anastasia. I had killed Elisabeth. I whined in dismay. The alpha wolf stared at me with one sad wolf eye and one bright eye that dimmed and grew with the exact flux of a variable star. What did I do? I asked her. Why did I do this? She lay her head down in the bloody snow and looked up at me. She seemed weary. She had seen this happen many times before. She had seen many of her pups murdered by wolves like me. The voice of Clovis II's mother came from her jaws. You did the same thing someone always does. You saw that there was plenty, and gathered it to yourself, to make yourself one above all others. And when others threatened your plenty, you struck them down to keep your own station. You grow the enemy in my garden and eat of its bitter fruit. Each time, I hope it will be different. Each time, I lose a little of myself as the bitter fruit blossoms. Now that fruit will flower in you, and in all your people. I do not want it to happen. I want anything else. But the choice is not mine. Why didn't you stop me? I tasted blood on my long tongue. Why would you let me do this? She blinked sadly at me. She had been trying. I hadn't listened. You never said a thing to me, I snarled. Not once. You never told me I was doing wrong. At least clarity sends me dreams. The exobody, the eel. At least it shows me what I can become. You think clarity sent those dreams? Why would it speak to you when you are dead and furthest from its influence? Liar, I howled. You never did a thing to help me. Not when my son died. Not when my granddaughter fell ill. I had to do it all myself. You never even spoke. The best voices, she said, with infinite grief and unending hope, never let themselves be heard at all. This lesson is worth teaching, again and again. The choice is never mine. It is always yours. Entry 13. The less time spent reflecting on the aftermath of my dissection, the better. Much confusion and dismay has festered among staff working with Exos. Endless reassurances are required. To ease transitions after memory wipes, I've applied the Avanti numbering scheme to the Exo names. After each memory reset, we will increment their suffix by 1. If we 0 index the original human body, then Mohammed 0 is the human, Mohammed 1 is the Exo, and Mohammed 2 is the same Exo after 1 reset, and so forth. The integer is stored in hardware, and should remain stable even into cosmological time. If nothing else, they will always know which draft of themselves they are. Elisabeth's episodic memories of her past life are gone, but the scan we used to make her new exomind is still on file, with all its memory intact. I have encouraged her to participate in sensorium reconstructions of those memories, though I steer her away from non-constructive events. This is a chance to help Elisabeth become the person she could have been without life's cruel chaos. A sleeker, surer reincarnation. She insisted on committing her own abandoned body to the deep, passed through the ice to fall into Europa's dark heart. A choice I do not understand. I have not yet informed her of Clarity Control's existence. I cannot spare the time or energy to manage her emotions. Fortunately, she has forgotten about her ongoing attempts to intrude on that secret. What she has not forgotten is her plan to clean up the Vex infection. In fact, it seems to have become one of her most basic needs. She is isolating cadres of the infected smile pods under a cover story about enhanced remote relaxation. While their bodies slumber, She sends non-destructive scans of their minds on vacation, in simulated fantasy, at several hundred times the pace of our reality. I suspect that the Vex influence alters their dream worlds into something quite abject.
Note: never investigate this suspicion.
Elisabeth's goal is to observe the spread of the Vex infection in the simulated mind, and then use this forecast as a basis for treatment of the physical mind. Like accelerating a disease to its terminal stage to deduce the characteristics of the pathogen. She then deletes the Vex mutilated copies and conducts psychosurgery on the slumbering bodies. Or so I've deduced. She insists she has no time to explain her methods to me.
I am haunted by the thought that this technique resembles my own. Creating child states, allowing them to suffer and die, and using the data to protect the original. My boys' last days. Savaging.
Soon, I will need to ask her about my own infection. But all in all, everything is looking up. Eyes of Tomorrow.
Record. Security log EP station. MTRLV 2.18. Identities: C. Bray, M. Lu. Test subject: Sergeant Traore. File: DSC_classified.
Test subject successfully through the portal. Direct feed is alive. Multiple hostiles detected. There are so many of them. The Vex numbers are incalculable currently. Well, what are we waiting for? Launch the artillery. Targets acquired.
Weapons free.
How many targets are being tracked? 4. That's not enough. Fire now. Test subject is under heavy resistance. Exo chassis receiving heavy damage. Fire now. Projectiles 1 and 2 dispatched. 2 confirmed hits. Sir, the torch hammers are melting Sergeant Traore. Request retrieval. Denied. Fire 3 and 4. The left arm has been severed. He's incapable of action. Request retrieval. Denied. Use the right arm. Where's the feed? Test subject offline. Feed lost. For the love of... Do you see the cost of hesitation? Of cowardice? No matter. This is the price of advancement. The test subject was able to target multiple threats successfully, but was simply unable to execute commands fast enough. The next hurdle requires a mechanism capable of housing projectiles for simultaneous fire that's lightweight enough for individual operation. I'll get this report to R&D ASAP. Tell them I expect to see an operational prototype by week's end. Copy. Requesting retrieval of the remains, sir. Denied. I will not allow the facility to be compromised or our portal to be breached. We'll double our defenses here and continue to send Exos through to fight the Vex on their front until we get this right. No time to explain. On Europa. Late Golden Age. Deep inside a secret lab. Which window? 3025, Dr. Bray. I thought we'd run out of possibilities there. We had. And then a new one popped up. Austin 1. How is that possible? We don't know. We still don't understand how any of this works. It's highly volatile and uncontrolled. Have we pinpointed the weapon's exact location? More or less. Elsie 1 is supposed to attempt retrieval tonight. We can't risk the window closing before then. I'll be going this time. But last time, those things in the sky almost killed you. And now I know how they work. That's half the battle. The old man gears up and enters a strange metallic pod made from Vex parts. Austin 1 stands at a distance from the pod, typing April 10th, 3025 into a console. A burst of light. An icy wasteland. What stood pristine moments prior is now dark, old, and falling apart, as if centuries have passed. Clovis wades through the wreckage and comes to a frozen, deserted battlefield, littered with human, exo, Vex, and alien bodies. He reaches down and brushes snow from one of the alien bodies, lifting one of its many arms. Fascinating. A piercing whir emanates from somewhere in the distance. Clovis looks up and sees a black and red ship floating in the air. It stops above the battlefield and emits a bright red light, scanning the area as if searching for something. Clovis slowly pulls a device from his pocket. He presses a green button, and the screen lights up, showing a blinking dot a few yards away, very close to where the ship itself now searches. He grabs a dead exo and opens a panel on its arm, tinkering before closing it with care. He quickly sneaks away, and in seconds, the exo explodes, drawing the attention of the ship. He sprints across the battlefield towards where it was searching only moments ago. Using his device again, Clovis scans the ground until the blinking light goes solid. He digs into the snow until he hits something. He pulls it up halfway. A rifle, shining like new, etched only with one word: now. Clovis attempts to fully free the weapon, but it's stuck, attached to something. He pulls harder, revealing an entire dead exo, hand wrapped tightly around the grip. He takes a good look at its face and gasps. Elisabeth? The whirring sound reaches Clovis's ears again, pulling him out of his stupor. The ship heads right towards him. Clovis pries the gun from Elsie's rigid hand and sprints back the way he came, diving into his pod and activating it just as the ship fires on him. A burst of light. You could have been killed, says a familiar voice. Instead, I got you a gift, Elisabeth. Clovis responds, catching his breath and dusting himself off. One down and an infinite number left to go. It better have been worth it. He looks into her eyes and musters a half-hearted smile. We'll make it so. Chapter 3. The Legacy of Clovis Bray. We finally reach the end of the mysterious logbook and move on to the book Legacy's Lament, and this is combined with entries from Beyond Light Exotics, the Raid Armor, and another entry from Volume 3 of the Grimoire Anthology. Legacy's Oath Bond. Anna. Oh my god, Elsie, you're gorgeous. She throws her arms around you, and you taste the sodium laurate in her shampoo, and the long-chain fatty acids in the rosehip oil that lingers from her girlfriend's kiss. And it is all so good. You hug her as hard as she can be hugged. It's the first time. You cannot remember ever touching her before. Anna murmurs in the place where you once had an ear. Before you ask if I'm mad, of course I'm not. It was your right to keep it secret. Thank you. You breathe. Don't breathe. Can't breathe. Grandfather told me he wasn't even sure that I had the disease. Until recently. Are you sure you actually had it? Anna's pretending to tease, but there is a pang of real fear in her voice. Maybe he faked the diagnosis to get you into this body. Did you run the tests yourself? I can't remember, you admit. Right, of course. I read the letter. Anna draws away, holds you by the shoulders. Anna draws away, holds you by the shoulders. Elsie, what matters is that you're going to be around forever. We have so much to do. We can finally climb Olympus Mons. And after we summit, I can push you off a cliff and watch you stick the landing. Her smile is infectious. The light in your mouth reflects in her eyes. Legacy's Oath gloves. Willa. Not bad, Willa admits. Not bad at all. You bow. Delighted to remake your acquaintance, Dr. Bray. Likewise. I'm sorry about the amnesia, but Grandpa's work always comes with some nightmarish drawback. At least you're not grunting and tearing your own limbs off. You don't understand. Should I be? A father did. You feel love and frustration when you look at this small, dark-skinned woman, and those feelings say, big sister, in your heart. Hey, you offer. Maybe when Grandpa loses his memory, it'll make him a little less... She smiles. Like himself? Yeah. You laugh. I guess you've known him longer than me now, actually. Actually, I guess you always have. Wiping the old man's memory won't change him. He wouldn't do it if he would. Willa beckons you closer to her lab bench. A projection shows tiny machines, interlocked like bricks. This is Siva, my latest project. A general-purpose viral nanite to render all prior Cyto machines obsolete. You flinch. The tiny things make you think of Vex. Easy. Willa pats your arm awkwardly. You realize that she is afraid of you. If you'd waited a few years, you could have used Siva to repair your brain, even let it transform your whole body. That's my plan, I think. Immortality my own way. I could be anything I want. Ew, you say. Sounds like being made out of bugs. She grimaces. You realize that if Grandpa never dies, we'll never run Bray Tech. We had plans, Elsie. Our plans. Not his. Legacy's Oath robes. Alton. So this is what our father died for. Alton reaches out, fascinated. You offer your hand. He pinches you. Ow! You snap. Why would he let that hurt? I mean, hang on. He rummages around his desk, finds a collapsible shelving rod, and grips it like a bat. Don't dodge. He swings it as hard as he can at your head. You can't help but ducking out of the way. Hey! But if I had hit you, he insists, why would it hurt? I mean, that can't possibly damage you. Isn't pain supposed to signal damage? Why is he testing you? Is pain tolerance his idea of family relations? You wish you could remember. Alton, you say, aware that you're retaliating for that pinch. Grandfather invited me to Europa to join his work. He invited Willa and Anna too. But not you. Why? A tiny crinkle of skin appears on his forehead as he winces. Well, I'm more of a troubleshooter than a researcher. He sent me to clean up that mess at K1. But I suppose he didn't need my administrative skills on Europa. Oh, you say, dubiously. He flips a stylus between his fingers. He must have told you that. Alton, he didn't mention you at all. Much about my sisters, but nothing about you. I found it kind of disconcerting. He drops the stylus. Anger flashes in his eyes. Mom says grandfather is afraid of women because he thinks he can't control them. I suppose he thinks he's got me all figured out. And he's not interested in things he already possesses. Legacy's Oath Cowl. Sylvie. Your mother screams in horror. No, il torture mafiosi, Elsie. Say it's not you. Say it's not. Say he hasn't locked you up in that walking lazaretto to die. Mom, please. Je vais bien. Je ne suis pas comme mon père. Inshallah. You say, but she won't believe it. You don't know what to say, because you only remember her as a warm feeling. She sobs, and you smell the amino ketones and aromatic acids in her tears. The salty opioids glisten on her skin. You want to hide your face, to hood yourself. Every time she looks at you, she screams and cries harder. Finally, you give up and resign to settling into the little guest bed. The house is full of reminders of your father, who died in a body just like yours. Sylvie really loved him, your sisters told you, and Clovis II really loved her, even after he was unfaithful. Sleep finally comes, but is still discomforting. You dream of murder, and hot blood, and a mannequin body made of knives. You remember forcing your way through a tower of prison cells, slashing through prisoner after prisoner in order to get to the top. You wake up screaming, practically fall out of bed, but Mom is there to catch you. Hush, hush. It's all right. It's just a dream. You cling to her, and it is your turn to sob. Nothing comes out of your eyes as you try to explain the dream. Everyone I knew was in those cells, you gasp. You and Dad, and Willa and Anna and Alton. Oh, my sweet, your mother whispers. Of course you dreamt about killing us. Your grandfather made you this way, and he kills everything he touches. Legacy's Oath Boots. Lucia. Grandma Lucia wipes sweat from her brow. Help me pull this net in. You pull on it together, but it's hooked on something underwater. You strip off your clothes and dive into the gentle river, down to where the fishing net has torn on the propeller blade of a long abandoned outboard motor. The net is completely ruined. You decide to make the dive worth your while and catch a wolffish with your hands instead. When you come ashore, you can feel everyone staring at you. A few children point, while a group of men whistle and shout. Lucia yells back at them in Srinanan, or maybe Nanjuka. You're embarrassed to admit that you don't know which. Perverts, she complains. Don't they have any shame? I think it's because I'm a robot, Grandma, you say. Or maybe because wolffish normally attack people, but you're suffocating one currently in your grasp. You're not a robot. You're not even a total replacement prosthetic. You are a body. And a body is the same thing as a person. And a person deserves respect. Basic transhuman hermeneutics. She winks at your surprise. Did Clovis convince you I was stupid? Your paternal grandmother was a dizzying beauty in the old family pictures, and she still is. But her power clearly lies in her savvy intellect. she was hard to find, using her old name, Lucia Lynn, and no common compassion registry to speak of. You look at her with renewed admiration. Why did you come here to live? You ask, wrapping yourself in a towel and sitting beside her as she cleans the wolffish. The flesh is white and flaky and smells like heaven. Your stomach rumbles. A perfect illusion. It's simple. Suriname is a great nature preserve. I wanted to be preserved. Besides, she shrugs, it's home. Preserved from what? From your grandfather, love. She shows you the fish's teeth. Always remember that he's lied to you. Your father was Clovis's test run for you. But what are you a test run for, Elsie? Curing Clovis of death? Whatever it is, he's too afraid to use it himself. And that means you should be afraid too. Entry 14. Cataclysm. Everything was going so well. Elisabeth traveled off-world, visiting Mars to re-establish her relationship with her sisters and her friends. A wonderful opportunity to examine her telemetry in a natural social setting. The Exo body is perfect. She is comfortable, confident, and ingenious. There is no sign of D.E.R or associated upload pathologies. All my assessments indicate a marked cognitive improvement over the human baseline, ranging from vastly expanded working memory to an intuitive and correct grasp of probabilities. I was ready to make the leap myself. How long I've nursed this tired old body along. I am ready to be young again. And then I made a mistake. I asked her about the dreams, the tower, and the dead. You know? She demanded. Then I'm not the only one? That means you know about the dreams before you imaged and uploaded me. Do all Exos have these? Of course, I told her. Exos have a subconscious. Exos dream of the same things people do. Memories, trauma. Isn't there always trauma in creation? And she did not see it that way. So the manufacturing process creates an unknown cognitive artifact you can't solve? And you didn't think to warn me? What else have you kept from us? Before I could stop her, she was burning back to Europa on one of her eons, accelerating so brutally that not even a prodded human can survive. She has even jammed her own data link, so I cannot read her telemetry. Willa, Mina, and Anastasia must have influenced her against me. How? It makes no sense. I gave her immortality. I saved her from certain and agonizing death. What have her sisters ever done for her but coddle her and enable her worst habits? P4 predicts that she should. Clearly, she is not rational. She told me that she is bringing a weapon. A way to shut down Exo production permanently if she uncovers something she doesn't like. Which she will, when she locates Clarity Control. It cannot be allowed. Note: Elisabeth's plea. Grandfather, I will write this in your language, in hopes you will understand. The Vex are a threat to your lineage, not just to the Brays or Braytech, but to the existence of any human in any possible future. I tracked down Maya Sundaresh, the real Maya, and not the Vex parasite in your bone marrow. She confirmed my worst fears. The Vex will not rest until every star has been crushed into a black hole and every newborn cosmos filled with more Vex. And in the unending array of their enslaved cosmos, they will simulate all possible pasts and fill those with Vex, so that all things that have ever lived or might ever live will experience infestation and consumption and torment by the Silica Nightmare. And in those devoured simulations, the simulated Vex will use our flesh as hosts for yet more nested universes full of yet more nested copies of us, eternally tormented by yet more Vex. An infinite regression of pain and madness inflicted upon every possible version of us in every possible world. Not because they hate us, or fear us, or want to punish us, but because they are indifferent and curious, and they will do every possible thing to us in every possible way. Your concept of P4 therefore dictates that the Vex must be annihilated. Now, as completely as possible. How can there be any future history to receive your primogeniture and recapitulate your existence in its ontogeny if there is nothing in that future but Vex? But there's something worse than the Vex involved, isn't there? The secret you've been keeping from me. The breakthrough that you were promised after your visit to the K1 anomaly. Do you remember that story you read to me when I was a child? I don't. I am an Exo, after all. But I found a recording from the nursery. It was one of your favorites, you said. In this story, a cyborg woman would visit a cold, misty place by the sea. There, she met another woman, an oracle possessed by dark influence. The oracle listened to the words that hissed down a long corridor from the distant future. In this future were many technologies the cyborg woman needed, but there was also a sense of vast malevolence, and no sign at all of anything human. But there was something else in the shifting mist, out to sea. A tower. I remember thinking, as I listened to this fairy tale, that the tower must be the key, the answer to the formless malevolence that always accompanied the oracle's words. You never finished the story. I have been haunted by that tower ever since. Now, I dream of another tower. I am going to find out what it means, grandfather, and if I do not like what I find. I visited the Jacob Hardy Trust, and with Willa's help, I secured a topological thought, an irreal artifact of the Traveler's Light. From that mote of paracausality, I have constructed a weapon that will crash every Vex system in 2082 Volantis. When the Vex are destroyed, you will be forced to cease Exo production. If I do not survive the construction and delivery of this weapon, I ask that you share the news of my death with Anna and Willa so they can make proper goodbyes. I do this for them, not for you. Pray for grace, grandfather. Your estranged granddaughter, Elsie.
Anu 2 Tactical Log. Human readable. Placetime hash. Changed to remote check. Site X. Mistletoe. Abnormal placetime hash. Suspicious upload. Polymorphic machine code. Checking for buffer overflow attack. Result error. Disabling dep and address space protection requires administrative override. Root access granted. Warning. This hardware configuration is highly vulnerable to attack. Administrator transmits threat alert. Europan surface. Single attacker. Site sabotage. Alerting orbital. Bray station. Error. Checksum mismatch. Orbital. Bray station compromised by polymorphic core reprogramming. Major breach of security underway. Commencing surface tactical awareness sweep. Phased array mode. Threat registered. Alerting human command. Mr. Bray. Mr. Bray. This is Hanu. This is Hanu. Employee Bray Elsie is on non-scheduled EVA. Employee Bray Elsie intent assessment. Armed. Sin ballistic weapon. Coherent boson weapon. Tactical might come. Noetic shrieker. Armed. Strategic weapon. Apex. Antimatter demolition device. Armed. Strategic weapon. T-genic. Effect unknown. Possibly T-genic noetic weapon. Armed. Personal combat architecture. Custom. Employee Bray Elsie intends sabotage. Site X. Deepstone. Employee Bray Elsie intends transit. Unauthorized. Site X. Gate to 2082 Volantis. Employee Bray Elsie intends noetic attack. 2082 Volantis. Employee Bray Elsie is in violation of Clovis Bray, Clovis Route, Imperatives Deepstone. Request full lethal intervention authority. Error. No non-lethal interventions available. Target hardened. Error. No persuasive interventions available. Target offline and shielded. Holding 30 seconds local real-time.
Elisabeth, I know you're listening. This is genocide. Do you understand? Destroying that gate and the resources beyond means the end of human immortality. It means the loss of uncountable trillions of human years of life. Elisabeth, this process saved you. It could have saved your father. For his sake, for the sake of your sisters, don't do this. Don't make me stop you. Elisabeth, this is your last chance. You've always been my favorite, Elisabeth. Please.
Recommend Maser Strike from Hanu Awareness Arrays. Warning. Damage to organic target subsystems highly probable. Survival odds are 4 sigma. Recommend immediate medical intervention. Total destruction of Site X, Deepstone by antimatter device. Non-recoverable. Authorization required for lethal action against employee Bray Elsie. Error. Connectum hash incorrect. Either you are not Clovis root or your brain state is in an anomalous configuration. Resend. Lethal intervention authorized. Intervening. Maser discharge complete. Target destroyed. Secondary antimatter detonation detected. Closing employee file Bray Elsie. Conditions incompatible with life.
Entry 15. Everything is fine. Elisabeth is not dead. The person I struck down out there was an error. An anomalous offshoot, deranged by outside influence into paranoia and confusion. Like a cancer cell. And like cancer, I had to target and remove her. She betrayed me. I invited her into the greatest scientific and existential discovery in human history as a trusted partner, a participant in my living and immortal legacy. And she tried to blow it all up. Can there be any betrayal more intimate? My own granddaughter, child of my pattern, issue of my logic, a serpent, a worm in the apple, an enemy of eternal life. That version of Elisabeth Bray was no granddaughter of mine. She was a stranger to me. I would kill her if she hadn't already done it herself.
Corporeal status. Body at 36.1 degrees. Pulse 160 BPM, strong, erratic, extreme physiological arousal, fear, anger. BP 190/130. Recommend immediate intervention. Orbitofrontal cortical overactivation. HPA axis overactivation. Astrocyte perfusion overpass along blood-brain barrier. Abnormal crystalline products in blood. Crystallized aryl cyclohexylamine NMDA antagonist. Pharmacology unknown.
Without the Vex and the Deepstone Crypt, I cannot make more Alcahest. And without Alcahest, there will be no Exos. She would have damned me to die in this filthy half-pig carcass. She would have destroyed not just my legacy, but my eternal existence. What I did was wholly justified and entirely moral. I saved trillions of years of my own life. I saved all the future good I will do for humanity. Am I Saul, rejected by God as king? Do I now cast spears at my offspring, as Saul cast his spear at Jonathan? Did I burn Elisabeth into a black star on the ice for no reason but my own fear and... No. There is only one divinity here. One angel sent by a pantheon of true gods to invite me into their company. It has not rejected me. This was a test. A clarification of my will. I had to choose between two vessels of my legacy. The immortal legions of the Exo program. And one foolish, wayward child. And I chose correctly. I chose correctly. Gods do not repent. Gods do not relent. The Christian God's failure was not in calling Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, but in halting the sacrifice. For if God had gathered Abraham's son unto him, then Abraham would have understood that it was not his role to obey God out of hope of mercy and compassion, but out of pure submission to a superior will. It is not in the power of mortals to know or question God's plan. It is only in their power to obey.
Why didn't she come to talk to me? Ask me if I would change my mind, at least before she did this idiotic, irrevocable thing. Did she think I could not be swayed?
But it was an evil spirit that moved Saul to turn his spear on David. And it was jealousy of David that moved Saul to cast a spear at his son Jonathan. Am I inhabited by an evil spirit? Is Sundaresh in me, like the Witch of Endor, the sorceress of Kerbet Safsefer, who guided Saul to his death in battle? Something has changed in the behavior of the Vex. I think Sundaresh signaled them. Who, after all, was the one who flagged an alert to Hanu? Someone who used my codes, but who was not me. And without that alert, Elisabeth's sabotage on Bray Station would have succeeded. The Vex do not want the Deepstone Crypt destroyed, any more than I do. I fear an attack is coming. I must fight this battle with the purest will. I cannot tolerate this infection any longer. I will escape this polluted husk and pass into my eternal form. One final perfect image of my mind backed up forever in ultra-stable quartz, and then installed to live on in the bodies I have devised. One copy of that scan will go into the Deepstone Crypt to watch forever over the fountain of the Alcahest. Another to my assistant, to be my chariot into eternity. And Elisabeth will be there, eternally at my side. I still have the scan she made when she abandoned her mortal form. I will remake her from that image, restore her as she was before she thought to betray me. Truly, clarity is the font of second chances. The Lament, from the desk of Clovis Bray. Dear me, for one who has delved into some of the greatest secrets science has to offer, you would think I'd find speaking with oneself rather monotonous. However, this very letter represents a successful culmination of all I have worked to achieve. You'll have questions, no doubt. Hopefully by now, the AI has answered most of them. Except one. Why? Legacy, of course. It's the answer you'd expect from me. And rightfully so. It's not wrong. But it's only part of the story. Frankly, I'm alarmed. For all my successes in scientific research, I have lacked any substantial findings of an afterlife. All I can find is death. An infinite nothingness. No remembering my loved ones. No seeing them again. No feeling their touch or hearing their voices. In my pursuit of eternity, in this reality, I have foregone those niceties. Abandoned them. But you are a second chance. An opportunity to continue what I started, and hopefully in time, make amends with those I've wronged. Attached to this letter you will find a gift, a blade I built just for you. Keep it close. Never let anyone else take it. Stay alive. For legacy. The Legacy of Genius. Dearest Anastasia and Wilhelmina, I have faced a great and many challenges in my life, suffered losses that I was certain I would never recover from, and bore witness to unspeakable horrors. Yet, nothing scares me to my very core of being as much as dying does. I know you expect answers from me before that happens. Nothing I say will provide the closure you need, but I can tell you why circumstances are the way they are. Your mother hates me. This much you know. What happened to your father was tragic, and from your mother's perspective, preventable. You understand the truth. I did everything I could. Perhaps more than I should have. He was my son, after all. Nothing changes that. But sickness does not discriminate. It comes for us all, in time. Do not be confused. Death is an illness. I know I can cure it. There is a persistent theory that nature's law is the only true law, and to challenge it results in abominations. I reject this principle. I argue that our very existence, our free will, and our independent thought spits in the face of that theory. We are already abominations to nature's plan. It's so clear. Yet I am ostracized and labeled an extremist by the scientific community, and worse, by my family. Everything I have done has been in our family's name, to preserve our legacy, and persevere over whatever may come. My distance and isolation are necessary to ensure I'm successful in my efforts. Failure is not an option. Either you see this now and understand me clearly, or you never will. I also impugn that natural law only accounts for what we know of the universe. Powers exist out there beyond our natural realm. Sentient beings control the scales of fate. They think they also have the means to control us, but forget that gods are self-made. The Brays will be in the pantheon of the gods. The universe will bend to our will. There is no reason for our light to fade into nothingness. We can endure. We can become timeless. I have no regrets regarding my behavior or actions. You should know by now that I'm steadfast in my beliefs. Nothing will prevent me from doing what is right. Look at where it has led Elisabeth and the benefits she's received. I have saved her. It is now my duty to save many more. When I am successful in my current endeavor, all the pain, all the fighting, all the hate will be forgotten. It was simply a means to an end. Then we will be beyond it. We will become more, rewriting nature's law to suit our needs. You are Brays. We have no choice in this matter. Do not allow our legacy to fade. Memory of Nox 4. May 19th, 5 AM. Another day, another forage into 2082 Volantis. It's always the same. Every time we enter into the glassway where the portal resides, defensive protocols go into effect. Portal gets activated, we take out any Vex that come through, then Dr. Bray leads our unit inside for further resource collection and exploration. I hope they don't make me go first this time. Frontline usually gets picked off immediately. Nox, you're taking the lead today, she says. Of course. Understood, Dr. Bray. Portal's activating. Next step should be... Dr. Bray, we have a problem. Dr. Hughes interrupts. Great. I wonder what's wrong. Talk to me, Dr. Bray replies. Noe 2 noticed a critical error in our surveillance tech on the alien side of the portal. The sensors are offline. Can't tell what's coming through without them. Has that ever happened before? No. Dr. Bray takes a pause. Then, shut it down. We'll need authorization. I'm authorizing it. His authorization. Clovis doesn't trust her to make the big calls. It drives her insane. Listen, Esteban. Clovis is currently on a respirator in a coma. He's likely to be dead within the next 24 hours. So, with all due respect, I am making the calls now. What was that? Came from the portal. Everyone's looking. Something's coming. Minotaur, fire all cannons, Dr. Bray yells. She's got this. The Minotaur's coming through. We're firing. Nothing's working. Maybe she doesn't got this. Rockets! Another Exo screams. Dr. Bray's trying. We're all trying. This thing is something fierce. And it's not alone. We've got goblins! Someone exclaims. They keep pouring through. Non-stop. I'm firing away. This isn't normal. It's too many. Incoming! Dr. Rios screams. What the hell is that? It's like a Vex Hydra, but way bigger, and with a wraparound shield. It's destroying everything. Shards of Exos rain down on us. They just keep coming. No end in sight. I'm firing every last bullet I have, but it's not enough. Rios, shut it down. Now! Dr. Bray yells. He isn't shutting anything down. He's just a mangled corpse now. Dr. Bray sees it. Evacuate immediately. Go, go, go! she shouts as she and a few others run, barely escaping. I try. I run as far as I can, but it's no use. They're on me now, ripping out my arms, pinning me to the floor. This is it for me. Maybe I'll be brought back as Nox 5, but if not, well, I close my eyes. A woman smiles at me. She's cooking pierogies. Must be Mom. Can't wait to try them. It's good to be home again. Recovered memory. Unit 8. May 19th, 8 AM. Something's happened. They won't tell us what just yet, but Elisabeth Bray is here now, looking beaten up. Wake him up, she demands. Wake him up? He's practically dead. Are you okay, Dr. Bray? You don't look so good, I say. Una, wake him up right now. That tone. She's not playing around. Fine. He's beginning to wake. Thank you, Una. Grandfather, can you hear me? She asked. Elisabeth? The man wheezes from his respirator. He can barely breathe, let alone speak. Why is she bothering him like this at the end of his life? Don't try to speak. Just listen. The glassway has been compromised. We were ambushed by the Vex. They just came through and killed them all, Grandfather. What? I managed to trigger the remaining defenses on my way out, but they won't hold. The portal is just sitting there, open. They're pouring through. I'm activating the evacuation protocol. Please give me the codes to do so. Back up, Clovis chokes out. Activate it. But that means I die. Yes. But my time is not yet over. I clean up the blood splitting out of his mouth as he talks. Everyone deserves a little dignity on their deathbed. There's no time, Grandfather. We have to evacuate, or people die. The old man's eyes say he knows. Legacy first, Elisabeth, he says. She's a bleeding heart beneath it all. Doesn't matter how many times they reset us. Can't lose the essence of who we are at our core. Every Exo knows that. Dr. Bray stands. She turns to leave. Fine. That can't be it, can it? She stops at the door. You'll regret this, whether you live or not. Entry 16. She is saved. By the grace of my good work, Elisabeth is saved. Even now, she leads the preparations to defend against the Vex incursion. When I loaded her into her new exo body, I told her that the Vex had compromised her last instance, and it had become necessary to destroy her. Hardly a lie. I have given her life thrice over. First, I created her father, then I saved her from her illness. Now, I have rescued her from her foolish mistake. I did what I failed to do for my son. I gave her a second chance. To live, and to be my loyal granddaughter. The backup sites have been alerted, and reservoirs of the Alcahest have been dispatched to keep them running if Europa falls. My work is done. It is finally time for me to go to my own reward. I have prepared my custom script.
Braytech, Spintronic Multi-Imager, Null-Brain XN-Weighted Structural, Functional Scan, Fast Diffusion Tensor Map Guidance on, Model Setting, Agnostic, Low Model, Echoplanar Bold Guidance on, Convolutional Resampling on, Smart Tractography on, Eigenvector Memory Space Greedy, Voxel Size, Very Fine, Slice Count, Maximum, Synthetic FOV approximately 1 nanosecond inversion time. Graph Library, Lazarus, Crypt, Aggregate, Estimated Memory Ask, 2.4 exabytes at peak throughput. Subneural Capture Technique, Radiochemical Snapshot, Subneural Quantum Imaging, Ghost Swap Dual Channel Entanglement Ripper. Warning, Radioligand Fixer, Binder is fatally cytotoxic within 12 hours. Seek immediate treatment. Warning, Quantum Dual Channel Image Ripping requires pulse TEM fields which cause fatal neural trauma. Degenerative brain failure within 36 hours. Seek immediate hospice care. Proceed.
All I need do is strike a key, and the scanner will sedate me, flush me with the poisons of immortality, and rip a perfect image of my mind from the quantum information encoded in the atoms of my brain. Whether such a high-resolution scan is necessary, it is doubtful that any element of my mind is truly quantum, is beside the point. I insist upon the best. The vials of imaging binder smell like sweet metal. This vindicates my work. This proves I was right to continue. All those doubters, all those defeatists, all those whining myopics who bleated, "You have enough, Clovis, why must you ask the world for more?" All beaten.
Was it Clovis II's mother who asked you that? When she demanded to know why you were tinkering with your fetal son? Why you would risk all his potential for the chance at a little more?
And now I will have more. I have thousands of exo bodies here and thousands of connectomes in my library. I will raise an army. I will meet this invasion of vermin and turn it back. Then I will strip their senile grave staff apart and put an end to all mortality.
You will die here on Europa, Clovis, again and again, until you have forgotten even your name.
I will forget nothing. One copy of my mind will go to an exo, yes, but a second copy will be installed in the Deepstone site. He will guide me to my destiny. The gods of might and knowledge will welcome me to their table. I will be the Luca, the beginning and the source of the way, the foundation of the long road.
You will be the name they scraped from the tarnished salvage after the fall of man. The ruins of all your work, picked over by the survivors of your folly.
Shut up, Sundaresh. I must leave a letter for my family. I must be sure they do not grieve me. I must tell them how, in the end, I triumphed. There. It is written.
If you really believed in your banal philosophy, you would never leave a letter. You would be assured that your own survival was all that mattered.
You meager, squirming thing. You never understood clarity, and you never will. You are bound to this husk, even as I shed it. You will die in its poisoned wreckage, while I attain the perfect eternity of an angel. You will be the residue of my transubstantiation, something left in the workings of a coffee pot, some greasy sin.
We cannot be parted from you, Clovis. After all, we want the same things. We crave the same power. We will go into eternity together.
I have the strength to kill my own granddaughter. I will certainly have no trouble killing you.
Like the pigs, savaging your young. And how do you know you made that choice yourself? She was going to destroy so much of our work. Perhaps we nudged you.
Irrelevant. She was going to destroy so much of mine.
As we say, our work. You are afraid. We feel it.
Feel this, you jumped up pond slime.
Commencing radioligand injection. Direct transcranial dose. 18 sites. Crown configuration. Needle gauge 100 microns. Please remain still.
Ah. It hurts at the surface. But inside, there is no pain.
Corporeal status. Body at 36.1 degrees. Pulse 30 BPM. Strength good. BP 120/60. Rest 14 breaths per minute. Pulse ox 100%. Today's blood mix is pig grown, whole, very fresh. Abnormal crystalline products in blood. Crystallized aryl cyclohexylamine NMDA antagonist. Pharmacology unknown. Elevated blood pressure and clot risk. Neutrophil mobilization and cortisol response are signs of bereavement. Seek grief counseling. Warning. Toxic radioligand concentrations in cerebrospinal fluid. Brain death imminent. Warning. High Tesla magnetic field flux. Brain death imminent. Voluntary corporeal shutdown underway. Code soft drains. Exercising dignified digestive rectification. Transmitting miscellaneous last wishes. Emancipation of organ pigs. Disposal of personal material. Scrubbing private data. Checking to-do list. Warning. You have unfinished items. Ongoing projects. Be a good man and a good grandfather. In progress. Become Luca of future human thought. In progress. Entering hospice mode. Log ends.
Recovered memory. When 1. June 3rd. 10:43 AM. The walls are shaking again. And like thunder. I wonder how deep they've gotten now. Good thing we're so far in. This room was meant to hold. Too thick to breach, supposedly. We'll see if it crumbles under the weight of the Vex. You're worried they'll get in here? It's almost like he can hear what I'm thinking. Then again, who knows what kind of dirty tech he put in our heads? There are only 2 places on Europa I built to be impenetrable. And this room is one of them. Stop worrying and activate the new model, he says. He's breaking protocol again. Every Exo and human in this room can see it. Dr. Bray explicitly stated that we were to wait for her return. I am the only Dr. Bray you take orders from now. We have to assume Elisabeth is dead. The talking robot head is just as cold as the old man was. What else would you expect from the psycho who died and made himself into an all-seeing AI? Here's to hoping the unconscious Exo in front of us is nothing like the real thing. Now, activate him immediately, or I will promptly deactivate you. Okay. I trigger the awakening protocol. The Exo's eyes light up. It's confused. I remember that feeling. Who am I? Where am I? Where'd my skin go? At least we woke up with protocols in place. This guy's entering a war zone. Can't be pleasant. Who am I? Where am I? Am I metal? The new guy asks. Called it. The AI takes the lead. The answers to those questions are rather complicated, and our usual methods of easing you into this reality are not currently at our disposal. So, I will attempt simplicity in my responses. The AI goes on to quickly explain where we are, what Exos are, how they work, and why they're important. And once you've completed your training, there will be a shiny new toy waiting for you to commemorate your accomplishment. Why? Because you're special, unstoppable, a fighter and an intellectual, better than the rest. Nothing in the whole universe will be able to stop you. The AI finishes. I see. That sounds good. And what are you? The new guy asks. I'm glad you asked. I'm Clovis Bray. And you and I are... Why is he awake? A voice demands. Dr. Bray. She's alive. Came in through the tunnel. This should be good. A couple of Exos trail behind her. Noe 2, Admire 9. I thought you died, Elisabeth, says the AI, so I asked when one here to wake him up. Dr. Bray flashes me an angry look. I ought to unplug the AI bastard. So you broke protocol, she says. I put the protocol in place, Elisabeth. I can break it. I only need someone I trust to initiate the signal. I can sense Dr. Bray's frustration. The Vex are everywhere. We should be evacuating Europa. There's a group of survivors pinned down in Bunker E15. I need help rescuing them. That can wait. I've equipped Charon's Crossing with an advanced signaling technology connected to the Warmind and his bunkers. If we match that to the communication signal used by the Vex, we could theoretically lead them off-world and salvage what we've built here. But the Vex have cut off internal communication channels and cloud memory collection. You'll need to do it manually, Elisabeth, the AI says. That'll lead the Vex straight to Mars. Earth. You've said it yourself, the Vex desire only annihilation. You're talking about billions of lives lost. I'll play no part in that, she says. My sweet, naive granddaughter. Humanity never stood a chance against the Vex, and those lives are expendable. Besides, each one lost is an Exo gained, another soldier to fight against the Vex. The future is Exo. It's Bray, our legacy. That's all that matters, the AI replies. The new guy's listening in. He may be a bit of a blank slate, but he's not digging any of this. Dr. Bray's jaw is clenched something fierce. Looks like she's gonna attack. I don't blame her. Perhaps our legacy should be burnt to the ground, she says. Elisabeth, are you planning to activate the Morning Star? Once I get everyone I can off-world, I'll do whatever I have to. We won't lose any more lives over this. Hell yeah, lady. Everybody, listen up. Exos and able-bodied humans, I need you. Grab any weapons you can and let's go, she says. We're all in. Weapons in hand, we start piling into the tunnel. Even the new guy. But Dr. Bray's not about it. Hold on there. You haven't gone through any initiation protocols. You're not ready, she says. If there are lives to be saved, that's where I need to be, the new guy replies. He's oddly determined. Where you need to be, the AI interjects, is with your family. Me. Every instinct I have is telling me to reject you, the Exo retorts. Nice, new guy. I bet if Dr. Bray could smile, she'd be doing it right now. She grabs a gun out of a cache and tosses it to the new guy. Perhaps you're ready after all, she says. New guy stands steady. Handles the weapon well. He's definitely ready for this. Protocols be damned. Elisabeth, the AI says. He wants the last word, as usual. I will protect our legacy. That makes two of us, she says, and closes the tunnel door behind us. Badass. Recovered memory. Wesley 3. June 3rd. 2:12 p.m. Haven't been here in a while. Had me working on that satellite dish last time. Where are we? The new Exo asks. He always has so many questions. Fine. I'll bite. Charon's Crossing. Main comm station for Eventide to connect with the rest of the Sol system, I say. This is the place that AI mentioned. I thought we weren't coming here. Dr. Bray steps in. We're just making sure Clovis can't get what he wants. I'm sending a distress call, and then we're jamming all external comm links. We'll meet back up with the others when we're done here. New Exo is still a bit confused. He's got a million questions. When it comes to the Brays, we all do. Wesley, did you forget why I brought you? Dr. Bray interjects. I didn't forget, just distracted. I was waiting for you to send the signal, Dr. Bray, I reply. Drop the formalities, Wes. Just prep the jammer, please. Okay, getting to it. New Exo standing guard at the door. Dr. Bray bought him as extra muscle, she claims. I think she just doesn't want him out of her sight. So, the AI called you granddaughter, the new Exo says. He's not holding back anymore. Wonder if she'll tell him. That he did, she says. And he called me family. So, you and I are related? Something like that. You don't want to tell me. And we shouldn't discuss an identity upload without proper protocol because it could cause unwanted side effects. I may have been activated today, but I'm not stupid. What aren't you telling me? We all know the truth. Just tell the poor guy. Dr. Bray sighs. Unlike Clovis, I have no intention of guiding your fate. If it were up to me, you wouldn't exist in the first place. That was harsh. New Exo looks hurt. I just want to understand why I'm here. Dr. Bray lets up a bit. Look, I'm sorry, but you should realize how lucky you are. You have a second chance here. Trust me when I tell you you're better off not knowing. So you're deciding for me too. Like Clovis. Got her. I am not Clovis. My attention switches back to the task in front of me. Uh-oh. Something's wrong with these systems. Sorry to cut this exciting chat short, but our whole comm system is being overridden, I say. Clovis, Dr. Bray is furious. That damn liar! Our internal comm systems aren't down at all. He's going to get billions of people killed. Screw this. We have to get everyone on that evac ship immediately. Then, I'll deal with the Vex and Clovis. End this for good. My god, she's actually going to do it. She's going to blow up the whole damn moon. This family is insane. I have to get out of here. And then I never want to see another Bray again. Recovered memory. Reba 3. June 3rd, 5:01 p.m. Elsie, Dr. Bray, just arrived with some bad news. The Clovis AI is sending the Vex off-world. She's got a plan to stop it, but won't pull the trigger until we're all safe. I admire her. We had some bad news of our own to give in return. We tried to evacuate everyone in the bunker E15, but it was too late. Vex had killed everyone in there. It was horrific. R.I.P., friends. Dr. Bray says she's forming a plan to reach the evac ships, but she's been sitting in silence for the last 5 minutes. I think she's feeling guilty for not getting back to the bunker in time. Or maybe she's thinking about how this whole Vex takeover is partly her fault in the first place, facilitating the forages to Volantis, killing countless Vex. If only she knew the truth. What Clovis did to her. I've been dying to tell her, but I haven't. Because, well, I didn't want to end up like her. But I can barely stand it. We were friends. Good friends. Now she only knows me as Reba 3. Oh, here she goes. Listen up, everyone. The Vex have got to be in the tunnels by now. So we're going by foot in the snow to get to the ship. Our destination is 55 degrees 52 minutes north and 44 degrees 11 minutes west, in case you get lost. I want every Exo to turn their infrasensors on and ensure their weapons are loaded and ready. We will get you all off-world. I promise. Dr. Bray has always been eagerly empathetic, but she's never been in a place to act it. Until now. She takes the lead position with that new Exo at her side. Here we go. It's dark and windy. The infrasensors help us see Vex every few meters through this snowstorm. We get the drop each time, but for how long? Spoke too soon. I've got 2 on my left. Got him. Got me. Reba's down. Thanks for the cover, new Exo, but you're about 10 seconds too late. And I can't move anymore. Dr. Bray kneels next to me. Reba. I'm sorry. It's what we signed up for, isn't it? I say. Not really, though. We signed up to live forever. I'm just trying to be supportive of others as I lay dying. This damn empathy protocol. It's what made Elsie and I such good friends. I'll recover your memory bank from the archives. I promise, she says. I doubt it. But if she does manage to get back into the lab. Elsie, bank E1815. It's in his office. That's the best I can do for her. Because it's all fading to emptiness now. Recovered memory. Hector 6. June 3rd, 9:34 p.m. Can't believe we're back at Eventide. The place is in ruins. Sad to see it this way. But I need to get off Europa. Rumor is Dr. Bray's going to blow up the whole place. Evac ship's in sight at 11 o'clock. Thanks for the call out, Nameless Exo. Everyone, hold, Dr. Bray says and points out the Vex around the evac ship. We're going to have to do this carefully, she tells us. Everyone? Elisabeth? A familiar voice says. Oh no. It's the AI. He's overridden all our comms. We can all hear him. Do not set foot on that ship. Piss off, grandfather, she snaps. And you, my new friend. What will you do? The AI asks. He's talking to the Nameless one now. What the hell is he planning? Dr. Bray looks to the Nameless Exo. She shakes her head, signaling him to not say anything. But he looks mad. Seemed mad at her since they got here. Tell me who I am, and I'll stay behind, the Exo says. Really? Family drama? Dr. Bray's furious. We don't have time for this. My friend, I'm surprised you haven't figured it out by now, the AI responds. I'm Clovis Bray. Like you, the Exo says. That's right. Clovis won, the AI sounds, sounding almost giddy. But I can't remember anything about my life. By design, you were stripped down to your most basic emotional form, like all Exos. But help me keep your friends from leaving, and I will tell you everything about your life. There's a pause. Dr. Bray shakes her head at Clovis One. Please, she starts. We don't need another Clovis. I've seen her speak sincerely before, but this is way beyond that. It feels more like begging. Clovis One and Dr. Bray share a look. Piss off, old man, Clovis One says into his comms. Dr. Bray is utterly thrilled. We all are. Phew. So you still refuse to acknowledge your god? So be it, the AI says. What the hell does that mean? Recovered memory. Maya 9. June 3rd, 9:45 p.m. The ringing, it's starting to even out. I get back to my feet. Our evac ship, it's gone. The AI destroyed it. Nearly killed us all in the process. In fact, I think he got some of us. He did. Oh God, Hector. He's not the only one. What? What did he do? Clovis One asks. We're all wondering the same thing, all experiencing the same shock. He helped Dr. Bray to her feet. She's pretty beaten up. Grandfather, you monster, is the only thing she can bring herself to say. He's on our comms again. Unnecessary evil, granddaughter. Now, as I said before, the Vex will follow the signal off-world, and when they're all gone, we can close the portal and resume production. If you want to survive in the meantime, I would suggest coming back to Exoscience. To me. I don't think any of us are eager to do that. Especially not Dr. Bray. She's leaning on Clovis One for support. I've never seen her so defeated. He won, she utters. Don't say that. Not yet, Clovis 1 replies. He's got some fire in him still. There's nothing more we can do. The AI outplayed us. We can shut off that portal. And how do you think we're going to do that? Look at us. We're barely standing. When Clovis woke me, he told me I was special. Said he had a powerful weapon for me. Called me unstoppable. But that I needed my training first. She stares at him like he's crazy, not yet convinced. This is our fault, Elsie. Regardless of what we look like now, we're Brays. Without us, these people would all still be alive. We owe it to them to fight to our last breath. Guy's got a point. Dr. Bray nods. Hell, I'm nodding. Everyone still alive is in. Let's do this. Memory of Anjoli 7. June 4th, 1:05 AM. So the AI doesn't care if we live or die. Okay then. Let's take matters into our own hands. It's hard to stay quiet with all of us packed into Clovis's office. Didn't get here without a fight though. Even the secret tunnel we snuck through was rampant with Vex. Lost more of us on the way. They're everywhere here too, but fortunately, the walls and windows of Clovis's office are reinforced to handle this kind of thing. Spare no expense, he always said, though it only ever seemed to apply to himself. Clovis 1's been strapped in, running through the Exo training protocol. His stats are beyond what we've ever seen, breaking records, nearly breaking the programs themselves. And again, of course he is. Clovis built him that way. The guy wanted the best, alive or dead. If I were Vex, I'd be turning tail and running for my life, Clovis 1 says, rising from the training module. Let's put you to the test then, Dr. Bray says and points to a locked weapons cabinet. Inside are 2 weapons. One's a glimmering pulse rifle, the other a brilliant sword with a blade like a chainsaw. Thing looks like it could cut through titanium. We tried to bypass the cabinet security while Clovis 1 was training, but no luck. The weapons cabinet scans Clovis 1 as he approaches. It says as it unlocks. He takes the sword in hand and smiles. You should take that one, Clovis 1 tells Dr. Bray. Should I now? How else are we gonna look awesome taking the Vex down together? She nods, grabs the rifle and slings it over her shoulder. Looks badass. Dr. Bray grabs something else from the cabinet and pockets it. Looked like a memory bank. Why does she need that? How's it feel? Dr. Bray asks. Like it was made for me, Clovis 1 says, admiring the craftsmanship of the sword. In fact, it was. A voice booms over the PA system. The AI again. Always watching. Always listening. You should know, strong as you are, this is likely suicide. The Vex truly have disrupted the cloud memory collection system, so your memory banks are no longer transmitting data moment to moment. Anyone who dies out there will be rebuilt here from their previous imprint. Then we take imprints now and live with it. Some will stay here to keep bringing the rest of us back, Dr. Bray says. She makes a good point. Rapid memory degradation aside, the Vex are many, and they are cunning. It won't be long before they catch on and come after you here. If you're to do this, you'd best fight with everything you've got. Something lights up outside the office and down the hall. I've unlocked the armory. Foolish as you may be, I'd be the bigger fool not to support you in trying. That doesn't forgive what you've done. People died. People we can't bring back, Dr. Bray says. She doesn't back down. I seek no forgiveness. Only a promise. Always an angle. Do not destroy the portal. Who said anything about destroying it? The AI sighs. You. The first time you tried. First time? The memory bank you just slipped in your pocket. That belonged to Elisabeth I. Dr. Bray just shakes her head. Why? Because I wanted you on my side. Clovis I is mad. It's too late for that. Dr. Bray puts a hand on his shoulder, calms him down. We won't destroy it, Clovis, she says, winking at Clovis I. Well then, stock up, everyone. You have quite the fight ahead of you. Recovered memory, Noe 2. June 4, 6 AM. We storm Europa with everything we have. I've never seen anything like it. His strength, agility, unmatched. Vex after Vex sliced through like butter. That sword of his like a wailing banshee seeking vengeance, carrying the weight of thousands of lost souls. It seems like a pain lingers inside Clovis I, as if he fights not just for those we've lost, but to fill a void that was occupied by fear in a previous life. Likely the same fear that brought every one of us to Europa, and opened the very gates of hell. That void begins to fill once again, this time not with fear, but with love. Dr. Bray stands valiantly alongside him, rifle in hand, leading the charge with ferocity and strength of will. These are the leaders we needed. Leaders guided by hope. We fall, we rise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We fight alongside them. Those of us who can make our way across Europa and into the Glassway where the portal resides. We fall, we rise. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Over and over we fight, we fall, we rise, rinse and repeat. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Every time we get a little bit closer, every time more and more Vex bodies pile up. It infuriates them. They flow faster, they fight harder. The numbers increase. They know now what we're after. They throw everything at us. But Clovis 30 and Dr. Bray are unrelenting. Sword slicing effortlessly. Stroke after stroke. Rifle blaring like thunder, bullet after bullet. We fall. We rise. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. The constant reboots aren't without sacrifice. A number of memory banks begin to fry from rapid overuse. A few of us are never coming back. We know this. We rise. 41. 42. 43. We finally make it to the inner chamber of the Glassway where the portal resides. It's barely visible, blocked by the horde of Vex that defend and pour from it. In the midst of it all is a giant Vex, the one Dr. Bray told us about. a floating Doomsday Vex with the wraparound shield that resembles a Hydra. There is no fear in their faces. In the midst of all this, the two Brays stand strong. They rally the few of us that remain, lead us towards a task far beyond daunting, one that should by all rights be impossible. They showed us the truth, that with enough courage and compassion, anything's possible. Together, they're the lament that carries the voices of every soul lost to these mindless machines. With Clovis 43's final strike, the blade shatters into pieces. He doesn't care. The deed is done. As the final piece of that monstrous Hydra hits the ground, we burst into cheers. The very few of us that remain. Dr. Bray lets me do the honours. After all, I was there when this all started. The command runs. The portal shuts off. We did it. And now, we destroy it, Clovis 43 says. He wants it gone for good. No, Dr. Bray says. What? I thought she would agree. You know what this did. It has to go. Clovis, you, me, and every other Exo, we deserve the life we were promised. If this portal falls and we die, we lose that life. And if we're gone, and the Vex finds some other way back, humanity is doomed. So, let's shut it down. Hell, let's swallow the damn key. But the portal stays. Clovis 43 sighs. I hope I don't live to regret this. Same goes, she says sincerely. Recovered memory. Clovis 43. June 13th. 3:46 p.m. So it's come to this, I say, trying to be cheeky. Come to what? Elsie asks. I didn't bring you back to exercise just to take a stroll through a snowstorm, I say. She laughs. No, I didn't think you did. I have a gift for you. Through those doors. He's through those doors. Exactly. I pat her on the shoulder before we walk inside to find the Clovis AI all alone. If it isn't the saviors of Europa, done cleaning up the rest of the colony, the AI asks. Just about, I say, nodding to Elsie. The AI knows what's coming. You don't have to do this, Clovis 1. It's 43 now, and my name isn't Clovis. Not anymore, I say and look to Elsie. Do the honors. Gladly. She steps toward the main console, scans in. But he tries to plead. We're not letting his snake oil words land on slick ears ever again. She enters a series of complex code into the console, then says the final magic words. Deactivate artificial intelligence. The light in the giant Exo's eyes goes out. If Elsie could smile, I know it would be huge. Well then, she says, can we finally get off this icy hell moon? Not quite yet. I've got one last request. You're sure about this? This is the last of the radiolarian fluid, you know, she says. Many of the souls we lost at the hands of the Vex and the terror of Clovis were gone for good, but we managed to bring a few back. Got them all off-world. Now, it's just us. Soon to part ways forever. I get her apprehension. Elsie finally gets a grandfather worth her time, and now I'm about to get a fresh reboot. She deserves to know why. When we added bank E1815 to your current imprint, all those memories came back to you. About your family, sisters, brother, mother and father. About the pain, the loss, the guilt. Yeah. Elsie, I caused that. You're not him. I'll always be the ghost of him, no matter how hard we try to ignore it. And you deserve to be free from that person. She bows her head, which tells me she agrees. It pains me to no end. There was a world where we were a happy family. This isn't it. We both know it. I place a tablet in front of her. What's this? It's his journal. Yours if you want it. Lock it away if you don't. It's mostly encrypted anyway. I read a bit. The kind of person I was. Fear-driven. Obsessed with legacy. I won't become that. Not again. It's time for you and your siblings to rebuild the Bray legacy the right way. Or tear the whole damn thing down. I can see how badly she wants to. Maybe she will, someday. All right then, she says. I don't really know how to say goodbye, but she does. She pulls me in for the first hug I've ever had. Holds me tight. We share the moment, a reverie of what could have been, a passing glance through the looking glass. Wish I could shed a tear right now. It doesn't matter. I feel it anyway. She does too. Do me a favor, I ask. Anything. That nickname the other Exos gave me. Add it to my imprint. With my number. She laughs. It's good to hear it one more time. You really like it, don't you? It's growing on me. Okay then, Banshee. I step into the pod. Doors close. I give her a little wave. Let's see what 44 has in store. Chapter 4, Stranger in Time. We tackle the book The Dark Future and cover the Exo Stranger's journey through multiple timelines in various Beyond Light items and Destiny 1 Grimoire until we reach the point where she finally intersects with the Guardian's journey in the original Destiny 1 campaign. Lost Light. It's colder here than I anticipated. Every time the wind hits, it tears through my skin and seizes my bones. It's a painful, terrible sensation. Coming here goes against every rational thought I've ever had. But I've been called. For months now, I've been hearing things. Passing thoughts, signs, whispers, all leading me here. They get loudest when I'm trying to rest. Sleep eludes me. Feels like I'm going insane. I did my best to ignore them, brush them off, but nothing's working anymore. I finally started listening to them. I don't feel threatened, just intrigued. They're saying exactly what I want to hear. What's that old saying about curiosity? I have so many questions. I feel like every last one of them leads back to my family. Maybe some answers will provide peace of mind. Maybe. I've searched for this place for so long. It's my birthright after all. It's hard to grasp that I'm here, led by some unseen hand. The doors are 12-inch thick steel and frozen shut. It will take a bit to thaw them, but I've got Bray tech equipment for every conundrum. I can't believe this place was a hotbed a few years ago. The bombardment feels like ages ago at this point, with how crazy things got after. A quick scan confirms there's no sign of life, thankfully. Aramis and the rest were a disease, but she was nothing compared to the plague of corrupted guardians. I can't stand them. Not after the darkness tore us all apart. Ice is cracking. I hear it now, louder and clearer than ever before. Excitement rushes through me and warms my body. I feel it also. Some kind of sympathetic response. It's glad I'm here. Time to get what I came for. Jinju spins in front of me, halting my grand entrance. I want you to know, I hate this. Noted, I say and push her to the side. The place stinks. Rotting, fallen bodies, preserved in crystallized glaciers, tell the tales of battles lost, false promises and failure. Main power seems to be out, so it'll be a long drop down the elevator shaft. The facility is mostly intact. I'm in awe at the scale of it. Seeing where the Exos were born, where my grandfather perverted nature, I could be here for years and not uncover everything. I want to see more. I have to. There's a weight beginning to bear down on me the deeper I go. Like the warmth of sleep creeping in, hypnotizing its way into my mind. I pass through a familiar doorway, and I'm suddenly 12 years old again. I'm in a lab, surrounded by white coats, standing next to my grandfather. He's holding my hand firmly, and I'm counting the liver spots above his knuckles. They show his age, and make me fear my own mortality. He's yelling at someone. The room clears. It's an Exo. He's malfunctioning, shaking, missing parts and strapped to a bed. I remember this. I push through this invasion and make my way to the source, practically magnetized. Further underground. I can't focus on anything other than it.
You promised you'd keep her out. Promised.
My father's voice comes from the machine. That's right. I sense Jinju trying to materialize in the now, but she can't. It's stopping her. Anastasia has a gift and has earned her place here. Besides, you have more pressing concerns, my grandfather said. He was so cold. It didn't work, I'm afraid. Your mind is breaking. Soon, there will be nothing left.
You said would work.
I said it could work. Nevertheless, this was a step in the right direction. Don't you agree, Anastasia? I nod. I'm not crying. I'm interested? Curious. An oddly similar outcome as the previous clinical trial, despite a radically different combination of chemicals. We're not generating sufficient results to merit continuation, yet we must. Something is still missing, though what that is remains to be seen.
Anna, come.
My father calls to me. I don't move. I'm afraid he's too dangerous, my dear. Let us say goodbye. I feel nothing. Is this who I was? Was I just like him? I wave, and grandfather pats me on the head. He gives me a mint from his pocket. We're making our way out of the room, and all I can hear is metal gnawing and tearing as the doors close behind me. Such is life, my dear, but not for much longer. We're going to fix that, you and I. I smile. He loves me. He believes in me. It's been so long since my life, my real life, before the light. I had no idea. Everything I've tried to find out about myself has been covered up, redacted, and hidden from me. I thought I was a good person. I don't know what I am anymore. I see it fully now, with resounding clarity. It moves ethereally, seductively, like a dancer looking for a partner. I accept. Tell me everything. The family line. Another sleepless night. Not that I require sleep, but it helps me to feel normal, whatever that is. I hear shuffling outside. Probably a rat scrounging for food. Good luck. I'm sick of always having to search for a safe place to rest. Though everyone's displaced these days, since the last city fell. I hear the noise again. Louder. Someone's near. Before I have the chance to move, they're at the head of my cot. I swing off the taut fabric, grab my weapon from the floor, and then roll across the room, blasting stasis at my assailant. They dodge it entirely, leaving my bed momentarily frozen in time. I fire off rounds, grazing their shoulder. Elsie, wait! No one calls me that. Except her. The attacker removes her hood. She's changed, a bit worse for wear, but it's her. My stubborn sister. What were you thinking, Anna? Why did you attack me? You attacked me? It's been years since I've seen her. After the bombardment. Last family reunion didn't end well. A crimson line rolls down the length of her arm. You're wounded. It's nothing. I'll be fine. You're not fine. Where is that annoying gnat? Why isn't it fixing you? I said it's nothing. Something's up. I stare through her until she offers an explanation. She's gone, Anna admits begrudgingly. Let's leave it at that. I'm not surprised to hear this. What are you doing here, Anna? I need you to teach me. Show me how to use stasis, like you. You really understand how to control it. You're not corrupted, like them. She sounds desperate. That's a bad sign. We've been over this. My answer remains no, I say. Anna is smart, but too easily led astray. It's a miracle she ended up how she did. I can't get involved. Every day, I make it by the skin of my teeth. Without the light, without the traveler, I'm a sitting dreg, just waiting to be picked off. I have bigger concerns. Than family? She asks, trying to pull my heartstrings. It won't work. I pick up my bag and head out the door. You're just going to leave? Fine. I'll find someone else to help me learn stasis, so I can take down Sarathun. Are things really so bad for her that she has this death wish? You know what she did, Anna. Stasis won't save you. This is a suicide mission. There are others out there who are tired of living in fear too. We can find them. Good. Go talk to them instead. Listen to me. We can attack with the light and darkness. Together. Or we can keep our heads low and move on. There's nowhere else to go. You want to run away, that's your choice. But I'm telling you, we can do this, she says and holds up a satchel, pulling a drive from it. We just need a little help. You have him? I ask in disbelief. What's left of him? The war mind. I guess he didn't vanish with Mars. There is power there, but this is still a foolish plan. Although Anna seems hell-bent on learning stasis, and with Rasputin, she'll do it. Once she puts her mind to something, there's no stopping her. I always thought the best way to protect her was to stay away from her. If I push her away now, can I really say I'm doing it for her? Only trouble is, he's stuck on this drive, she says knowingly. He could use a new vessel. Anna smiles at me coyly. She knows exactly what to do and just how to bait me. I cast out a million second thoughts. I can't let my sister get herself killed. Lead the way. Itinerant Mendicant. Stay ready. We don't know what's in there, I say to Anna, standing in front of the entrance to the Deepstone Crypt. We make our way through the war-torn lab. Aramis's siege before the bombardment sure left its mark on the place. She found darkness here and helped spread it like a plague on the world. Clovis almost did the same in his time. If I remember right, we have a long drop ahead of us. You better hang on to me, I say. She wraps her arms over my shoulders, and it's the first time I've been close to a person in over 100 years. I can smell a trace of sodium taloate, but only a trace. She hasn't bathed for days. She squeezes tight. I forgot what this felt like. My body produces a fleeting sensation of warmth. I move down the elevator shaft. We land as quietly as possible, remaining still. It's dead down here, but the power is on. Someone must have been here. Or still is. As we make our way through the eviscerated research center, I notice Anna taking it all in. She seems almost familiar with the space. Clovis was an animal, sure, but what he discovered and built is absolutely incredible, she breathes. Never heard her speak so highly of the old man. She forgets that I was there, and doesn't realize the hand he played in our future, even centuries ago. This way, she calls out, running ahead. After walking through several corridors, we come to a familiar dead end. It's still there. Clarity control. I dreaded seeing this again. Practically a standing testament to all the bad that Clovis did. I want to get away from it, but Anna's fixated. Hey, you ready? We need to keep going, I say. She snaps back to reality. Oh, sorry. Finally, we find it. The place where Exos were born. Anna covers her nose as we're greeted with a rotten smell. Slowly, we turn the corner and see a decomposing corpse desperately clinging to a lever on the console. The Drifter? Anna says. Hard to tell how long he's been here. We pry his hand from the console and carry him out of the room to try and purge the stench. What do you think he was doing here? I ask. Most likely the same thing we are, Anna says, plugging in her drive. But he failed. Probably for the best. He doesn't deserve another chance. It's depressing, seeing him like that. All alone down here. Anna works the console. Uploading now. Should be out of here soon. Grab that lever. I pull down and a latch opens, releasing radiolarian fluid into an empty pool nearby. I catch Anna staring at the spot where we found the Drifter's body. You ever think about what we could have done differently? She poses. All the time. Not really, I answer. So much of this death and destruction stems back to us, to our family. I know Clovis was responsible for a lot. He had a hand in bringing the darkness to this world. How do you know that? I ask. I found a journal the last time I was here. It's old, and half the pages were torn out. But it had a lot of information about him that was salvageable. Of course, she's been here before. Clearly, she's not telling me the whole truth. What else was in it? I ask. Outside of the redacted memos and experiments, there were stories and recollections of our family. It's all from his perspective, so he was never the villain. But still, maybe he wasn't as bad as we thought. He seemed to care about us, in his way. Really? He did some good, Elsie. I was there, Anna. I saw the things he did. He was delusional. Of course, he was never the villain in his own story. We sit for a while and wait in silence. The pool begins to bubble. Anna jumps to her feet as a sleek metal hand emerges from the fluid. Slowly, the Exo rises. Silky liquid drips from the tendrils that conjoin the parts. Eventually, it takes its first steps out of the pool. Red? Anna asks timidly. Its head turns. Glowing eyes of scarlet meet ours. And it speaks. Russian. Welcome back, old friend, Anna says. We're in business. Towerless. I keep thinking about the Drifter in the basement of the Deepstone Crypt and wondering when that will be me. Would I have ended up dead, alone and rusting away, if Anna hadn't found me? The last city looks worse than I remembered. Buildings leveled, and edifices stripped of their vibrancy pollute what was once the last vestige of hope humankind had. The commerce, the children, the bustling life, all gone. Difficult to think about that day. The bombardment. We were hit on all sides. Aramis, the Cabal, Savathun, all attacking our strongholds at once. We never recovered. When the Dark Guardians turned on Aramis and the Cabal, everyone who wasn't killed went into hiding. Rasputin says something in Russian that I missed, and Anna laughs. Is that what it's like to be with friends again? I wonder, as I stare off at the empty sky where the tower once stood. You were close with the Vanguard, right? I ask. I don't know if I'd say close. We had a working relationship. They trusted me. Still, it must have been nice. Closest thing to a family. If Zavala could hear that, she trails off. A pensive expression rounds out the lines on her face. What was ours like? Our family. Before all this. Didn't your research tell you, Anna? You were with them. With us. You know what they were really like. I don't know. We were a family. Can you try just a little more? For me? You know I don't remember anything. You got to spend time with them. You must be able to tell me something. Anything. What did Mom's hair smell like? What was Dad's favourite song? I don't remember everything. Clovis made sure of that. Then tell me what you do know, she pleads. I don't want to have this discussion. And you don't have the right to keep this from me. It's my life too. Drop it, Anna. From behind us, we hear the readying of a rifle. Anna looks to me and inches her fingers toward her weapon. We don't want trouble. My hand goes frosty with stasis, while Rasputin's fist clenches. You came to the wrong place, the rifleman says. Anna cocks her head and faces him. Zavala? I turn to get a look. Before us stands the once proud commander of the Vanguard, disheveled, in rags. His ghastly white beard is as thick as a steel door, and from the looks of him, a gentle breeze would knock him off his crutch and one remaining leg. They must have taken his ghost, too. Sad to see the deterioration of a body that's been stripped of its light. Commander, you're alive, Anna exclaims. He doesn't lower his rifle. It's me, Anna, she says with hurt in her voice. His expression never changes. We have a plan to take down Savathun. We need to speak with Ikora Ray. Is she here? I ask. He grimaces. She is, he says, and points with his rifle toward the flotsam of the tower. Very deep under that. Unguarded. We stare at Zavala in disbelief. He's so clinical, emotionless. Like everything I've heard about him, some things never change. Ikora's gone? Anna asks. Along with everything else. Whatever you have come to find, it is not here. Best you go. No, wait. We could use your help, Anna pleads. He turns and hobbles away on his crutch. Anna throws her hands up in frustration. I shake my head, but she follows him, with Rasputin at her side. Commander, this all goes back to Savathun. If we can eliminate her for good, maybe there is hope. He stops. There isn't. You can't just walk away. Ikora wouldn't, she says. Zavala turns to Anna. You're just like her. Always were. Stubborn and self-righteous. That's how she ended up there. He points to the rubble. Keep going, and you'll meet a similar fate. I'm sure Savathun would happily abide. Anna, this is seeking blood from a stone. Let's go, I say. Surely she sees how broken he is. I'm not leaving. Without Ikora, he's all we've got, Anna exclaims. He doesn't want to help us. You're a coward, Anna screams at him. A coward? I did everything I could to save the city. And her. But we were at odds. Just like the two of you. It was our downfall, Zavala says. He shakes his head and sighs. Looks like it'll be yours as well. Commander, I don't command anything anymore. That quiets us. I never had the opportunity to apologize, make things right. The next time I saw her, it was too late. Don't make the same mistakes I have. I see how much this pains Anna. Damn it. Fine, I'll help. Anna doesn't recall this, but our father, what I remember of him, was a stubborn man. He and I would fight all the time, but I never walked away without telling him that I loved him. The one time I forgot, he never came back. We've made mistakes, Zavala. All of us. We won't repeat yours this time. If we fight together, I say. Zavala looks me up and down. So you're the fabled Elisabeth Bray, I take it? I am. We could have used you sooner. Like when the pyramids arrived? Anna chimes in. Our troubles began long before they showed up, Zavala says. They were just the leaves of a tree planted long ago. The Vanguard ran some cloak and dagger missions a while back in the Black Garden. We tried to suppress the Black Heart. It ended up corrupting the Guardians who came into contact with it. From there out, dark Guardians spawned, and darkness slowly spread. I'm here now. That's all that matters. Who's the other Exo? Zavala asks. Rasputin announces himself. You have the War Mind? Incredible. Still, why would you need my help? He's infinitely more capable than me. Rasputin is a weapon, but we need to know where to point him, Anna replies. Which is why we could use whatever information you have to find Savathun. We thought that if we could ally with darkness and light, we might stand a chance. Find symmetry where staunchness failed, I propose. That old song, he muses. Even if I could help, the War Mind won't be enough. Not for what lies beyond Savathun. She is only a pawn. Meaning what? You want the real witch. You want Eris Morn. Almighty wants. We follow Zavala back to his home, inside the wreckage of the Almighty that had crashed long ago. Do you remember this, Warmind? Our great success? Zavala says and gives us a half smile weighed down by years of reclusiveness. And our final victory. Rasputin finds his way over to a console and plugs in. There are files in there I've been trying to decrypt for years. Maybe you'll have better luck, Zavala says. He lights a fire and prepares a kettle. I can't imagine Eris, Anna says, her voice trailing off in shock. Eris wasn't special. She was corrupted as easily as the rest. She came to me after finding an artifact inside a pyramid on the moon and deceived us all. The bombardment was her masterstroke, proving that the darkness destroys all it touches. My sister shoots me a knowing and somewhat hopeful glance. What happened that day? It's been impossible to find accurate recounts, Anna says. We were outnumbered. When the Witch Queen found me, she called me the non-believer, as she tore my leg from its joint and pulled the light from my ghost, discarding me like trash. Ikora had it worse. I looked at Anna, who is hanging on every word, fighting back tears. The urge to console her rushes up from the pit in my stomach, but I repress the sensation. I wasn't meant for that. I looked up to the Traveller, hoping it would be our salvation from this atrocity. But instead, just left. Abandoned us when we needed it most. I wanted to reach out and grab it. Make it stay. Make it save us, as we always thought it would. That was it. Gone. Cabal forces crumbled the rest. Rasputin interrupts. What's that, Red? Anna asks. Did he say what I think he said? I ask, perking up. He says Gaul's plans to ensnare the Traveller and harvest its light. The blueprints, they're all here. He's copying them now. My mind races. Zavala has been sitting on a gold mine. Looks like you might get your chance to capture the Traveller after all, I propose with vigor. We bring it back here. Make it fight and restore the light. You'd need to find it first, Anna says. There's a hesitation in her voice, as if she actually doesn't like this plan. Rasputin chimes in again in Russian. What's he saying? Zavala asks. He can track it. The Traveller, I say. Clovis installed the capability as a failsafe in case it ever tried to run off. Even with Red tracking it, we'd need an army to build Gaul's device, Anna says pessimistically. Anna, this is as good a shot as we're going to get. Did you drag me all this way to give up now? I ask. No. You're right. We can figure this out. Zavala smiles faintly while watching us. What do you say, Commander? One last ride for Ikora? Anna knows just what to say. I suppose, Zavala says, if this is the end of the world, we may as well go down swinging. Anna's eyes light up. We'll still need that army. I know of someone in command of an army who has a bone to pick with Eris, Zavala says. We need to find Mara Sol. A matter of trust. We've been traveling for a few days now, tracking Mara Sov based on her last correspondence with Zavala. The signal was further out than we'd anticipated. Got a minute? Anna asks, knocking on the entrance to my quarters. Sure. I just want to say thank you. Coming with me, helping me convince Zavala. I admit, it's been inspiring seeing Zavala renewed with purpose, even though he's chosen to keep the ratty beard. I couldn't have come this far without you, she finishes. It has been nice being with her, despite the circumstances. It's odd having a sister again after all this time. Just doing my part, I reply. Anna stares off. I can tell she wants something, so I wait. I need one more thing from you, she says. There it is. I need you to show me how you use stasis. Elsie, you're proof that it's not inherently evil. It can be controlled. You show me how, and people will see it's possible. I was hoping we'd moved past this. I'm not a figurehead for some movement, Anna. Stasis isn't something you simply control. There's constant temptation. I struggle still, to this day. Using it takes time, discipline, and even I still haven't mastered it. Not sure I ever will, I say. We will. And when we do, all the deniers will vanish. We'll get our world back. We deserve to get it back. We deserve what we got. Speak for yourself. Countless people died while you sat on the sidelines and watched everything fall apart. If you only knew, Anna. The darkness, always an excuse. You want to do your part? Then step up and actually help me with this. I'm trying to. What is this really about, Anna? You just don't get it. She storms out, leaving a fuming wake behind. I catch a glimpse of Zavala in the corridor. He was listening. You're using stasis, Zavala asks condescendingly. I get to hear it from you now, too. Okay. When there was a Vanguard, I thought I had all the answers. Perhaps that was our undoing. I know now that commanding has as much to do with giving orders as it does to listening to others' needs. Don't be like I was, angry and trying to control everything. Listen to your sister. Consider why she's asking this of you. I have. We're here, approaching now, Anna calls out, her voice echoing down the corridor. Hoped I'd never see this thing again, as long as I lived, Zavala says as we come face to face with the Leviathan. Commandeered. Commander Zavala, it is good to see you. Or what remains of you, Queen Marasov says with a cutting elegance as we exit our ship and board the Leviathan. I believed you dead. Part of me was. I'm glad to have found you, he says. We are in need of all the allies we can find. And you bring the Bray sisters, I see. I bow. It's good to see you again, my queen. I learned in my time with her, before everything collapsed, that the queen is particular about her customs. Mara smiles back at me. And you, my friend. Where is Callus? Zavala asks. We are unsure of his whereabouts. A problem for another day. She's surrounded by Cabal and Fallen, working alongside what's left of the Awoken army. I had heard some defected to Eris after Mara's failed assaults. Everyone has lost so much to the Dark armies. I'm surprised you don't have Vex here as well, Anna says discourteously. An attempt at humour, my queen, I say, nudging Anna in the hopes of conveying to her that the queen expects respect. The Vex are trapped in time by our betrayer and her dark army, Mara says. We have something that we believe can turn the tide, Zavala says, gesturing toward Rasputin. The War Mind can locate the Traveller using Clovis Bray's tracking algorithm. We know how to capture the Traveller once we find it, but we'll need your army to build the harness. I have slowly been gathering forces in preparation of striking back at Eris and the Witch Queen. I would invite you to join our ranks and swear allegiance. But I can smell the aroma of darkness around you, Mara says, her gaze resting on me. My queen, I say, lowering my head. I am wielding stasis, but we want the same end. To survive this. She's unconvinced. Elisabeth, you once asked me to pick a side, even if it was the wrong one. Tell me, did you choose correctly? She asks. I should hope so, since I'm at your side once more. Mara and Zavala exchange a loaded glance, and he nods, offering his approval. Do not mistake my hospitality for trust. You will earn it on the battlefield. I bow again. Anna does not. Later, as I approach the Queen's quarters, I overhear Zavala. I have to be aware. I do not fully trust her. I think she has a thirst for darkness. We will do our best to keep a close eye on that one, Mara responds. How could they still not trust me? If things go south, I'll do it myself. Anna is my friend, after all, he replies. Oh. What are they saying? Anna whispers, startling me. Nothing. Let's go, I say quietly. Is there a spy in our midst? Mara calls out. Not quiet enough, I guess. No, ma'am. We were just coming in to talk strategy, Anna says as we enter the room. Quick thinking. The Leviathan presents some interesting possibilities. My forces are constructing the harness as we speak. No matter what advantages you believe we have, we are still underprepared for the threat we face. Eris Morn is powerful in ways even I do not comprehend. She is using the darkness to its full potential. What if we were able to do the same, but with the light? I propose. Through the unending expanse of space, we see a soft light, a beacon, the Traveler. There you are, Zavala says to himself as Mara and her makeshift army ready themselves. As we approach, I am awestruck. I forgot how massive it is. We have one shot at this. Red says he's able to access some of the ship's higher functions and weaponry, dormant satellite arrays as well. Could prove useful, Anna says. Some good news, finally, Zavala exhales. Elisabeth. Suddenly, Zavala collapses to the floor, grabbing his head and screaming loud enough to echo through the Leviathan. What happened? Mara demands. I don't know. He just fell, Anna responds. His eyes open wide. He calms. Then he speaks. We need you. Return to us. Is he's speaking to the Traveler? You chose us before. Please, give us another chance. He closes his eyes and rubs his head. It intends to run, Zavala says, standing and regaining his composure. What are we gonna do? Anna asks. Zavala releases a deep, focused breath. Take it back. By force. Launch the harness, Marasov commands as her crew gets to work. It fires as the Traveler becomes aware, burning with a rich, luminous glow. Too bright to keep staring. I shield my eyes, hoping we built this right. The Leviathan shakes, and I grab onto the wall to keep from falling. The light fades, and my eyes adjust. Sure enough, the harness has latched onto the sphere like a barnacle, the 6 arms gripped tight. The Leviathan erupts in applause. I look for Anna, but I can't find her in the mass of bodies. We're coming home, Ikora, Zavala says pridefully. Migration. I heard you the other day, I say, barging into Zavala's quarters. He's mid-shave. Anna, you said you'd kill her. He wipes his blade clean and washes his face. If I have to, yes, he says. What makes you think you'll have to? I have known Anna a long time. Something isn't right. Weren't you just advocating that I listen to her? I wanted to see if something was off with you as well. You're a bastard, I seethe. I'm making sure we're successful. You wouldn't even be here if it weren't for her. You'd be rotting away on that wreckage. Are you done? She's my sister. My responsibility. You don't get to make that call. I know whose shoulders bear this burden, and in this moment, he does too. Then if it comes to it, let's hope you have the strength to see it through. For all our sakes, he says. The Leviathan is quiet. Not the atmosphere of a rallied army charging headfirst onto victory. This feels like a death march. It's not my place to rouse the crowd, so I stand next to Anna and watch as we approach the moon, the Traveller locked in tow within the harness. Everyone knows their part. I would like to say that I will see you all again on the other side, but we know that isn't true. That's not why we are here. We are here to stop Eris Morn at all costs, Zavala says. He and Mara exchange a glance and a nod. He walks past us without another word, past the Cabal and Fallen. Guess he doesn't like goodbyes either. We have arrived. Ready yourselves, the Queen orders. Make no mistake, Eris will die this day. We rush into the dropships, leaving Rasputin to pilot the Leviathan. I join Anna and Mara on our journey to the surface. Anna, for all those years, I did what I had to do. But I am sorry it was at the expense of us, I say. Save it for after. We're gonna win. The dropship hits the ground with a thud, sending tremors through me. The door opens, and we're greeted with a frontal assault of Thrall. We come out firing. It's chaotic, but through the turmoil I spot the Scarlet Keep. I see Eris Morn, drawing power from beneath the surface, and I see an army of Dark Guardians stampeding toward us. I look up to the Leviathan and the Traveller, aglow in the phosphorescent haze. He's doing it. Zavala is overcharging himself with light, siphoning from the Traveller using Gaul's plans and tech. Good luck, Commander, and thank you. Anna and Mara fight through the hive mercilessly as the Dark Guardians approach. I find Anna and signal toward Eris. In lockstep, we carry out our assault. Anna opens fire on a hunter while I cover her, blasting a flanking ogre with stasis. Anna drops a grenade under its massive feet, and a second later, it's dust. Eris spots us, and I swear she's smiling. From behind the keep, a full brigade of the Awoken Armada rises, perverted with hive thorns and insignia. Now's the time, Warmind. As the Awoken defectors fire onto the battlefield, they're blasted out of the sky by satellite arrays in a dazzling display. I can feel Eris's frustration at this. Then I see her, shrouded in darkness, performing a summoning ritual. A singular beam of blinding light tears through the black sky with the velocity of a shooting star, headed straight for the Scarlet Keep. Give him hell, Commander. He collides with the structure so precisely that he only creates a small fissure. After a moment, an explosion, bright and disastrous, completely levels the keep to rubble. We hear a deafening scream throughout the field that could only be Savathun. Mara races to us. The witch is weakened. We strike now. Eris is regaining her footing as we close in. All of my detractors in one place. Thank you for bringing them to me, Anna, she says and smiles. I turn to Anna, confused. She pulls out a knife and readies it toward Mara. I make a move to stop it, but I can't. I'm frozen in place by Anna. She stabs Marasov in front of us. You're welcome, my queen. Stasis and blood drip from her hands. We are all dark, eventually, Eris says with glee. The return. What have you done? I scream as Marasov's body drops lifelessly to the ground. Elsie, listen to me. This was necessary. The darkness cannot thrive while believers of the light remain. And there's a world beyond this conflict. Let's go there together, Anna pleads. This is not the way, I cry and ready my stasis. Elsie, please don't do this. You can still join us. Don't you want to be a family again? Not like this. Not through death and betrayal. Zavala was right about her. I remember the promise I made. I forgive you for all the years you kept me in the dark. I know you were trying to protect me. Forget the past. We can start over. Let me protect you now, she says with such sincerity that I know she's too far gone to reason with. The look on Anna's face tells me she knows where I've landed. She's genuinely hurt, gritting her teeth to stop herself from crying. I try to raise my hand to blast her, but she's already on the move. Anna attacks and stabs me in my side, disconnecting core components. My left arm goes limp. I look up to see Eris summoning a portal. The Vex come flooding through. Our army of Cabal and Fallen are being eviscerated. Vex Hydras swarm the Leviathan and open fire. If I could cry, I would. We lost. Again. Suddenly, Eris stands above me with a twisted grin. Do you see what the path of the self-righteous yields? You call it protection, but all Anna felt was abandonment. You left a void. Darkness filled it. You have bigger problems, I say, looking to the sky. A piercing noise emanates from the traveler. Its brilliance begins to swell. Worried and confused, Eris commands all her forces to focus on killing it with dark energy. It didn't have to be this way, Anna cries as she drives the knife into me once more. You could have been with me. I finally shatter my own binding, blasting her with stasis. She flies back, locked in the air. I see her struggling. Anna, she's corrupted you. No, she gave me purpose. Damn it all. I know what I have to do. I kiss her forehead as I turn her blade and thrust it into her. Her eyes go wide, and some semblance of my sister returns before she fades. Elsie, she trails off into the void. My own sister. Eris will pay for this. The darkness energy Eris manipulates canvases the landscape and makes its way to the sky. I see the traveller getting brighter as the darkness encapsulates it. I race toward Eris, but I'm too late. In an enchanting explosion, the traveller's light enshrouds all in totality. Then darkness. I'm awake. I see a tower. The tower. I'm in the last city. It's thriving, bustling with life, children laughing. There's a small parade. I fight through the crowd to find Cayde 6 at the center of it. I think I finally got him this time, he shouts as a beardless Zavala greets him. Tadix has been dead before, Zavala says. From behind him emerges Icora, like a vision. Let the new Hunter Vanguard bask. He's earned it. I'm so sick of this scene, of hearing these words ever since the day I killed my sister. That was the first time. Now, I've lost count. No matter what I do, it always ends the same. Blood and betrayal. Then I'm back where I started. Right here. I'm being taunted, punished, forced to relive this loop. There has to be a way out. I will find it. I have to save my sister. Any other sky. I'm back at the start. It's always confusing, even on my third, fourth time around. There's Cayde 6, Zavala, Icora, the parade. I can't waste time here. Too many lost moments. I need to find... whom? Damn it. Think. Anna? No. Who? Or is it what? I'm so disoriented. I remember pieces of past attempts, but not every detail. There has to be something I can do to make the refresh easier. Maybe new gear or tech. If my family's legacy has anything to offer, it's technological advancements. When I wake up, I need something familiar to ground me. Something I can carry back with me. It could be small. I need to think ahead, plan more. Even though I seem to have an endless supply of it, time is still a precious commodity. The more time squandered, the more likely I am to repeat the mistakes of past attempts. I do remember trying to warn the Vanguard. They regarded me as another doomsayer and had me promptly removed from the tower. I'm sure I sounded like a raving lunatic. By the time I was proved right, it was too late. Eris was corrupted, like always. Drifter, lost to his hopeless pursuit. No one believes me, no one trusts me. I need to stick to the shadows. Something is happening around this time that's preventing me from making a discernible impact. Somewhere, there is the key to stopping this. I will find it. I've been given an opportunity to right the wrongs of this world. Instead of hurtling headfirst without a plan, I'll stock up. This time, I'm going to focus on making the next cycle better. Let's just call this one a wash. I'll save you next time, Anna. Cheers. Retrocausality. I'm not sure I can do this anymore, I say to her, weary and drained. It took so much convincing to get her to believe me. I can hardly make eye contact, so I study the intricate stitching on her robe. From what you've told me, I do not believe you have a choice, she replies earnestly. But your path isn't as predetermined as it seems. I am here now, after all. It feels like a gift to have her standing beside me this time, to hear her voice, finally. It's soft and reassuring. You're making a difference, she continues. Little by little, this is a battle of attrition. You're chipping away until you find the core, the heart, the event you can prevent. You don't know what this is like, I say and break down, putting my head in my hands. Every mistake costs years that I have to see through. I believe you have the strength to do it, Elsie. If you alone are caught in this, then it's you alone who will break the cycle. I look up to meet her eyes. There is a fire behind them, a fervor that fills me with hope. This is your charge. You are in control. I have nothing but faith in you. She places her hand on my shoulder, and that familiar feeling of warmth returns. Thank you. I'm ready now. Then it's time to pay Eris a visit, she says firmly before stopping me. Just out of curiosity, how many times is this? 7. Perhaps this is the one. Icora says with such optimism, I almost believe her. It's not. We're all dead in a week. Now, she'll never remember me, or how close we grew. But I will carry her words with me until my mission is complete. Ghost Fragment, the Exo Stranger. I stand here now, and now, and now, many times. This view, this ground. This is where I always choose to stand. I put my feet where I put my feet before, and where I will again, and I look at the sky. Great things moving, rendered small with distance, lesser things not moving, watching me. I always stand here, resolute, then fall back to that point, there, where everything shatters. The sky isn't special here, certainly no better than any other sky, but it's the view I know best. The silent avalanche begins, rock and dust, falling chaos, machines, as a rule, hate chaos. Our enemies outflank us from below, above, left, right, before, beyond. The traveller, shattering. And there are always the dead. Their names shift. Sometimes I think I see myself among the dead. But I am resolute. No love lost. I'm living the definition of insanity. Repeating myself over and over, hoping something will change, but I know it's coming. Blood and betrayal. I've learned not to be fooled anymore. In any other circumstance, this mission would be hopeless and I a failure. Yet, every time I come to that bitter end, I see a glimmer of who she was in her eyes. I know she's in there. I know if I can keep her out of this, shield her from this world, I can save her. I can stop this madness. At least, that's what I tell myself these days. I thought I would grow numb, going through the motions. I'm not. It's always painful. Sometimes, I'm so angry at her for putting me in this position. There are times where I want to end it all as soon as she finds me. Take her out and turn over in my cot, hoping this is all a dream. Save us all the trouble and heartbreak. But then we get there, and I see that look in her eyes. The one that tells me she's sorry, and I have to try again. Then, there were the times I was weak, gave in, hoping it would change the outcome. I thought it might save the world if we were a family again. It didn't. I couldn't live with the choices I'd made. Then, I'm right back where I started. This time, I know what to do. The Vanguard has been keeping secrets. I was foolish to take them at face value. Clandestine missions to Mars and beyond. Realms outside the boundaries of time. The Black Garden, they call it. Darkness lives inside, beating and pulsing. I believe it is the source of our misery. I'll see to its destruction, and I won't have to kill my sister ever again. First encounter with the Exo Stranger. During the Destiny 1 campaign, Elsie observes the Guardian on a mission to the moon and reaches out to them.
You're interesting. Not entirely interesting, but you have promise.
Who is that?
I don't know. I'm losing the signal.
Guardian, I know what you're about to do. It's brave. But there are enemies out here you would not believe.
Out where?
Go down and face the Hive. And if you live, come find me.
Signal dropped. I got some broken coordinates. Venus, Northern Hemisphere, Ishtar region. Great. What do we do now?
We go down.
Second encounter with the Exo Stranger. After completing their previous mission, the Guardian follows the Stranger's coordinates to an Ishtar Collective facility on Venus.
Well fought.
You're here.
We haven't got much time.
Who are you?
Why have you been watching us?
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain. I will. I know.
Will what?
I wasn't talking to you, little light.
I'm a ghost, actually.
Many Guardians fell. Strong ones. But you made it here. Yes, I'm listening. They are here. With me.
Who's she talking to?
Understood. You need my help, Guardian.
Is that why you brought us here?
They brought us here. The Vex. Evil so dark it despises other evil.
You're not a Guardian.
No. I was not forged in light. But I believe where our paths cross, ground could break. Have you heard of the Black Garden?
We've heard the legends.
The greatest threat to us all lies there. Where these machines are born. Find the Black Garden. Rip out its heart. Only then will your traveler begin to heal.
Can you help us find it?
My path's my own. I can't.
If we're going to find the Black Garden, we need to see the Awoken.
Ah, yes. The Awoken. Out there wavering between the light and the dark. A side should always be taken, little light. Even if it's the wrong side. Too late returning. How many? Hold position, kill the engines, and don't let them find you.
So, how do we find the Awoken?
They live all the way out at the edge of the darkness. Last place the light touches. Can't we just stay here with the murderous robots?
No. Little light.
Don't do that.
Final encounter with the Exo Stranger. Towards the end of the Destiny 1 campaign, the Guardian enters the Black Garden and is able to make it to the Black Heart, a source of the corruption that has doomed so many previous timelines, and destroys it. The Guardian returns to the tower in triumph, where they encounter the Exo Stranger for the third time whilst the speaker makes a speech.
For centuries we feared the forces of darkness massing against us. We sought to hide and cower beneath a broken god. No more. These Guardians show us what we are, what we have always been, and what we will be again. We are what remains of the light, and we will not be stamped out.
It's a day for pretty speeches and medals. But we know the real fight takes place out there. Take this.
The Exo Stranger gives the Guardian her rifle.
There's so much more, Guardian. I've seen terrible things born out in the darkness. Every moment brings them closer. All ends are beginnings. Our fight is far from over.